chess and the Timmons. Yo, I'm the man in charge, triple dip justice. My reach is large, indicting T-Rex arms. Yeah, they on display. Short reach, big mess on a public way. Yo, adjust your antennas, tune in tight. Cossy rules the bench, I'm the law tonight. Be so high, they touch the sky. The joke ain't over, just watch me fly. Adjust your antennas, tune in tight. Cossy rules the bench, I'm the law tonight. Be so high, they touch the sky. The joke ain't over, just watch me fly. Advanced years, wisdom stacked. Try me once, no turning back. James Jackson ordered, case dismissed. Cossy G strikes, you won't resist. Order in the court, the rhythm pounds. Justice echoes, breaking bounds. Prosecutor by day, mic in hand by night. Adjust your antennas, I'm the signal, alright. Antennas, tune in tight. Cossy rules the bench, I'm the law tonight. Be so high, they touch the sky. The joke ain't over, just watch me fly. Yeah, adjust your antennas, tune in tight. Cossy rules the bench.
Sorry, everybody. I had to fix a couple things here. Let's see. All right. How's everybody doing? Janelle, TC Malin is here. Good to see everybody. Thanks for coming. Yeah, I'm a big black cat guy. Sorry, let me do this. They get a bad rap as far as I'm concerned. So it's too cold for nanities, but I did see one the other day. I don't know if you guys saw that or not. Let me see if I can dig it up. I did see a nanity, and it was very, very cold out. Let's see what I can do here. See if I can pull up a nanity real quick. There it is. What are you talking about? The browser is having trouble. See, this is what I hate about StreamYard. I've already shared this the other day. No problem. That's just a pain in the ass, but hold on. Yep. Oh, wait a minute. Nope, there it is. There she is. Money in hand. Nanity. There she is, people. That is proof. That is proof that nanities are real. And there's mermaids too. Kind of a play on words, I guess, with the mermaids thing. You know, I guess nobody really wants to get into it, but I don't really give a shit. What do I care? She's an asshole. So anyways, I have a couple things loaded into the system. We can keep going with part 2 of day 2 of the Maya trial. What do you guys? And I want to be real careful here because, and I don't think they'll strike me because I don't have enough, people. But the forensic group, I started listening to that, and it's super douche chill inducing right from the start. So if you guys want to go over a little bit of that, that's cool. If not, let me know in the chat, and we'll just go on to part 2 of day 2 of the Maya trial. What do you think? What do you think? All right. Let me see here. Let's listen to a couple minutes of it. Shit, what did I do?
Tonight, we're joined by John Jackson,
Do a couple minutes of this, you
a
think,
close
guys?
friend of John O'Keefe.
Let me know. It's up to
As
you.
you all know, John O'Keefe has too often been lost in all of this. And tonight, we want to bring the focus back to him. So we're going to bring John in and basically give him the floor to just tell us about John and share some memories and just some funny stories and just have a chat with him. Hi, friend.
Hey, guys.
Well, it's not above me to get a little petty every once in a while because I started listening to this and I hadn't heard it before. And I was like, oh my God, it's just, I don't know. It's a touchy subject when somebody's talking about a lost loved one, but also, I don't know. I'm just going to play it and you guys can tell me what you think.
Hey, John.
Hello. Thanks. Thank you for this.
John.
Appreciate it. It's good to
So
we
good
just
to
get back
see
to
you.
Dave. But very nice. Very nice. Thanks for having me on here. This is going to be good. This is we've done a few things. You've seen a few of us online, and some of these shows you've seen us, and it's you do 3 hours of an interview, and you're on there for 6 minutes. So all the good stuff is cut and left on the floor, and you always see us like, oh, boo-hoo, and you see us talking about the wake and the funeral. It's all important stuff. Very, very much is. But the stuff where we have
Yes, this is the guy that went off on Vinny
laughing behind the scenes
and was saying,
cut that out.
you
So
wore a
it fit
pink
their,
tie that day.
whatever their arc was in the story. So at least here I get to say a few of the things, and we'll get them out there, so you kind of get a flavor of what it was like to know him, not just the heroic stuff he did, which is it's unimpeachable. He's just an incredible man who did some really, really like I said before, heroic stuff. Like you want to be that guy, and he was that guy. So, but that whoever made that video, that got me. That just got me.
I know, same.
Yeah, that was seeing him moving in videos, and I've seen it, but I wasn't ready for it now. So, it got me. But
yeah, it was pretty powerful.
We're coming up on 4 years too. So,
Yeah.
So stuff. First, let's get this right up. Pineapple and ricotta on pizza. Delicious. So it's delicious. Try it.
I agree.
It's fantastic. Ricotta cheese. It's so good. It's done right. It's good. So
I agree with him on that one point. I love Hawaiian pizza, and I don't give a shit what anybody says. I agree with him on that, but I don't know ricotta. I don't know if I've had that on pizza, but I do agree with him on the pineapple. I don't really care. I know it's an unpopular opinion, but who cares?
Somebody cut John's tweet. I agree.
There's no argument. So how do you want to do? You want me to just start talking about
I
it a
agree.
little bit?
Yeah, we want to just give you the floor and just,
All right,
just
so-
let you tell everybody about John.
So I'll give you a quick background. I met Johnny in college. We both commuted to Northeastern. The story, I met him in orientation. So we grew up the town right next to each other, but didn't know each other. And so when we both went to Northeastern, didn't know each other, but we met there, and he was slightly curmudgeon, right? Like even for a teenager, it's like the background, and so they had all the students kind of get down on the floor at one point during orientation. This is before school started. This is in the summer. And I'm an idiot. I have like a scally cap on with like Irish flags on my shirt. I'm an idiot, right? So, and he's all just straight like.
Yeah, nobody cares about you, dude. It's funny he said slightly curmudgeon because wasn't their name like Never Cracker for him or something? I don't even know if that's the word, but he was like this crotchety guy, get off my lawn type. It's kind of an interesting thing. I don't know.
It's just how he is. And even at that age, and everybody sort of gets on the floor to do whatever, and they're doing like Pictionary or whatever. And these two kids are running the show, and they draw these stick figures with like these dreadlocks in them. These dreadlocks, right? And
a scally cap is like a really
tight,
tight,
meeting each other, right?
like a beanie but smaller.
So we grew up, and so you start getting to know them. And
some of them have like a little brim.
Nobody can figure out this. And I just looked at the board. There was two stick figures of dread, and I just shouted out Das Effects, and that's who, right? And so they're like, hey, who said that? It was up in the back. Oh, yeah. And he just was like, who am I talking to? You know? And it was like, from that moment, you knew he was that's who he was, you know? So, so we started school, first day of school, we had the same classes, and I'm late for everything. I'm still late for everything. He was super early for everything.
That's hilarious.
I was annoying to him. So
very funny.
the parking garage, I was on the 5th floor. He was right front, first spot, first row. Right. That's how he was. And so first day of school, we come out and I come down the garage because I'm way at the top. All right. And here he is. He's standing in front of his car. I didn't know it was this guy, but he's standing in front of it. And the car broke down. So I said, you know, hop in, I'll give you a ride home. So I drove home. I was like, you're like 15 minutes from my house. Like, if we're going to commute, you know, I can come up to your house. We can commute together. And that's how it started. And yeah, so that's 4 years of that. And
so you commuted together every day?
Every day.
Wow.
Yeah, and it was Northeastern. So back then we had co-op.
Yep.
And we tried the co-op thing, and then he was like, "Listen, let's
Sorry,
let's
Pam.
graduate our friends." And,
Let me
so
go over
we did it in the 4 years,
real quick.
and went to school in the summer too. So, but
Not gonna take long.
we did everything together, concerts and games and everything. So that's when we started going to. He went to opening day, Red Sox all the time, and that's when I started going with him. I had a good streak. I don't know, it was like 12, 13 years, 14, something like that. It was long. Every year it was great.
Wow.
And
Of openers.
then I stopped, and he still went. He had other crews and other people. Every once in a while, I'd go and show up. But that's kind of the background how I met him, and then it was on from there. So you know, he was part of my life. So he's just a great guy. So
Tremendous.
we'll start there. That's kind of the background of it, and we would hang out all the time. You know, every day, every night. You know, we'd go out together all the time, and I can like. He was so quick-witted, but like quiet about it. So sometimes you would even hear the joke. You know, I mean, he would break balls freaking too. He was really good at that too. So and sometimes you're like, wait, did you just? He got you. You know, he got you. And I so it was way back. You know, I just remember taking us way back. But we were watching ER. Remember ER came out?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Something. So you know, we went to college from 94 to 98. So it was like 95 or something like that. And we would get ready to go out one night, and ER was on in the background. And I just remember the story because this is how he worked. This is how his brain worked, right? He's just super funny and quick. But so we're watching the show, and at some point, the doctor, well, it doesn't matter, but the doctor.
All right, speed it up. Thank you.
You know, I like those. I like those memories a lot. I can hear his voice, you know, and he's seen those videos, get you, because that's his voice, you know. Yeah, tough. But I mean, I can tell you, you know, as we get older, he was baby faced until, I mean, right when graduating college, he still looked super young.
Yeah, he looks
just
so
sort of
young.
grew. He still grew, and he grew into even as when he swore in as a cop there. I think he was 29. He still looked young. He's still pretty young. He was kind of growing into it.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
10 years before, he looked even younger. He's 18 or 19. But you know, as he kind of grew into it, he got more confidence, and you know, he had some funny lines. He would, you know, he'd call him phone and be like, "Hey, Johnny, what's up? Hey, Cheese Dick, what's up, buddy?" You know, that's how he would.
Wow.
It's just a thing. He would just say it. You know, it would be that all the time. It'd be something else. You know,
Right.
Crazy, whatever. You know, you dry one-liner. His jokes were super funny, but they were, you know, like dad jokes when we were kids too. You know, some awful ones. But you know, I was telling some of the guys some of these stories, like when Johnny was not in a relationship, he was always, it was different going out with him when he wasn't, you know, he wasn't with somebody, he looking for somebody, right? So
That's kind of how it goes.
because in that opposing dugout, there was a little area just to the left of it cut out for Heidi Watney. And Carrie might know. Do you know what Heidi Watney is?
Yes.
All right. So Heidi Watney was like a sideline reporter, or you know,
Heidi
finesse.
Watney's not
She worked
that
the Red
hot,
Sox game,
man.
and she was beautiful, blonde, beautiful,
Hot.
right? So he is just, it's like, dude, the game, you know, you're gonna be in foul ball territory, you're gonna be ready. And he's just like, you know, and so these two kids we didn't know sitting next to us, and you know, he keeps talking to me about Heidi Watney, right? I mean, can't get it out of his head, and so these two kids are like, oh, whatever, you know, he's like, hey, listen, he's like, you watch, I'll tell. So he keeps drinking, has a couple of beers, and then he's like, hey, I'm gonna send her something. I was like, okay.
All right. Okay. All right.
You gonna say, what are you gonna say? Right? She's working, dude, right? First of all, she's working. He's like, I'm gonna send her something. So he's can't send her a drink. The lemonade vendor, the frozen lemonades. It's like Minute Maid frozen lemonade popsicle type thing, right? So I'm gonna send her one of those. Just calls the vendor over. He's like, hey, listen. He's like, let me get one of those. He gives him a big tip. He says, listen,
frozen lemonade? Are you fucking serious?
No.
Go over there and give it to Heidi Watney over there and just let her know it's from me. He's like, here you go, thanks, buddy. And he just walked away. He's like, you know, typical of Boston, but
that's amazing.
So he looked at me. He's like, hey. I'm like, oh no, I'm not doing it. And sure enough, I'm like, all right, you know what? That's what it gives it to me. I go, well, I gotta do it quick. We gotta make a quick decision because it's hot out and it's a frozen lemonade. So I go up, I go around, like a third, like we're in third grade. Excuse me, Heidi. Hey, excuse me, Heidi.
No.
She's like, yeah. I was like, listen, this is from that guy over there. He's standing there like,
No.
Yeah, hi, can you get the fuck away from me, please? I'm Heidi Watney.
Drop it.
Oh my god.
No.
And I was like,
Was she impressed?
Oh yeah, totally impressed. Yeah.
I love it.
Totally impressive. You know.
Oh my god, that
Red
is
Sox shirt and hat on. She's like, that guy with the Red Sox. Yeah, the guy with the Red Sox shirt on the Red Sox game. Yeah.
And by the way, we're getting to the Maya trial in a bit. I just wanted to go through some of this because I was listening to it earlier, and I was just like, I got to play a little bit of this. And
the idiot waving at you. So that's sort of like how it was when he wasn't when he was not in a relationship. That's what it was like. It was like trying to corral him into, hey, we're going, you know. And it's those are the stories. Those are the funny things. There was we used to go to a lot of Bruins games, and one of Johnny's good friends used to bartend over at the Fours, which is do I have to spell it, Lydia? So the Fours, F-O-U-R, right? We talked earlier about that, right? So
over at the Fours, you know what I mean? The Fours. Do I have to spell it for you? It's the F-O-U-R, and they're also the F-O-U-R Rensic group. So it's funny stuff.
We're gonna have a little translation running across the bottom.
Right? So over the Fours, and so we go over there after the Bruins game, and so there's one time we go over there, and you know, it's not that busy, but it's after the game, and there's this beautiful blonde woman sitting at the bar, and she came in with Lyndon Byers, LB.
Stop.
Yeah. So she's with LB. So for those who don't know, Lyndon Byers used to play for the Bruins. He was their enforcer, so he was the fighter. Not really a goal scorer at all. Just there to fight.
He also died recently, so R.I.P. Lyndon Byers.
Right, and we used to. He was great. He was great to, you know. He was very personable. I met him a few times, but this is before I met him. And sure enough, he knows everybody at the place. So he leaves her at the bar, and he goes and he talks to all the people, and he's whatever. Johnny gets up and he goes over and he starts talking to her.
Stop.
What are you doing, dude? Oh yeah, this is what he right.
Stop it.
So he goes over, he starts talking, he's buying a drink, whatever, and so.
God.
Did he know she came in with LB?
Oh yeah, 100%, 100%.
Definitely now.
That's what I mean. That's what it was like to go.
Definitely now.
That's hilarious.
It was funny. He was serious about it. He wasn't like a
Right.
It wasn't like a mean or like creepy about it. Like the body was a little creepy, maybe just a little bit. So like a little bit like childish way, but you know, but the so he goes, he's talking to her, and he's there for like an hour. LB doesn't even come by. He just keeps going right. So I go to the boys' room at one point, and he comes in, and I said, "Dude, listen, right or wrong, I don't care what happens. I'm there. I will fight. I'll do it. I am not taking a punch for this. I'm not getting punched by LB.
No way.
Being stupid, dude. Don't be an asshole. Like I'm not involved. Like if this goes down, you're on your own on this one. You know what you're doing." So the best case scenario happened though. LB finished to talk to his friends, and he walked by and just says, "Let's go." She gets up and walks out, and I was like, "Thank God." There you go. Yeah. He's just like,
if you're not doubled over in laughter right now, then me and you can't be friends because this is hilarious.
Oh, that's hilarious.
It was funny. So that's how he was. He was comical. He was just, and he would say stupid, dry stuff and funny stuff. Even in those situations, he'd be like, yeah, I can't say all the comments, but he would say some funny stuff. And I remember those moments are like burnt into my memory. It's for how funny, because then you go out, you laugh about it. You can't stop. Who are you going to do?
Right.
He's going to get you. He's going to put your shirt over your head. So those are some of the things I think about, and in moments where it's like the worst, right? So you're having tough moments, and you think about those, and you can't help it but laugh. You just have to laugh about it because you have to pull that out, and and then, really, really let yourself go to that moment and laugh about it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I can tell you.
The grief is real with this one.
I don't know if, it came out a little bit in the trial about the shoes, taking the shoes off.
Yes.
Yeah.
He was very anal retentive. It would be the best way to say it. He was very, so, I mean, we'd walk through the house and you'd take the picture and you just like a little bit and you keep walking and you just wait. You'd wait, he'd walk by, he'd just not say anything. You'd take his wallet and you'd move it just a little bit, and he'd walk by and just put it back. And then, of course, if there's a bunch of us over and we're all doing little stuff, he'd be like, and finally be like, oh, you guys are walking with me. He'd be like, oh yeah, we are. We've been doing it for a while. You just and yeah, dude, I've told the story. I don't know if it's been on any of the shows, or I don't think it made it anywhere. But Johnny's sister Kristen she was awesome. She was amazing. She had this laugh that, like, it was like a big booming laugh, and you could hear it rooms away. She was very, very funny. Yeah. They had like such a crazy good relationship. They were so close even before she got sick. I mean, they were super close. Biggest thieves, and she would mess with them too. And I told the story a few times. It's one of my favorite stories. It was one of the moments where you like realize just how retentive he was. It was a Super Bowl party, and it was at his parents' house. Bunch of kids, Paul's friends were there, Johnny's, so a few of us were there, a bunch of Kristen's friends were there, and we're all in the kitchen. At one point, Johnny goes to the bathroom, and Kristen walks over to she's like, hey, watch this.
What's the punchline?
The microwave, and she hits the button, right? Just hits the button, so the time's not showing. And she's like, see how long it takes him, right? Just see how long it takes him to notice. And he had this walk where it was like, he just kind of like, it's just how he walked. It was this.
Terry Roberts talked about his walk too.
Yeah, he was kind of hunched over a little bit, like. And he walked in and he just walked right, like as he walked in, break stride, walked right in.
No.
He fixes the clock.
No.
And the room.
No, he did not.
No.
I told you, he knows right away.
Oh my
She
God.
messed him a lot. But
Everybody's exchanging money for who won the bet.
I don't believe it. I don't
We
believe
didn't have
it.
time to bet. That's how quick he did it. Like, he was just.
I don't believe it for 1 second.
Oh my gosh.
It would be
But
one of
that's
those moments.
that situational awareness probably helped him in his job.
Definitely. I've said it before. He was like, if you went into a concert or you went to a wherever, he would be the one to know where the exits were. And like, he was that guy. He was
like an adult
stuff that went on, and we were like, no, but you just take care of us because none of us care. We're gonna have fun. And then he'd let loose, and if Johnny let loose, then it was like we had nobody.
I mean, I don't doubt what the things that he's saying, but man, this guy just has a history of sucking. So it's, I don't want to, doubt what he's saying, but it's just like the whole thing is just fucking weird.
Nobody watching over us. So, but it was those are the times, man. I love it. I love those stories. I mean, I have a million of them. So, one of the things.
Yeah, it's so nice to just hear about his real life, and not this story.
Ginny Jams says, that's my dad. And she's one of the ones that's usually on here. And I don't know what that means. That's my dad, or if that reminds her of her dad, or
that
something.
People have. It's so nice to just hear about him as a person and a friend.
He had this, like, it was like, it could be annoying at times, but he had this like dark sense of humor, right? This sort of like, no, it wasn't all dark, but like the darker the funnier, right? We all have that. So like, actually, and he would banter with you back and forth, and he was good. But he would do things that would annoy people to just see how long it took them to laugh or to like snap or whatever, like, even just to get that reaction. It was funny.
That's the Irish gene pool.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, it's probably us. Yeah, so we all have that over here. There was
nobody wants.
I was telling 2020, and they cut it. They didn't put it in. But we went.
Nobody wants to swim in your pool, honey. So please stop with that. That's gross.
Went to a bar once, and my girls love the story. There was, we're playing pool or whatever, and there's a jukebox there, and he used to love the song "Sweet Home Alabama." Everybody knows he's an Alabama fan, but he used to love the song "Sweet Home Alabama." And he goes over the machine, he puts $20 in it, whatever it is, and he plays the song 20 times. It's probably $5, but it was a while ago. So he put the money in, he plugs it in, and he sets it 20 times. Plays the song 20 times in a row. So the first, right? Yeah, you can already tell how annoying this is, right? So the first song comes on, everybody's like, "Oh yeah, I love the song." Everybody loves that song. Start, comes on again, second time, third time. People are like, oh, you know, okay, right, yeah,
Oh
third
my
time.
God. You cannot be
Sixth time,
serious.
like, who played this, you know? And
Oh my God.
he's like,
And you were like,
he can't stop laughing, you know?
you played it.
So
No,
finally
you
go in
played it.
and boom, pull the
No,
machine.
you played it.
Oh,
No, I
no.
gave you the
Everybody loses
opportunity.
everybody,
You
and
played
of
it.
course,
Oh
an
my
hour later, goes
God,
back
too
over.
much.
Boom,
No.
puts it in.
No,
Plays
we
it
did
again. Then it comes back on again, and some people remembered, some forgot. By the time the second time came on, they're like, "Pull the plug right now!"
Oh my
Pull that
God.
out.
Oh, I
It's
can
like-
see how
Oh,
that would
that
be.
is so funny.
I
It's,
can
Just so
see,
there's an app
It would
now
make a
that
great
I can
Twitter
see where that
troll.
would be funny.
Say it again.
yeah,
I said he would
There's
have made
an
a great Twitter troll.
Oh,
He was
sorry.
trolling him.
yeah. You know, there's an
I
app
love-
now that you can get into jukeboxes in bars, and you can play songs on their jukebox. Did you know that?
No.
Yes.
Nobody knows what the fuck you're talking about, lady. Okay? Nobody knows.
You
What?
can do that.
Who doesn't know that?
Because my
Is this-
kids
is this-
do it at night.
Oh wait, that's. Oh, well, we used to have to use quarters. Now you put
Yeah,
your
we
credit
had
card.
quarters.
In good times, Julie Copper over here says, let me see if I can pull my cleavage up to my neckline. Maybe you'll like that.
It's an app, and like you can pick a bar and you can like start playing songs. So like
What? I need that
football
app.
season.
Even
like,
if you're
you can
not
get
there?
into-
Oh,
You
if
can
you're
just
not there,
pull
that's good to know.
So you can get into like if during football season, if it's one of your rivals, you can get into their local bars and start playing songs on
Oh
there.
my God.
Oh,
I
that's
so
so
want to
funny.
do that.
You gotta get
Yeah, yeah, it sounds like you would have loved that.
I'm going to start
Uh,
terrorizing people.
Somebody just
Me
said, "Do I have a go-to Bruin story?" Is that what they were asking?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, a go-to Bruin story. I can tell you. One
Yeah,
time
go-to
we went-
Bruin
It's
story.
probably not a good story. But we went to a 1:00 start game, and yeah, it's not good when you're leaving in the middle of the daytime. And like I said, he's
Yeah. Get a haircut. You're a mother, for Christ's sake. You're just a giggler, ain't you?
the one who had all of his stuff together. So I rely on him, he rely on me for the fun. I rely on him for the. And we go down to get on the train to head back towards Braintree, and I come down the stairs and I look, and he's on the other side of the subway station looking at me. We're across, looking at each other like, huh? You know, and he's looking at me, and the train comes, and he gets on the train and goes, and I'm like,
He's
Stop.
looking
I
at me,
know I'm in the. I'm
And I'm
going
looking at
where's
him.
he going?
and he's looking at me, but
Went
he
the other way.
knows
This is before cell phones too.
that I'm looking at him, and I know he's looking at me. I'm like, "Ah!"
Just sit there and wait. Trains coming by. I'm like, I don't even know if he's coming back.
Oh my goodness.
I could like get out and just take a cab home. You're just like, I'm not doing this. This is stupid, right? And I just sat there. And eventually, I have no idea how long, but eventually he came
I
back.
can see where that would be
No.
funny.
Yeah. Moral of the story:
I can see where that would.
take it
be
easy
funny.
at the 1:00 Bruins game.
Yeah.
I could see a world.
So to give you
That
another.
would be
So
funny.
we used to go to concerts and games and everything, and he would give me my he'd have the tickets. He'd give me my ticket, and I'm that guy who shows up to the gate, and I'm like, oh, you know, tickets. I'm like stupid cargo shorts in the back pocket, and I'm checking. I'm like, oh, dude, I'm like laying
Cargo
everything out.
shorts.
Like, and he's like, come on, let's go, let's go. You know,
There's nothing like, playing up a Boston accent. You know what I mean? Like that chick Boston Brandy, she's a super accelerated Boston accent girl. She does it all the time. I fucking tell you, I was walking to my car and I fucking like, lady, you don't talk like that. I mean, you know what I mean? We have accents and shit, but just stop. And I feel like this guy is kind of playing into that whole thing.
it would happen every time. It would happen for years. Finally, he learned to get to the gate and be like, here's your ticket, Johnny. You get your ticket here. That's how he would be. You know? And I deserved it. 100% deserved it. But he was, that's what he would do.
Oh, this,
Yeah, he was.
you are the living
He's a good man.
end.
He's a great man. He's a great man. So
Yeah.
I don't know. I just wanted. These are stories I want people to hear about him because he's just, everybody knows or should know the incredible things he did. He did like behind the scenes. He did some. I don't know if people knew he was a pretty decent plumber. A pretty decent plumber. And yeah, his dad's plumber.
This sounds like some leakage, doesn't it? I haven't heard this before.
Plumber.
Yeah,
And-
yeah.
Oh, that's right.
And I know he would just go to somebody's house and do the plumbing work. Just not ask for anything, just do it. Somebody had
Pretty
an issue.
nice.
I mean, that's kind of what in the trial that kind of popped out with that mysterious plumber guy. You know what I mean?
Richie.
Yeah,
Richie,
Richie.
Richie,
Richie.
Oh my
yeah.
goodness.
So,
I
but,
can't
I mean,
take
that's the kind of thing when you know that sort of background that he was a decent plumber, you'd be like, well, then she was just doing it to piss him off. Like,
Right.
That's
Exactly.
she's doing
Very
the honest thing.
manipulative. Yeah.
And you,
Nicola Maxwell, retarded. This guy's fucking retarded.
you don't know that. I mean, you kind of know it, but you don't know the full background of why was she doing it. She's doing it to piss him off, just to be
Yeah.
an asshole. So,
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
yeah. And you hear that in trial and you're like, I mean, so many things you heard in trial. You're just like, what is the truth here? Because it's not. It's you know, we saw the truth. We knew it. We knew what was going on, and you were confused as to you're hearing it. It's not even remotely the story at all.
What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Baby, don't hurt me. No more.
So, that's unfortunate too. So I'm thankful for this moment here to sort of tell some of my silly stories and live some of that stuff. So
he's been so forgotten in all of this, and I know
Really?
everybody says that, and
True.
we all say it too, but he really has been.
absolutely. And, people like to say it. Oh, justice for Johnny. It's like,
Yeah.
You know what you're doing. You know what you're doing.
Yep.
You're using it for slogan. You're using it to hide behind it. We know it. Everybody like it's so glaringly obvious what they're doing with it.
Yeah.
But I'm not. Look, his friends on our side. We all understand what happened here, right? We know we took the loss.
Yeah, we know what happened here. It was a thing in court for a while.
Right. This is devastating to us. We wanted that justice, right?
Yeah,
we wanted that justice, and it's never going to happen that way. Never going to happen that way. And you guys are pulling out some good strings here, and we're seeing some more stuff come out. And we could tell. I mean, you could tell something was going on in the courthouse because the way she acted in the courthouse, like it was she was supposed to be there. Like this is her, like she ran. She would shout. I was telling you guys earlier.
I would argue when you're an innocent person being railroaded that you go into court with a game face every day. Like, go fuck yourself. Like she did in the mugshot picture after they arrested her. Was she like meekly like, no, she's like, you know what I mean? Like these people have all seen mostly guilty people in trials. Right. So then when they see someone who's innocent, they're like, oh, that's not the way to act. Because I mean, how many trials do we watch where the defendant is being railroaded by the government? Not many. And we didn't get to see it with Richard Allen because there was no cameras allowed. No cameras, no wonder, by the way, in that one. But these people are used to seeing guilty people in criminal trials and being like, that's not how you act. But you've never seen somebody innocent probably in a trial before. So how would you know? I would think you act the opposite way of the guilty person. That's just my take.
Yelling tough guy to Carl in the second trial. Like,
Yeah.
if you knew the story in the first trial, like he was standing there and she pushed into him, but he didn't move.
Mhm.
So she wanted him tossed. And yet right before that, she brushed up so close to Mrs. O'Keefe. Right before that, like put that her hair touched Mrs. O'Keefe's face. That's what really happened.
Wow.
You don't see Mrs. O'Keefe going, yeah, we're possible.
No.
But
Right.
she abused that.
Yeah.
That privilege of.
I'm going to give you the real story. That's why it's coming out 6 months after she was acquitted. But I didn't say anything at the time when I've been interviewed several times on TV and whatnot, because I just didn't think to bring it up. You know what I mean? Much like some of the witnesses, the Commonwealth witnesses in this trial. I just didn't think to bring it up. I didn't think to bring up that she said I hit him. It's just at the time, it wasn't really important. Like I was focusing on life-saving measures. And when I heard her say she hit him, it just didn't register with me. You know what I mean? So
of having to be there, except the day when she got sick, which was who gets a sick day? Who gets a sick day? I've never heard that.
Nobody.
No.
It's crazy.
Nobody.
Even Sarah Boone didn't pull that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Nobody.
wait, are they talking about the day that they didn't have court because apparently she was sick? She's got multiple issues, dude. multiple. She was there every day. And now they're trying to rip on her because court one day had to be canceled. I mean, she has multiple issues that we know about. She's fucking people, I'm telling you.
It was a trial of firsts, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And hopefully last.
A trial
Yeah.
of
Did
first.
you hear her, John, in the Rotten Mango interview? And Karen strikes me as this person where she's got to one up everybody and she's got to have the most. And she had said in the ID doc and in some of the interviews that the people they got to speak for John are people that didn't even really know him. That his sister-in-law didn't know him, and that you and Brendan, she didn't know who you guys were, and you weren't even friends. And
They never
they
met.
cut out like her,
never
closest
met her
friends and these
before.
people to travel to come do these interviews, and it was just, to me, it was so offensive that she would try to do that to the people that loved him and to try to do that to him. And so
But that's the point. That's the point, right? So, I mean, I'll go there. That's the point of this. I won't watch anything that she's done. Every time she opens her fucking mouth, it should start with "Once Upon a Time," right? Nothing. It's
Well, if you don't watch it, how do you know she's a big fat liar? Right? I don't know.
Literal fairy tale. It's a fairy
It's
tale.
purposely driven to what? To dehumanize
Yes.
the witnesses, the O'Keeffes. How many times have you heard people say, "Oh, I used to have sympathy for Mrs. O'Keeffe, but whatever comes after but, shut up."
Right.
right.
You've lost all your humanity. It doesn't matter what you say after that. Like whatever your butt is, it came from an outside source. That's bullshit. The O'Keeffes were in for the money. No,
I would argue that you have lost a little bit of your humanity, not all of it, because that would be ridiculous. But just by you doing this kind of tells me you lost a little bit of your humanity. So
it's like,
and I also don't agree with everybody, attacking Peggy. You know what I mean? There's a couple of things that kind of irritate me about her, but also she's in a tough position. So that's all I'll say about that.
like they do it to push your buttons, and they know what they're doing. It's look, every single word is calculated. I won't watch anything she says. I won't watch. Look, the Friends. We won't watch any of these stupid shows. These the Lifetimes or the Prime or whatever's coming up. The Rotten Mangoes. I don't give a shit. I don't care. I don't care what she says. It doesn't matter. It's all propaganda. It doesn't matter. It's like it's. I think I said to Carrie earlier. It's like a historical fiction novel, right? So I love them, but they're based upon like a nugget of truth or a snippet of time in history, and that's it, right? Like that's the basis of this whole fake story around it. But then they go back and you say, hey, yeah.
Kind of like your little snippet in time when Karen left the house that day, and and that's why she's guilty. He talks about that a lot. So kind of like that snippet in time that you're talking about, and then you revolve everything else around that. It kind of seems what you're doing.
That piece is true. So if that piece is true, it's a true story. It's not. Everything else is bullshit. It's all stage. It's all a stage. Everything's been calculated so that you will look the other way from that data in her car data and Johnny's phone data. Everybody who saw the cross of Barrows knows, right? He confirmed the taillight looked like that before Proctor's out of bed. So, whatever. I mean, if you don't want to know that, if you don't want to believe it, or you listen to the wrong, whatever. That's the point. So you never look at that.
Right.
That's what all the noise is.
You and I talked about this earlier, how I was saying to John how if that was Alan Jackson, if it was reversed and he was questioning Barrows that day when, there's all this bullshit and all this, through Jackson's, and then Hank gets up there and shows the picture, her taillight gone. Kerry Roberts already said that's what it looked like at 6 a.m. And Hank says to him, is this what you saw? Whatever, yada, yada. And Barrows says, yes.
Yep. He got him too, because he said, you're already on testimony talking about this. So now that you've gone, you drove 2 hours to meet them in their hotel and have the powwow, right? Mm-hmm. Now your story's this, I get it. But before you testified like this, so before I ask you, when were you lying? Right. Before I go there, so that's kind of where it was. And you saw it, and I mean, the picture spoke for itself. There was a timestamp on it.
Right.
He didn't even need that confirmation.
Right.
Right. The confirmation helps because it puts the same taillight at 4:30 or whatever time it was we went to, right? So I mean, that's what we know. But
And yet, with all these amazing things that you're talking about from an evidentiary standpoint, it didn't work. You see how that happened? Like it almost like your evidence wasn't any good because, well, you know, what was it, June 18th of 2025? Things went downhill for you guys, didn't they?
But you know, I don't want to go. I don't want to talk this shit. You know what I mean? Honestly,
Sorry, I
it's not-
apologize.
No. It's
Yeah.
totally fine. It's totally fine.
I want to
Look,
ask you, John, something about, you know, early on in this case, the propaganda that she was putting out caused so much damage. And
Propaganda, like Soviet Russia, you know, in the 40s or whatever. Propaganda, yellow media, you know what I mean? Muckraking or whatever they used to call it. You know what I mean? Shit like that. It's not what it was. It was just the truth.
I remember Sue O'Connell saying to me, well, you know, you're really to blame for this because you're highlighting it and it's the Streisand effect. I have a completely different view of that. The damage in the first 6 to 8 weeks was so great, but you have that perspective where it's affected your life. So what is your opinion on how you would combat something like this? How do you fix this? I think, you know, we all came in a little bit later.
By the way, if they can make fun of other people that talk, Nosy Magoo up here is very quiet today. She's usually very talkative. So yeah, that's Nosy Magoo. I don't know if you guys are familiar with her, but she is up there above the fabulous Johnny Jackson.
Than that, and by the time we came in, I don't know what we could have done because there were so many people that just started believing those lies, and it caused so much damage. And you know, if this ever happens again,
it's gonna happen. I mean, this is the playbook.
You know?
Right? This is the playbook now.
Yeah.
So I mean, this is going to be taught in schools or you know. You know, in smoke-filled rooms, they're going to talk about how they're going to figure out how to do these things again because this is how I mean, it worked. And you asked us how to combat it. Truly, I don't know, but I can tell you this: we were like you, like most of the family and friends. We looked at this, we're like, this is pretty cut and dry, right?
Yep. Yeah.
Screaming at the voicemails.
Cut and dry. We've heard that before. You think he's a proctologist, a proctor apologist? I think he's a proctologist. I think he is. He just used his words.
You know, she was angry and hated and like all the stuff back. Like, you know,
You can't really get any more cut and dry than leaving your tail.
I mean, the taillight all over, but more specifically, she said.
In his clothing.
Again, it's like, I'll go back to your question, Julie. Like, what do you do? I don't know, because we all talked about it beforehand, and we were approached by, you know, mainly like newspapers, nothing crazy at the beginning. And it was like, no. It was like, look, that's not us. Like, just watch the trial. It's all there. It's pretty easy.
Yeah. Right.
She was pissed. She hit the gas. She was drunk. It's simple. It really is.
Yep. In front of a house which she knows are full of law enforcement. One of them she's kind of having a little tryst with on the side, who's ATF, a federal agent. And 30 feet outside their door at midnight, she's going to decide to run him down in front of their house with everybody looking out the windows and shit. Because, I mean, Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe said they were already looking out the windows. There's people looking out the windows. There's a house full of people. Most of them are cops, and most of them you haven't met before. But I'm going to run down my boyfriend in the middle of the street because I'm pissed at him. And I'm going to do it at that point. And these people miss this stuff. That's the most retarded thing I've ever fucking heard in my life. If you believe that, then you believe a lot of other shit too. But
I said it a long time ago. It's a simple case of domestic violence. And if it was reversed,
domestic,
you know, if it reversed, it'd be different, you know, he'd be in jail.
in a car.
Yeah,
Be out of jail. That's
we
fine
don't
now.
treat
Right.
we
Look.
don't treat men the same way.
No,
No,
we do
but
not.
you can't. Yeah, and you know.
I mean,
So how do you combat it? I don't know. The
Yeah.
I can't even.
Maybe for us. I mean, what you're doing is part of it right now. I mean, you're dissecting the trial and saying, look, this is where the lie is. This is where this lie is. If it happens again, if some of these same players wind up, I mean, if Dr. Mary Russell winds up on any stand anywhere, it's bullshit. But
Mhm.
you know, whatever. I mean,
Be right back,
dust her
guys.
off
Real
and put her
quick.
on the stand, and everybody's like, yeah, she
Dust her
like, what are we watching? Is this a sitcom? I mean, it's
That was
incredible.
insane.
If it wasn't so sad,
I know.
you'd have to laugh at it. Like, oh,
Yeah.
everybody take her serious. It's a serious. Like, what?
Yeah,
But,
insane.
but again, it's by design. It's by
Yep.
design. Like Gary, you were saying earlier about like if the other side said it, it was gospel. If that happened right away, too. By the way, that motion that they put out at the beginning, at the pre-trial and the first trial, where they laid out the whole, Colin and Brian and Brian. So, like, that was the playbook in the first trial. That was a mistake, by the way. Like, legally speaking, right? Legally speaking, if you were going to try this, the second trial was the right way to try it for the attorneys, for the defense. That's the right way to do it. I mean, you can attack all the stuff you want, but in the first trial to come out and accuse people, I mean, accuse people, not allege, not sort of, point fingers at and say, well, it could be, here's all the evidence that says it's more like, no, they absolutely did it. And
Yeah.
go get him.
Yeah.
And it was like what, this is bizarre world. This is, there's nothing there that even remote. Look, we know about dials and whatever. Every says about dials, okay. Where's the evidence that they did anything? Where's the evidence on Johnny that anything like that happened? There's not. And so I keep going down this road. I try not to, but this is about Johnny today. So
Yes.
I'll get back there. But it's important. The question is important. How do you prevent it from happening? I don't know, because we sat by saying we don't want to be the reason this goes wrong. We all, the friends got together, like, we can't talk, like, we're gonna go out in the media and say something, like, and the jury's gonna see us, like, his friends out there, like, woo-hoo, and this is what, she's, but you can't do it. So you just step back and say, and the other side behind the scenes, we didn't know until really that first time we walked into the courthouse, when they were screaming, cop, right in your face, cop killer. I'm like, me? Me?
John's friends, right? Yeah,
Right.
I wanted to ask you, like, how that first time, I can't even imagine what that felt like.
Brutal. It's brutal. Like, the first time you're stunned, but then you realize, like, they're shouting at me, but they're shouting it at.
Sorry, guys. Amazon came, so I had to get it. But yeah, they're talking about, like, there's not a stitch of evidence, and all these things are wrong with the case, and and I assume they're going to get, which is the most ridiculous part of this, they're going to get into how the jury was somehow like complicit in this thing or something like that. They always go to that, which is wild to me. Both sides picked a jury, and you gotta live and die with the jury. I mean, it's just the way it is. But no, they had it wrong, and they were on the inside. They were doing all kinds of crazy stuff, I guess.
The whole family that's ahead of us, right?
Yeah.
The O'Keefe's like, and it was rough. I mean, the O'Keefe's took that pretty rough, as they should. It's pretty rough,
I can't imagine.
Talking about it now, it's a little attenuated for me, because it's been a bit since then they stopped, right? They realized what was happening. They were like, oh, whoa, me's not gonna like this, or somebody told them to knock it off.
Yeah.
More
I
likely.
think you
There we go. Somebody told them to knock it off.
all held. You were so graceful. I don't know if I could have been as graceful as you were, and stoic. And
Would you categorize this guy as graceful? Let me know in the chat.
I probably would have lost my mind. We as a family went through the same thing. We had a court case. We had somebody that we loved that was murdered. So I know how difficult that is. I can't imagine going through what you guys went through to get to the courtroom. There's a video of you, John, and there's a person outside the courtroom, and he's got a camera, and he looks like a little chihuahua. And he's in everybody's face, and he's screaming at you guys. And we were talking about it today. We watched it again today, and here you are, and you're in between this little chihuahua and the family, and the friends, and Paul and Mrs. O'Keefe, and you're kind of keeping him back. And it's it was admirable, right? So here is, you know, that male energy at the highest level, where it's, I can be here and I have control of the scene. I don't need to scream in somebody's face. I don't have to threaten I'm going to hit you.
I can be here, and I can be, and then I can be here, and then you know, you're holding people. But what is she talking about?
I don't have to be a little chihuahua yapping with a phone. It was amazing. I have to give you guys all props, because what you did was the
I
grace
remember
with which you walked through that.
They did an incredible job. I would argue just as much as, you know, the community did, and, you know, the evidence did, that these people, including him, to some degree, helped free Karen Reed. It's kind of on you people too. It kind of is. I'm sorry.
I'll tell you a quick funny story about that. So I know what I said, right? I know what I said, but I didn't know I said it. Like, it just, like I was saying about Johnny earlier, he's quick, he's fun, right? So something happened, you just say, like, you joke, like, we, dark humor is where it's, so we joke about everything.
Oh,
So I made a quick,
I'm just,
silly joke, whatever.
you know,
Didn't think anything of it until a friend of mine.
just
texted me and said,
I'm an
says the line. I
improv
was
guy,
like,
you know,
what
boom.
are you talking about? And then he sent me the clip. I was like, oh, I did.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I didn't know it, whatever, but
Well,
whatever.
Well,
Yeah,
what
you
an
just say stuff
unnatural.
sometimes.
It's a great
Inappropriate stuff
line.
sometimes, or appropriate, whatever. It doesn't matter. I mean, I
Yeah.
don't care. It's fine. It just,
It was
but-
great. I mean, like, you have two choices what kind of man you want to be. You can be the little chihuahua, or you can be the other guy. You can,
The little
Yeah.
chihuahua
Chihuahuas are tough. They don't take shit from anybody.
screaming at a victim's mother and brother.
yeah. You know, when you think about that stuff, and again, we've talked about, the friends have talked about it a little bit, but you know, that whole content creator, blogger, atmosphere stuff, that's a symptom. That's a symptom of a larger problem, right?
I
That's-
agree.
They're
Like the content creators you're talking to right now, is that who you're talking about?
they're fulfilling a need, right?
Yep.
They're supplying people with what they're looking for. And so, you know, you can, I mean, I look at it the same way. It's an act. It's all
Yeah.
just, it does, the good news, bad news doesn't matter. It's just to drive the content, right? So, I mean, it's this trial is rough. So I mean, I can say he's just a symptom. You know, he's a symptom. They're all symptoms of the larger problem, which is this vapid need for, you know, this. I feel better when somebody else is getting shit on, and
Yeah.
and then you magnify that by, you know, and there's a voice online. And they fill it out, they fill it, and they fill it, and they fill it, and then people want more, and then you have to be more outrageous. And you say more outrageous. You have to call Mrs. O'Keefe the C word. Why? Because everybody gets so mad about it. Call you the C word, Julie, right? A few times.
Yeah.
I'm sure you heard that once, twice, right? And they do that. Why? It's because it drives that.
Well, once or twice, but meanwhile, have you ever seen, like, these people go on YouTube and they act like, you know what I mean? They're like, oh, you're so graceful. And, you know, they talk, it's kind of like the Nan factor. Like, they come on here and they talk like they're these real, you know, pillars of the community and stuff like that. But if you watch their Twitter feed, it's nothing but fucking hatred. I mean, it's just, I mean, I say shit on X. I mean, I admit it, but I talk like I write. People never talk like they write.
Machine, it fills that void. And they're like, well, I got this far with this kind of craziness and this nastiness. I'm gonna ratchet it up here, and it's just a thing. And that's their business model, and it's gross. It's gross.
Yeah,
It's, I mean,
disgusting.
Earlier, Julie, about like, how do you prevent it from happening? I mean, I'm almost 50, right? So close. And it's not that I'm not like this, like, you know, I'm not like a boomer who doesn't understand like I get it all, but like this social media stuff and this whole, like, I don't have time. I have Twitter and that's it. Cause like, that's where you get your news.
But yeah, you're on Twitter and you're talking on YouTube channels every chance you get. But you don't get involved with the social media stuff. Okay. All right, Johnny Jackson. Thank you.
Right.
Right,
Like, I
right.
don't live in this atmosphere. I don't have this world this crazy, like, it's all sort of, and look, I'm saying it to you guys on a YouTube channel, which is kind of funny when you're saying it, but like, this almost
that is
hollow,
coincidental. It's
I
not
made
really
bad
ironic.
content, and this person's like, oh, they made bad content. I'm gonna bring up their content and talk about it's all there's nothing. It's all empty. It's all just emptiness.
Yep.
And when you dig deep into it and you keep saying, well, it's already empty, but I got to put more stuff in there so people keep looking. And it's just gross. I mean, look, you're the exception because what you're doing, what you're basically doing is taking all step by step.
Well, they're the exception, and there's Tuesday coming in with a wrench. Amen, she says, but meanwhile, it's her channel and she's not there. She must be freeing other people or something.
All this the important evidence that you need to document, and you need to document it because there's so much. I hate the word misinformation out there, but it is. It really is. It's not even it's like malinformation because
Malinformation.
Purposely doing it. Right? It's all crafted and done in a specific way, and you get it. And like I said, how do you stop that? I don't know. Like you have to. So,
by the way, can I point out Nosy McGee up here is almost asleep? Can anybody see her? She's almost in La La Land over here.
I mean, do we start with the education system? I don't know. We go way back, like you get back to spirituality and God in your life or something, or you got to find something that sort of puts that thing that you're trying to feel in your life instead of reaching out and look.
You mean like truth? That thing? That I know what he's saying. Yeah, the truth.
Looking for hollow, nasty, vapid, just insane stuff. So I'm going off on a tangent again.
No, I think you're right. No, I think it is a void that these people are looking to fill. It's kind of gross that they're using other people's tragedies. That's really sick. And I think you're right. It's a symptom of something bigger. Yeah. And as far as the YouTube thing, I didn't know anything about YouTube before this case. The only reason why I'm here is because of John O'Keefe. I used to tell my kids, because I have kids, they're all now in their 20s, but I used to tell my kids, like, because they were on YouTube, like, hey, don't believe what you see on there. Like anybody.
Yeah, don't believe. That's a nice shot of Good Time Jules up here, like looking up into the stars. Yeah, don't believe all the truthful shit you see on YouTube. Like, don't believe it. Come to this much, much, much smaller community of people that are on the other side. Like, don't believe the masses. Don't believe like every lawyer on YouTube, right? Because they're wrong. Believe us.
You can get on YouTube and anybody can say anything. And then watching this case and all these shows, and it was like this cottage industry, and it was feeding like this addiction people had. Like somebody's show is on at 7, and then they're going to watch again at 8, and they're just going to make up more lies, and they're going to feed into it again at 8. And these people, like, I mean, we've seen it. They spend the entire night on YouTube until 1 o'clock in the morning. And now I think it's switched to the Twitter spaces. We've seen Twitter spaces, John, that go for more than 24 hours. Where people are-
Oh my God. Who cares? People do Twitter spaces and as many YouTube channels that you want. I mean, that's everybody's right to do it. I mean,
it's 48 hours.
It's insane.
I dug into them. I dug into them once in a while. I'm like, oh.
It's insane. I mean, most of them spend the entire time. There's 2 girls that support John O'Keefe really good. They do some great ones. Oh my gosh, Earl and Truth.
He yelled at Vinny on court TV because Vinny came down to the trial and he was wearing like a purple tie. And because Vinny was wearing a purple tie, which they said, supported Karen Reed, he was also talking to the likes of, Turtle Dove and, other people down there. But he was also talking to the minuscule amount of people they had on the other side. So he got on court TV and really went nuts about Vinny. Maybe we'll look that up after.
Yeah, they do really great ones. The other side, man, they will literally talk about Aiden Kearney for like 24 hours straight, but not.
And then
and anybody that wants me to get to the trial and forget about this stuff, put ones in the chat. If you want to keep going with this, we'll keep going.
It's crazy, like how sad they are, and they wish you wouldn't. It's crazy.
Again,
I've never seen this before.
And they fall asleep.
Yeah,
Oh, do they? Oh, that's,
yeah.
but that's so Spaces is filling that empty need. Like, so your show, the YouTube shows are on at this time, and then
Yeah.
I get my Twitter, I get to watch it. But what do I do in between? And you knew that this movement that they had was going to start eating each other alive, because there's nothing else they can do, right? Like, you know, when you become when you're in a movement.
No, the trash just took themselves out, man. That's all that happened. Things have a way of working like that.
It's called as a weird whatever, right? It kind of is, but you know, when you're in this sort of movement and you believe the movement and you're like, you become this movement, you become part of it, right? So now you're sort of, anybody who challenges like what you guys are doing, you bring up the evidence, you're like, yeah, but like that's not actually what was said. They're like, well, they can't accept it. Why? It's not because the truth is the truth. It's because they've become.
Hey, listen, if there's something that nobody can accept, is you people can accept the verdict in court by a jury. I mean, if we're going to talk about people not accepting stuff, I mean, let's start there.
Their identity is now wrapped into this other thing that can't accept having this other thing, right? So if you can't, if this other thing gets in, it starts to unravel your identity. Can't have it.
Right.
And it's truly amazing to watch this stuff. And so I'll bottom line it for you. It sucks because this is Johnny's. This is what happened to Johnny, right? This is what happened. This whole crazy thing was set in motion. You guys can do that part of it. You guys are doing a great job doing it. You're explaining between the feds, you know, the federal part of it, and the you know, the jury part of it, which is bananas, and this outside sort of, like we were talking about social media too. Mainstream media was wild. Like,
just as bad.
You would talk to them and they would talk to you, and they'd turn around and then they sandbag you right on the you're like, wait, that's not, like, you didn't.
Mainstream media was largely on the prosecution side. I didn't see, I mean, I live in this area, so I watch the news. Like, you can't tell me that they were defense friendly. You can't. They didn't do much of anything, but what they did do was, you know, prosecution friendly. You know, she hit him with with the car after a drunken night, blah, blah, blah. I mean, I watch the news around here, so you can't tell me this fucking shit.
Like, what are you talking? Like, that's not what happened.
The truth,
right?
the truth is boring. No one clicks.
It's not sexy. It's not sexy.
They said it.
I remember you and I were just talking about this earlier. We just talked about Barrows, and I remember I said, you know what, I'm going to watch.
There's nothing more sexier than the truth, buddy. You know, whatever you got going on.
Watch the news, and I said, I'm going to watch the news tonight here in Boston, and see what they say about Barrows, because I mean that was a gotcha moment. Yeah, it looks exactly.
No
like
doubt.
That was a gotcha. That was a Perry
Mason moment, right?
It was over.
That's a Perry Mason moment.
They never mentioned it. Never mentioned it. Didn't talk about it. They did talk about all the other stuff.
Didn't need to. You want to know why? How I know? Not guilty.
You know that he said it didn't look like that. It's not what it ended on. And then I always tell the girls this, the same thing with Ian Whiffen. That man got up there and did a demonstration on the stage.
Amazing.
And I went through this before, and if I have to bring it up again, I'll do it again. Ian Whiffen said on direct, Adam Lally, I did a show on it, like one of my first or second shows. Adam Lally said, did you drive that route with your phone to see if it would register steps or flights of stairs climbed? And he said he did. He said he did. And it registered 8 flights. I have it. I can pull it up if they want to get into it. I've done this before. And then on Cross, Bob Alessi asked him, did you do a demonstration? And Bev instantly came in sua sponte and shut him down. He said, you're not able to ask that question. There wasn't even an objection. Bev came right in like a second or third prosecutor and shut it down. I have the proof of it.
Showed it. Like, there is no, that's it. It's over. And I watched the news that night too. Not a word.
Nope.
Not a word.
I did the same thing that night. Sure.
Yep. I mean,
Sure.
John,
really
with the jury,
Yeah.
And I think I'm still behind with the jury. I know with us, we had a situation before the trial even started. There was a man who was a business owner. One of his employees knew the victim. And so we were, it's outside of everything. But we were still in the courtroom. And so they had a proffer with this guy. And they asked him, what he knew about the murder and what he knew about the victim and everything. And when they were asking him that, he's like, yeah, I heard my wife say something about, a kid was killed. He was shot on the north side, but I figured it just had to do with drugs.
Yeah.
And my heart sank. And they let him go through. And not only did the prosecution let him go through, he was the foreman.
Here we go with the jury shit. Here we go. I haven't listened to this before, but it sounds like that's where they're going.
And we ended up with a verdict that we didn't like. We thought it was murder. We got reckless homicide. We were lucky in 2 points. We were lucky because there was an enhancement because he was a serious violent felon with a handgun and he shot a kid. And the other part that we were really lucky with was, his family got to give their victim statements. And I think that was stolen from the O'Keefes. I think being able to say in front of the world what this.
Well, they don't get to give a victim statement because she wasn't convicted. You only get, in other words, you have a murder trial, right? And if the defendant is found not guilty, then you can't put the victims, you know what I mean? And I do consider them victims of the death of John O'Keefe, but not the victim of Karen Reed. You can't put them up on the stand and have them do victim witness statements to a person who's been found not guilty of the crime. That's ridiculous. These people say like they're aware of the law and they know the law. How dumb do you have to be to say that?
To them that was stolen from that family. But my point, to go back to the jury, was there ever a point with you where you were like, oof, I don't know. I don't know. Because as Americans, we put our faith in that, right? You put your faith in that jury.
Sure.
And you put your faith in those people. And I know how I felt before the trial even started. Like, gosh, I don't know. I don't know if this is the right decision that the prosecutor just made, letting this guy go because he already has a negative opinion. And even though it had nothing to do with drugs, like that's where this guy's head is. Did you ever have that feeling with this second jury?
Yeah. Yep. So now it's natural to sit. We're facing them, obviously. So it's natural to sit and sort of. You're watching the testimony. You're all into the testimony, and you're watching the faces, and you're just trying to see, right? You're trying to tell who's one. A lot of them pretty stoic, and they didn't. But there was someone down Jackson Street. You're like, please don't put him on. He was on. But what? There are a few. Who's really good at, by the way, is Brennan Kane. Johnny's friend.
Brennan was, listen, he was great. I mean, look at, they're just jovial. There's just smiles all around. Brennan was spectacular. I mean, just the best of the best. A lawyer's lawyer, if you will. Just one tiny little thing. He lost.
Yeah, he was like, "It's this one, it's this one, it's that one, that one." He's talking, and so we'll talk afterwards. And he's like, "It's that one in the back, this number, yeah." And he was right. And all the ones he said, they were all alternates, every single one of them. He's like,
"Wow."
But I'll give you a little.
Wow.
I don't know if it's out there. I don't know if we've ever spoken about this. About the jury. So I don't know if you remember, the defense filed a motion to have Karen pull the numbers for the jury. Do you remember this?
Yep.
Yes, I remember exactly what you're talking about. Yep.
And they were like, what? Like,
Right.
So, I mean, talk about entitled, right? I mean, that's
Like,
that is a thing that cases across the nation people do so that people get a fair trial. They have the defendant themselves come up and pull the little lottery balls out. I've seen that in many cases over the years. That's a thing. That's not entitlement.
some kind of goddamn reality show. You know what I mean?
so I'll give you a little
game show.
a little behind the scenes now. So what happens after that? That was a day or two before, and then the day of the pulling the numbers. So Attorney Little was right in front of us, and so, like I said, that motion was filed, and we're all kind of like, what? Why would a defendant ever want to put her fingers on that ever? Like,
Just look it up, dude. Like,
you never. You better. Why would an attorney ever want their client to be like, oh? Why would you ever want to even put that out there, right? That's anyway. So your intent is already out, right? You're like, well, that's such an odd request, amongst a whole bunch of odd requests. So anyway, fast forward the day of the selection. Attorney Little took the, I guess I'll call it the bingo ball, whatever the thing is, the thing that right. So she took that and she put it on the desk in front of her.
oh my
She
God.
was taking each one out, and she's going each one.
Oh my fucking, oh my goodness.
And it's right in front of us. And do you remember that crazy stupid haircut she gave herself?
Oh my God.
Okay, so now we're gonna bash. Liza Little's stupid haircut. Nice.
So bad.
Right?
It's so bad.
Right. So whatever. Right. I mean, I don't want to be cheap about it, but I mean, here's the picture we see. Right. It's like it's crazy, and her eyes are like she's all bugging out, and she's right, and she's so intense. And Brennan James, we're sitting there like, what is going on? Like, what does she do? Who?
Me and Brennan are like, look at this girl with the bangs over here checking out the balls. I mean, I don't know. They went through the first trial, which was an absolute travesty. Did you think maybe shit might have been rigged, or she wanted to see if things were on the up and up? Lawyers do that from time to time, but go ahead, keep bashing her.
Who does this, right? There was a sidebar a little bit earlier than that, and she was up with the crazy eyes, and she's going, clerk Jim, right? So he had paperwork up there, and so everybody's talking to Noni, and she's like going, like looking at all this, and we're like, is that the jury information she's looking, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So then, she's doing the thing with the balls, she's looking at them, and she's leaning over, and we're like, what am I watching? Like, this is like, talk about first, like, I've never seen anything like that ever.
That's bizarre.
Even Hank Brennan, like at one point was like, because he was sitting sort of in front and to the right, so he had to turn and look. He's like,
like me and Hank, like I'm here, and if you can imagine, fucking Brennan was like over here, and I was looking at him, and he's like, "Oh my God, dude!" And then he was like also looking at me, and he's like, "Can you believe this?" Like, "Oh my God, I can't believe this shit." And me and Brennan.
Well, he made this face like, what is going on? Like,
oh my God.
He kind of stands up, and she finishes up and puts it back and whatever. And that's when Brennan and I were like, God damn it, there's something going on.
Me and Brennan and me. I mean, we figured it out. I mean, it's
On here.
Yeah.
Like, you already felt it, but like, I shouldn't say felt. You already like worried about it, right? But you watch this happen, and you're like, between the motion and this neurotic, crazy eye, right? And she was, and they hold the numbers, and Brennan and I were like,
what was that?
And I'll watch Little, and we keep looking at the jurors and see if they look over, right? We just stare at them. We're waiting, and they didn't look over. They didn't like make like a, or anything. They were like, hey, we did it, but there was definitely when it was over.
Yeah, so me and fucking Brennan are just looking at each other. I'm like, dude, did you see that? And Brennan's looking at me. He's like, dude, I haven't seen anything like that since the fucking Whitey trial. You know what I mean? And I lost that one too, but I can't believe it, man. And I'm looking at him, and I'm like, I picture him over here, and he's over there, and I'm looking at him, and I couldn't fucking believe it.
Over the crazy wife, she just kind of settled down a little bit, still crazy, but settled down a little bit, and you were like, that's no bueno right there, that's so take that for what it is. That's what we saw. That's what we saw personally. Witnessed the whole thing happen, and then you see the nonsense right after with the jurors. All the court TV or whatever. You saw that.
Oh boy, here we go.
That was his story within hours.
Here we go with the. All right, so we already, tried dunking on Eliza Little. Now they're going to go after the jury.
Within hours, that guy sold his story at TMZ. I mean, and then you've got Paula who's saying, yeah, well, maybe he was hit by the car. That's how he lost his shoe. But then something happened to him in the house.
Well, even if Paula said that, she's correct, because she's not saying that John was murdered by her doing. So you're trying to tie things in together that just don't work. I mean, with people that have a fucking brain.
I can't. I can't. And it's
Sorry, I'm getting it. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. No one stood up. Yeah. You're right.
And the
Sorry.
scene that you just described. It's
Yeah. I mean, I get, you know, but I fucking, but fucking, I can't even say it.
almost like they were writing that for a script, right, guys? Like, and we know Yannetti sold his rights.
Yep.
Before the trial even started. And Jackson and Reed seem to be in a partnership here. So it's like they wanted something they could put into a script, which is really disgusting and really sad.
Sure.
And I think it's truly anti-American. Like if you truly are a patriot, you're an American.
100%.
You're gonna let the justice system do what the
Anti-American.
justice system needs to do.
You know,
and-
and
A jury trial in which the defendant was found not guilty is un-American. I got to take that back. I'm sorry. I got to take that back.
patriot, you're an American.
100%.
You're gonna let the justice
Absolutely,
system
absolutely.
I missed it.
and you were like, that's no bueno right there, you know. That's so take that for what it is. That's what we saw. That's what we saw personally when this whole thing happened. And then you see the nonsense right after with the jurors, you know, TV or whatever. You know, you saw that. That was
Terrible.
One
that
guy
was
sold his story within hours. Within hours, that guy sold his story to TMZ. I mean, and then you've got, you know,
I don't blame him. I would have sold that thing as soon as somebody came up to me. The fuck is wrong with that? That is American, by the way. That is about as American as it gets.
got Paula who's saying, yeah, well, maybe he was hit by the car. You know, that's how he lost his shoe. But then something happened to him in the I can't. I can't. And it's
Whoa.
sorry. Get it. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. No one stood up. You're right.
And the
Sorry.
scene that you just described, it's almost like they were writing that for a script, right, guys? Like,
Here we go. Script writing has entered the chat. Script writing.
and we know Yannetti sold his rights.
Yep.
Before the trial even started. And Jackson and Reed seem to be in a partnership here. So it's like they wanted something they could put into a script, which is really disgusting and really sad.
Sure.
And I think it's truly anti-American.
They really think there was a script involved.
Like if you truly are a patriot, you're an American.
100%.
You're gonna let the
Absolutely,
justice system
absolutely.
do what the justice system needs to do.
You know, and it's a have and have not. It's between the haves and have nots, right? Like, so we're told, hey, listen, this is America. This is how it is. This is how we, you know, these are the rules you play in.
Yep.
This is what you're right. And if you have money and you have influence, you don't have to play by the same rules, right? You pull a connection out. You don't, you know.
Money and influence won the trial instead of, I don't know, evidence.
And it's unfortunate because again, this all comes down to the same thing. John O'Keefe was an amazing man, and all this crazy stuff that happened, it's only preventing justice for him. That's all this is. Everything we're talking about, the Fed, the jury, all the stuff, it only affects ever getting justice for John O'Keefe, criminal justice for John O'Keefe. And it's like we'll never have that, right? We'll never ever get that.
Why? Well, why do you feel that way? You'll never get that. Why is that? As his friend, don't you think there's still a chance? I mean, people that lose people, like they never lose hope. They're like, no, I believe. I don't know. Let's
and it's, you know, life's not fair. But so what do you do with it, right? What do you gotta channel that energy somewhere else,
Right.
Because there's lessons here, and there'll be repercussions other places, or maybe, you know, maybe after this life there'll be some reckoning. Not for me to say, but you know, I don't know about the higher powers that other people answer to, but there'll be some reckoning. So hey, look. This for me today has been cathartic so far. You know, like I have other stuff we can talk about still, but I'd rather talk about him. You know, I'd rather get it back to that. I mean, this gets you to get you so angry
Yeah,
because
it
every
does.
time somebody says, well, she's friends with Peruti, who U.S. attorney, and you're like, but John will never get justice ever,
right.
ever. Keith.
All right. Well, I mean, if that's what you think, man, but you know, nothing like advocating for justice for your friend. I mean, just sitting there being like, he's never going to get it. I mean, I don't know why you would say that. Like, what do you know that other people don't know? Because I still think there's a chance. Absolutely.
He'll never
So-
get justice ever.
I can tell you, John, like for me, it's been 5 years. Noah died in 2021. And I decided last year I had a really hard time.
Listen, not for nothing. And I don't want to like rip on anybody for losses they've had in their life. But Julie Carpenter brings this thing up every single chance she gets. And it's just like, I feel for you about that thing. Like, I don't know what happened there. But why do you have to bring it up every fucking 2 seconds in this particular topic? I don't understand that.
With it. You know, this is a kid that I knew from the time he was 5 years old. Horrible story, you know, shot in the chest in front of his family, in front of his siblings, in front of his mother and father. And I just kept going through like this loop. And then I realized last year, you know, when you're going through grief to move forward, there's steps you've got to go through. And so one of those steps is acceptance. But when someone makes a choice to take a human life, there is nothing in your body and in your mind and your soul that can accept that. You're never going to get past that step.
She's so absolutely convinced that Karen Reed did this. People are pretty whacked out.
Is unacceptable for that to happen. And so I realized last year, I'm never going to move on from this. Every time I talk about it and every time I think about it, I'm going to cry, and it's going to cause a reaction in my soul and in my brain and in my mind and in my heart. And that's okay. That's okay. I'm not looking for healing because what happened is not okay. And so it's kind of one of those things that you'll carry. I don't think of it as a burden. I think it's one of those things that's opened my heart and opened my mind, and it's made me a better person. I wish that there was something I could have done to prevent it. I know, like, I was at that stage in the beginning. There's a law firm out here, and I'm friends with the managing partner. And I called him, and I was like begging him because this person had an open warrant. And I'm like, hey, you know, like, what can you do? Like, someone, like, I wanted somebody to pay for it. Like, if I could just go back, and if someone had just arrested him, then Noah would still be alive. And nobody would be going through this pain. And I really wanted somebody to pay for it. And I remember Brian calling me. He's like, hey, we've got to meet.
Really wanted somebody to pay for it. And now you're transferring all this stuff you had on this other thing. And I don't know what happened with this other thing. And I'm sorry for your loss. I don't, you know, it sounds like a young person was lost, and I don't want to like, but what I think you're doing is kind of like projecting that into this case and like somehow tying those two together because you constantly bring it up.
I'm going to talk to everybody. I'll see what we can do. Like, maybe there's something we can do. And he's like, Julie, there's nothing. Like, it is what it is. And so you get to that point where it's like all of these things happen. But, you know, for me, that's why I'm involved in this case. I watch what the O'Keeffes were going through. I watch what these witnesses were going through. Yeah. I know, you know, the most difficult thing for me was looking at the appeal papers. And so we had an affirmative defense as well. It was this convict tried to use self-defense, and he tried to paint this family as a violent family. And I think the most offensive thing to me was reading in the papers what they were saying about this family, knowing it wasn't true. It was all just, it was bullshit. It was absolute bullshit. And I think in the back of my head, I was like, you know, if somebody goes back 200 years from now, they're going to read this, and are they going to believe that? Are they going to believe what's there?
200 years, people.
And I think a lot of people outside probably, and I'm not saying Carrie or Lydia, I think they're incredibly empathetic people, but those people online and those people involved in this stuff, they don't understand how upsetting that is when you're connected to it. And I try to tell them, like, you know, if it was you, you would maybe understand. I don't want this to happen to you.
Yeah, let's see some. The red-haired woman is not Nan. No, it's not. Nan is a whole other disaster. People often bring up yeah, exactly. Ark is chicken gun. A lot of people do that. They use it as a shield and a sword, you know. Yeah. Yep, good time, Julie Carp. Yeah. Yeah, just GTJC. Yeah, that's her. Yeah, she's something else, man. But you know, if you kind of bring up the fact that she's bringing this up too much, you're an asshole because she knew somebody that was murdered, and now you're a piece of shit. But
you know, I kind of went on a tangent there, but my point is that, you know, it's unfortunately it's what we've been handed, and so I think you're doing a great job. You're talking about John. You're a really strong guy. You know, when we see you in court.
But he doesn't screw around with social media. He just said it like 5 minutes ago. Didn't you hear him?
We see you in interviews. You're doing such an amazing job, and I wish that it was different for you, and I wish that I could take away that pain. But unfortunately, this is what we got. Right? This is what life handed us.
Yep. And now,
Julie,
I mean, think about the niece and nephew, because that's multiplied by exponentially.
by the way, I would like to point out that Julie Carpenter does not know John, never knew John in her life. Doesn't she live in some other state like Indiana or something? Somebody put that into the chat. What she's doing is she's kind of bringing her loss, like, of this person, this young person, into this case and kind of projecting it on into this case somehow, if you guys know what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? She's using the tragedy that she had, she's trying to project it onto this case, and she's going to get justice no matter what. I mean, even though she didn't know him or anything like that, never knew him.
You know, it's just, you know, so it's I'm sorry you went through that too, Julie, because it's an open wound, and you know, there's not going to be closure. I mean, people like hinging on the civil case. It's like, hey, listen, these things last 6-7 years. Like, this is going to be a long time. You're not going to get, you know, some of these characters won't even be around by the end of the story. So, so you know, you can't live and die by it. And like I was saying before, you know, I talked to Carl and Brendan and Jackie, and it's like, I don't want to say we've gotten away from it, because it's not like we've gotten away from it, right? But like, the entertainment value that was there, that's there for everybody, the shows that are coming out and all, it's like, no, I'm never ever gonna watch this stuff. You know, I get text messages from people like, I'll never forget the first time I was in court. I get a text. He's a nice guy, good guy. I work with him, and he texts me, hey, he's like, I can't believe you're there. That's so incredible. I'm like, dude, you see what side of the court I'm sitting on? Like, you know, but they don't get it. I mean, it's kind of what you were saying earlier. Until you kind of go through it, it's not, you know. But again, let's pivot to Johnny a little bit here, because you know, when I started laughing, because I started thinking of just like the way he would talk to me, and just absolutely break my balls.
Yeah. All right, this guy, it's a little much. I'm gonna skip ahead.
Are your daughter? Do you just have daughters? Do you have any sons? Yeah. I have all boys, and
Julie, shut up! Nobody fucking cares about you, man. It's not about you. I mean, it's certainly not about me, but I'm just pointing out how it's not all about you. Like, every chance she gets.
What I would say in the same situation too. I would be like, you know what, guys?
You gotta understand, like Miss O'Keefe is like I said, she's funny. She's very funny. Has great sense of humor. But like, that was even for me. Like, what? Oh boy. That'll be clipped. That'll be.
He said it at the same time. Oh boy.
Who cares? I mean,
what are you saying? I'm missing text. All right, I'll go.
You have to destroy him. Right. You can't just say he's bad. You have to destroy him. You have to get the feds to get into it.
All right, I'll go.
Yeah.
Right.
You even got a sense of that from.
Want a good one?
Her,
want a good one from Mrs. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Oh my God, the giggling.
I don't even know. Can we edit this out? Right? Can we edit this out after?
Nope.
No.
Oh my God. This is the story. Okay.
So
yeah, whatever, right? What's the worst going to happen, right? Worst thing's already happened here. So I
think the best thing was seeing Mrs. O'Keefe when she put her thumbs up when she was walking by the crowd, when people showed up in court. Like, that was another time, just like your interview on Court TV when you told Vinny.
That was authentic though. When she did that.
Ginny Jams, who is one of the other circle people that is usually on, along with Tuesday. They're both not here, but she says, "Do it." So they know what he's about to say, and I did hear this earlier. So
she finally
I know this part of it.
a little bit of support there. We knew it was there. We were getting calls and texts, but nobody wanted to show up.
No, they didn't cut it out.
Right.
Everyone was afraid to show up, you know?
Yeah.
Saw Kim there, saw Steph there. I mean, they were there all the time, you know, rain or shine, they were always there, and they were fantastic. And they brought other people out with them, and they're great. They were troopers, man. They
really were.
fantastic.
Both of them, they really were.
They're incredible individuals, and look, they get skewered online. Why?
Yeah.
Because what? Because
Why? Because
they believe the evidence that we believe. So
Right.
you've got to destroy them. You know, Proctor sees the text from Karen to Jack Diamond, right? He sees the incriminating text. What do? You have to destroy him.
Right.
You can't just
Jack Diamond. Who the fuck is Jack Diamond? That's a little spillage there, right?
say he's bad. You have to destroy him. You have to get the feds to get into his phone to destroy him because he saw the one thing that you know.
Right.
He knows. I mean, everything he did was you can't unring a bell, right? So that was there. He saw it. Destroy him. There's other instances of that too. I mean, that's the MO. I mean,
Destroy him.
You look at the O'Keefe family and you're like, huh. Like, I mean, did you see the sweater that Aaron's wearing? It's like, grow up. Like who are you?
Dude, you're worried about Erin. Paul fucking cheated on her during the trial. What are you talking about?
This is a murder trial.
Right.
This is not. She don't give a shit what sweater she's wearing that day. She's not. What does she care, right? Like this is the stuff.
Although
From what I've seen, people have been really nice to Erin. Like, you know what I mean? Like supportive. Like, hey, you know, like kind of sucks being married to that guy.
I do have to say that giraffe sweater is like burned into my heart. I love it so much.
Yeah, well, right,
I'm
because
just
it's a sweet sweater. But you know what? If
She dressed
rooting
all of her
if you're rooting
clothes
for the
were
bad
great.
guys, if you're rooting
Right.
for the bad guys, that sweater's terrible, right? So, whatever.
People
So
are demanding. People are
I'm
demanding.
going to tell you a
that you tell
quick
the
story that's probably out of school, but I'm going to say it anyway. So, so. So there were a few of us in the court. So in the courthouse, during lunches or breaks, we'd go downstairs, and Ms. O'Keefe would have. She would make sandwiches and spreads. Like she would have food and drinks, and like she kept herself busy with it, you know. And so you go down there for lunch, and she tells us. She was saying it out loud to a couple of people. I wasn't in that conversation, but I was.
Oh my
right
God,
next to her.
I can't.
And
by
it was
the way,
clear as day. She says,
look at fucking Mama Llama over here, like covering her stupid mouth every 2 seconds. They all know what's coming. No pun intended. They all know what is about to be said.
you know, the day they came back to the house and they got the car, right? So Karen and her father go upstairs.
Look at them all. They're all
They
just
get as much stuff
waiting
as they
for
can,
it.
and they were in a hurry. So they run out and they take the murder weapon and they get it out of there and they go as fast, you know, they cleaned up and made their getaway. Apparently-
Made their getaway.
She left behind her dildo. It was, yes. Yeah. And I heard Mrs. O'Keefe say that word and I was like, what did she just say? And she's like, I know, right? Like she just left it. What? It's a moment. You know,
Yeah.
dark humor.
It's
Funny.
something you
stuff.
don't ever expect Mrs. O'Keefe to say.
No.
I
Do
know.
you have all girls, John?
Listen, I don't know. I've had a few girlfriends in my time. Show me one woman that doesn't have one. Okay. Show me one. Okay. And also show me a guy that doesn't, you know, do what they do. And I will tell you, you're lying, and to present them to me so I can question them because it's bullshit. Everybody, listen, in my experience, at least, they all have one. So it's really not that rare.
Are your daughter? Do you just have daughters? Do you have any sons? Yeah. I have all boys, and
Yeah. So right after this is going to start talking about kids. That's nice.
yeah, I could. That's probably what I would say in the same situation too. I would be like, you know what, guys?
You gotta understand, like Miss O'Keefe is like I said, she's funny. She's very funny. Has a great sense of humor. But like that was even for me. Like what?
Oh, what?
Boy.
A pocket
Boy,
rocket?
Hot
Are you
ticket.
Yeah, that'll be
kidding me?
clipped. That'll be all over. Whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever. Good.
Wow.
Who cares?
Oh, well.
I mean,
Who cares? Exactly. You just said it there, Johnny.
you know. I can't. Yeah.
I cannot.
It's awful, but
I shouldn't have
so
said it.
these are the stories behind the scenes that, you know,
Yeah.
the family. It's rough. I mean, it's rough, but you have to have small little bits of humor.
It's rough, but
and
you know what I mean? We found a dildo. you know, I don't think there was an ass attachment on it, to my knowledge. You know what I mean? There could have been. I'm not sure. You know, just God, it's just
Johnny would have laughed at some of the stuff.
Yeah.
You know? He would have laughed at the darker the funnier.
Yeah.
Right.
The darker the
Right.
funny. It's
Darker
always
the
funny.
funny.
It's not cruel,
Darker the
it's not,
funny.
like,
Right.
hateful or
Right.
nothing like that. But like
Right.
funny is funny. And
Erin
Right.
Leahy says
Right.
she's
Yeah.
dying.
That was what was so
He's-
great about talking to Chris, is he was so funny.
Erin Leahy says on there she's dying of I would assume laughter, not cancer or anything.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
it's just nice to have a break from all the darkness, you know.
Yeah. So I met.
Oh, sorry, John. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I said I've met a few of these people through here. So I met Chris, very nice guy. Briefly, very nice guy.
You ever met Karen Reed? Ever once in your life?
I met Brian once. You know, nice guy. You know, you hear all the stupid stories and stuff, and you know, you're on, and like, then you meet, you're like, yeah, there, it's a regular guy.
Yeah,
Pretty heroic,
just-
actually. If you're looking at his background, pretty heroic
Yeah.
stuff.
You know
Yeah.
what? Heroes.
You
Heroes,
so
dude.
not to equate it exactly, but you know the
Well,
the
you
speech,
know,
you want me on that wall, you need me on that wall, Jack.
Well,
Whatever, right?
well,
So like, he's
look,
trying to say
yeah.
like I'm the kind of guy that does that stuff. Like,
What
so
is the
you don't
code
have to.
red?
You know, maybe that's Brian Albert. I don't know. Maybe it is. He's cut from a cloth where he went into the darkest parts of the city, and he did some of the roughest stuff, and he dealt with some of the roughest people.
Wait,
And you know what? I mean, you can't not have that sort of. You know, people can't look at you without seeing that.
wait,
You have
hold
to be that
on.
way
What did
to
he
live
just
to
say?
do that job. So, you know,
Hold on. That was, I never heard this.
then
I
you
knew
meet,
the
like,
dildo
there,
part.
This regular guy, you know, pretty heroic actually. If you're looking at his background, pretty heroic
Yeah.
stuff. You know, you know, you laugh. So, not to equate it.
Hold
exactly.
on. Kind of catch what he says about Brian Albert right now.
Exactly, but you know the speech. You want me on that wall. You need me on that wall, Jack.
Yeah.
Because whatever, right? So like he's trying to say like I'm the kind of guy that does that stuff. Like, 'cause so you don't have to. You know, maybe that's Brian Albert. I don't know. Maybe it is. He's cut from a cloth where he went into the darkest parts of the city, and he did some of the roughest stuff, and he dealt with some of the roughest people.
Maybe
you know
that's
what?
Brian Albert.
I mean, you can't not have that sort of. You know, people can't look at you without seeing that. You have to be that way to live you to do that job. So, you know, you know, so but it's easy. It's easy to take that and be like, well, that kind of person is definitely the kind of person that would leave a body on his own front
Well, you
lawn.
just
That's
you just said it.
diabolical. It's diabolical. He reverse psychologically thought that if you did that, like,
Right.
unbelievable. But
It's insane.
You know,
It's insane.
everyone involved. I mean, these are good, solid people. I know in the beginning when I started looking at it, I had to really try to remove myself as far as the bias.
To remove myself from bias. This woman lives in Indiana. Okay. She knows nobody personally, absolutely nobody.
Because they reminded me of people in my life, like my
Well, they
family,
are. I mean,
my friends,
Reminded
good
her.
people.
Reminded her.
And just the more I got, to know things, that's exactly who they are. John was a good man, and in this world, we don't value men, and to lose a good one is. We should all mourn that. We should all mourn.
You didn't
loss
you
of John.
didn't know him. You didn't know him. What are you talking about? You didn't know him on any level. Talking about mourning and shit.
Because he was one of a kind, and he was a solid guy. And
we're gonna miss him.
Yeah.
The world's gonna miss out on him.
Yep.
Those kids are gonna miss out on him, and it's just it's too bad. So, like I said, you see my stupid face on these things, and I get up there and I talk, and you hear the silly.
Yeah. I mean, that's for
I
sure.
want you to just get a flavor of how fun and funny and he had like the sharpest mind. When I went to college 100 years ago, when we went to college together, it was pre-internet, right? So, or it was like just starting. So you had to call in. Some might remember this. Lydia probably won't, but you might, you had to call in and plug in your class number. Like, so you just choose your class. You get this book. You get a booklet, right? You kind of figure out. You're like, oh, it's A2974. Like A297, right? So you have to call up, and Johnny would say, he's like, Jack, come on, Jackson, come on. And I was Jackson because it's John and John. And going back to the beginning of the conversation, so when Johnny would be like, hey, we're not going out to the bars and meeting girls and be like, I'm John.
Yeah, do you guys get it? He's John, and the other John is also John. So when they would go out, it would create like a funny conflict. You know what I mean? Like, I'm Johnny, but also he's John or Johnny as well, right? You know what I mean? We're just two guys, you know what I mean? Just having fun.
And I'm John. Right? He's like, you're Jackson, I'm John, right? I'm done, right? So it would be those two guys, you know. So
How funny is
and that's
that?
how it was.
Are you kidding
John's
me?
entire gigantic Italian
Are
family
you
knows me
kidding
as
me right
Jackson.
now?
So
Yeah.
and it's fine. It's
That is fucking. I mean, I dare you to find something funnier.
it's true. But he would say to me, "Hey, Jax, you got to plug in your these are the classes we take next semester, right? Well, these are the classes." I'm like, "Okay, yeah." It's like write it down. I'm like, yeah. You know, I'm like, I'll get to it, dude. I'll get to it. Like and he can't. He's like short circuiting because he can't. You know.
Do it
He's like,
now.
just give me your goddamn social security number, will you?
Ah!
There you go.
Hey,
So,
I
right?
saw the way you did
So,
there.
You know, it wasn't too long before he passed where he says, he's I won't even say the number because God knows this was live. Everybody will,
Oh yeah.
he would say, oh man, that's crazy. That's crazy.
I'm not sure what he's talking about.
Still knows it. Still knows
Wow,
it.
no way.
Still remember. Oh, mine like a trap. You know.
Wow.
He was annoying too. He's annoying too. He'd be like,
Yeah.
registration's expired. Dude, get out of here. Just get out of here.
Oh,
Yeah.
dude, don't tell me about like that my car is illegal driving down the road and like, let's say I was to get into an accident, I would be fully responsible because my registration has expired. Don't get out of here with that shit, man.
Stop
Come
with
on.
that. Was
You
he
know?
Virgo?
It's funny. It's just how he was.
It's just how he was. Like
I don't care if my inspection says.
he would be. Oh wait,
I know. Maybe I didn't, but
oh, your inspection sticker is bad and your registration's expired. Like, get out of here, Johnny. I don't want to hear it today. He's like an adult. Is that what you mean?
Right. Yeah, I know.
he was just, that's how he was, and it's a great man. I'm gonna miss him tremendously, and I appreciate you guys letting me talk a little bit about him today because
Thank you so
it
much.
feels good.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
It feels good to
Back
kind of.
tell us more stories.
Yeah, you gotta come
Yeah,
back.
you gotta come
Sure.
back because we want to, he's been so forgotten. So to
Yeah.
be able to let everybody hear all this was amazing.
Yeah,
None of you know him.
But,
we'd
well,
love to have you back.
good. Are you gonna allow? Are you gonna copyright strike?
Well, but I mean, I didn't want to talk about it.
Oh, that's
There
funny
we
stuff,
go.
right? Everybody's so
Don't
mad.
even-
Oh,
Right, they're so mad. I'm like, then stop playing our stuff.
Yeah.
Well, it's like when you that's a good shot of Johnny there, right? When you stop and comment on stuff, that's like, it's called fair use. It's a thing. I don't know.
yeah.
What are we mad? What are we mad about?
Oh, I
We're
love it. I
new.
love it.
I mean, like we don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Again,
There are a lot of myths and legends out there. I'll say
oh,
that.
no
Yeah.
doubt, no doubt.
Yeah, the myth of Nosy Magoo up in the corner. She had just spoken.
And they're
Yeah.
like, oh, we need to use your stuff to shit all over you.
Right.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
All right.
Ian, like lie. You're not going to play our show and lie about it. Like, what are you talking about? Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
But that's it. That's it. When you start seizing control of your own narrative,
Right.
they can't take it. It
Right.
goes back.
When you start seizing control of your own narrative, they can't take it. Johnny Jackson, 2026.
That's what I said earlier. They identify
Yeah.
as FKR or whatever that thing is now, whatever that movement is.
Right.
They
Right.
identify that way.
Right.
And when you present them with something that challenges that
Right.
their beliefs in that, their whole identity starts to run.
Right.
It
Right.
just starts to. They can't figure it out. So
Yeah.
that's what your channel is doing. I love it.
We all talk
Thank
about
you
it. Like
so
they
much.
all think that we honestly care what they say. You know what I'm saying? That they're mad
No,
about, like,
no.
we're like, what are
Well, why would you copy strike people if you don't care what they're talking about? I mean, we're just having fun here. I'm not saying anything mean.
you even talking about?
Yeah,
Like,
it's not the
we
real
don't
world.
care.
It's not the real world.
No.
What you're talking about is evidence and
Right.
clearing up some of the stuff
Yeah.
that's floating out there. That's real.
right.
That's
With
real.
a little, we do have a little your mom mixed in. I'm not gonna lie, but
A little what?
Sometimes.
But you, I
it
mean,
is the way it is.
listen, if you didn't, it would be completely boring, and not just a little boring. Right? Isn't that
We're
what
not aiming for a
show's
little.
about?
It's a little.
It's
True.
not a boring show.
Right.
Really.
Mhm.
Really.
But thank
you just
you
heard that
so
story about
much.
you just heard the story about Mrs. O'Keefe. How boring is that?
Yeah.
That's not, yeah.
The dildo thing.
Right.
There's
Right?
nothing
I didn't
going
clear that
on.
with
You
her, by
up
the
our
way.
factor there.
I did not clear that with Mrs. O'Keefe, so maybe I'll say I'll let her know that she'll laugh. She'll get it.
Yeah,
Hey, it's true.
Send her.
She'll love it. Will love it. Peg leg will absolutely.
Our
love it.
Again, it's true.
We pray for her all the
Yeah.
time.
Just tell her we're thinking about her.
yes,
Yeah.
please,
Will do.
yes,
Will
yes.
do. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate
No,
this.
thank you,
John.
So,
Jackson.
so now you're bringing Kate into. Dude, I don't.
Yep.
I
No,
don't-
now we're going to talk about CIA stuff.
I don't
Yeah,
even
we're gonna
know
talk about this.
anything about this stuff. Like,
Oh,
again,
you got to
I-
listen.
Yeah. All right, John. Please. Thank you for coming. Please.
It's crazy.
please.
You got to
Oh, I
listen.
will
was, yeah, I
100%
didn't
listen.
send you that video.
Okay.
I rushed to get ready in case Julie's Wi-Fi
Oh
craps
no,
out.
not
No,
her.
I know. I'm so sorry, you guys. That was all me. We were late because of me. I'm so sorry. Blame this
This is Ginny something or other.
state of Indiana and Xfinity.
That's
Yeah,
all right.
Xfinity. You will not be sponsoring this low budget show. FYI.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely
Google
not.
Fiber
Not until we get a better connection.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Google
Very
Fiber.
upset.
Hit us up. We're open for that.
That was such a great interview, guys.
Oh my
He's
gosh.
so
Tremendous.
amazing.
He's so real and so brave and so honest.
Amazing.
He is so funny. I
He's
love
so
him.
funny.
Oh.
I could listen to him for
Ma-
hours. He was
Yeah.
Got
Yeah.
I just wish
Same.
I had the chance to see him and John, in action.
Yeah,
together.
but you won't because you don't you live like 2,000 miles away from here. You've never met any of these people. What is wrong with you?
I bet they were
Frozen
hysterical.
lemonade.
Hysterical.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, they must have been a trouble.
Definitely.
Yeah.
100%.
Oh,
You know.
Yeah, he had
Oh,
me
Kate Peter
laughing,
and
but
her
also kind of
network.
crying.
a pair that beats
Kate
the
and her
full
network
house,
can run the
baby.
Wi-Fi. Yeah, why haven't we figured that out yet? Kate?
I don't
The
have I don't have
Wi-Fi.
a guy for that, I guess. I don't know. Ask Grant. He would be able to explain better than me.
It might be
Jesus.
all the tinfoil
Did
that's
you, hear
interfering.
that, did you hear that laugh? That was horrifying.
Definitely. 100%.
You know.
Yeah, he had
Oh,
me
Kate Peter
laughing,
and
but
her
also kind of
network.
crying.
Kate and
What
her
happened?
network can run the Wi-Fi. Yeah, why haven't we figured that out yet? Kate?
I don't
the
have
Wi-Fi.
a guy for that, I guess. I don't know. Ask Grant. He would be able to explain
Oh my
better
fucking
than me.
It
God,
might
what
be
was
all the
that?
tinfoil that's interfering with Julie's signal.
He explained everything.
Maybe.
Is there a cuckoo
Maybe.
bird in
All
the
right, so,
neighborhood?
Kate, tell us.
You know.
Yeah, he had
Oh,
me
Kate Peter
laughing,
and
but
her
also kind of
network.
crying.
Kate and
What
her
happened?
network can run the Wi-Fi. Yeah, why haven't we figured that out yet? Kate?
I don't
the
have
Wi-Fi.
a guy for that, I guess. I don't know. Ask Grant. He would be able to
Oh
explain
my God.
better than me.
It might be all the
That was
tinfoil
fucking
that's
scary.
interfering
Please
with
stop
Julie's
doing
signal.
that.
He explained
Get
everything.
it out of me.
Maybe.
All right, so Kate, tell everyone what's going on. Should we play your video or should we?
What with the fake account?
Yes.
This is fascinating.
Right,
Fascinating.
okay.
So
All right.
there
Right. I get it. All right. Okay. So, all right. Listen, people in the chat, do you want me to move on to the trial or do you want to watch the crusty portion of this presentation? You let me know. If you want me to start the trial, put ones in the chat because I understand. Crusty can be a lot. But she did give me a kind of a witty response on Twitter the other day. So, I mean, she does understand humor. I forget what the joke was, but it was pretty good comeback. Krusty, KP, let's watch it while we're here. Already okay. I can't watch what's it? Yeah. All right. So you want to watch the Krusty shit real quick? Want me to speed it up? And crust we trust. Yeah, sure. Tell Tully don't lust after the crust. It's not advisable. All right, let's go. I mean, okay, let's do it then. I mean, it's going to be painful, people. I'm not going to lie, and I have not heard it.
I saw these too on Twitter, like all these like Meredith O'Neill accounts that were like popping up, right, and just attacking her constantly. I'm like, that's weird, right? But it's a very Aiden thing to do.
That's
So
weird.
apparently, at some point,
Oh my god,
someone I'm unclear if it's.
I'm going to
I
have
mean, I
a
think it's kind of
problem.
insinuated that it's the Australian,
I'm going to comment a lot, probably.
but someone access one of these accounts, and so they
I'll
were
be
able to
right
get
back,
in and
people.
get all the internal
Listen to
information on the
Krusty.
account. And it's, I mean, I'm mind boggled that there are Aiden supporters out there still arguing that it is not his
They
account.
are.
Like, I mean, this is, you could prove it in court with just what's been released on the internet. Like, his financial information is linked to this account, so it's his account. And so I guess the social media piece of that is obviously he's been going around telling everyone that he's drama. How many days drama free is he now, allegedly?
0.
Well,
I mean, honestly, but I think he's counted himself up to like 45.
Yeah.
He hasn't even gone
Something
45 minutes. Like, he's on all these mock accounts, right? So that's interesting. But what's more interesting is now messages between him and Lindsay Gaetani are leaking, and they are pretty bad so far.
Mm-hmm.
They're pretty bad, particularly the last one that came out where he tells her, you know, essentially, if you recant your previous testimony and change it and now say that you were coerced and blackmailed into accusing me of crimes, I will drop the lawsuit and all this. He literally said, all this goes away. You can make this all go away.
In a text?
In a text.
In a text and in a bubble, that
It
would
was
be different than in the context where that's actually what she's doing.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
exactly what happened. Right.
So it's just playing out
Wow.
like in reverse order. Like, we saw her change her testimony or offer to change her testimony, and the district attorney noticed that that would constitute perjury. And then what do you know? We have text proof that she was perhaps offered something to do that.
I mean, it's an inducement at the very least. I would say if anyone's
Mhm.
being coerced or otherwise blackmailed, it would be her with him at this point, right? Because he's got this $2 million lawsuit hanging
Mhm.
over her head, which he was never
Yep.
going to win anyway. It's silly, but
Right.
Right, right.
and then obviously some of the messages, there's a sexual undertone to them.
Yep.
Which adds another layer to this whole thing.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
she's a witness too. So that's, I mean,
Mhm.
that last text you just read to me is witness intimidation.
I didn't read.
Yeah.
I think I paraphrased it. Hold on,
Okay.
let me see if I can pull it up.
We have it. This one.
Yeah, we
You
have
talking about
it.
this one?
Oh, this.
Yep.
No, that's
Look, we're
one of
not
them.
so low budget.
Is it this one?
No, we don't
No,
have it in
it's the
there.
last one. I don't know if I got the last one.
have it.
Hold on.
I can pull it.
Can you add it to the stage? I can add it.
I can't add it because I'm a guest, unfortunately.
Oh.
Well, that blows your cover as the boss of all the things.
Well,
I'll
it
put it
was,
up there.
plausible deniability. It's by design.
If you want to put it in the secret squirrel space, I can upload it.
Yeah, let me
Whose
grab it.
phone number is that? That
I
phone
got
number?
it. Hold on, Lydia. I'm going to send it to you through our
Oh,
secret portal. Don't let anybody know what it is. I just sent it.
Thank you.
It's encrypted.
And
need
even
a
this one
password.
is gross though. And he's like, I know a great way to rebuild trust right now. A fun
It's
way.
so gross. It's so disgusting.
gross.
Is that his phone number? Is that his phone number?
No, this is Twitter.
One of
These are
them.
Twitter messages. Well,
No,
yeah,
no,
that
the
one
phone
up
number that's
here, yeah.
redacted. She's talking about the one that's redacted. So yeah, somebody has him saved as a contact. They threw that up. He has 3 phone numbers now, apparently.
What a weirdo.
I mean, what the heck?
Right. Lots of law-abiding citizens maintain 3 separate phone numbers with no job.
I
You
can't
know,
even-
you know who had a lot of phone numbers? Richard Allen. I'm just saying.
Yes.
That's true.
Yes. Yes.
He
he
did?
did.
Oh, he had like 17 phones. The only phone he didn't have was the phone that he from the day of the murder. Imagine it.
Oh, I didn't know he had more. He had a bunch of phones.
Yeah, he had like actually I think it was like 27 phones. It
What?
was quite a few phones, except for the one he had on February 13th, 2017. Okay.
Oh, how do I get this off? Hold on.
I don't know. Hang on. Stand by.
Pull
Everybody.
the other one. There you go.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
Oh,
What is
sorry.
going on? What are you doing? What are you doing? You are fired.
We need
Okay,
the
hang
crop.
on. How do I make
That's
this
fine.
bigger?
Yeah, we're docking pay for that one. That was
Oh,
We need the
How do I
crop
make it-
one.
how do I make it bigger?
Listen, we're still low budget.
You don't. That's okay though. I will read it. I will get it and read
Okay,
it because
great.
this is
Okay.
yeah.
We are all getting written up after this.
Yeah, no,
We're
there's
all
going to be
getting
some
fired.
swift and severe punishment for sure.
We're going to the penal colony in Australia.
So it is a smaller screenshot, to be fair. So it starts at the top, and we see Aiden say, "Guess which one I'm watching," and then she does a little monkey covering its eyes, like woohoo, and he goes, "My favorite one."
Ew.
She goes, "Which one?" He responds, "Wish I could just show." So
Ew.
yeah, we can decide
No.
what that is. Or this woman who accused him of rape, this man that she says raped him. This is how they're talking, which is normal. And then he sends her a post that she had written on October 27th defending him and says, interesting post. She asks, why is it interesting? Now, at this point, Aiden Carney, who has used his own credit card and home billing information, home IP address, phone number, a throwaway email at least, but has attached all this personal information to this account, has the bright idea to slide into talking in third person. And he says, defending Aiden. Then he follows it up with another text and he says, I'd be willing to bet that Aiden would drop the lawsuit and promise you immunity if you say that he didn't assault or threaten you, and that Tony and Kate forced or blackmail you to say that. You could end this all.
Oh my God.
There
How
it
is
is.
he
Yep,
so?
there.
How is he so stupid?
Wow.
Well, no, he's
I
really
mean-
clever because he slid over to third person.
Yeah,
That's going
I
to
mean-
throw them all off.
Right. He could never ever work for you, Kate, because he's so obvious.
No. That was the disconnect there is that he's a fucking idiot and I am not. So that was one way that we were professionally incompatible, actually.
That's crazy.
That's nuts.
That's witness
That is-
intimidation. So
I
if
know,
you
that's
if you were to
crazy.
look at the general laws, chapter 268, section 13B, it's not just emotional harm, economic harm, physical harm. It's not just that. It's any sort of, manipulation, pressure, coercion. And
A special investigator, Kate Peter here, with her choice of big words, which is always funny. I appreciate that. Now they're breaching the Delphi case. They, it's just weird how, I don't know. If they think that Richard Allen is guilty, then I mean, it's the mindset of all these people. It never stops.
offering inducement or bribery is very well covered in the statute. And that is what has happened. here.
Inducement.
Wow.
And like, lo and behold, in these messages from October 27th, by November, he's announcing to his audience in public that they're making a deal. By late December, they are engaging in negotiations to drop the lawsuit. They have a continued court date, and she has completely changed her story, including claiming that she was, somehow coerced or otherwise manipulated. And it's funny because I was listening to some of her prior testimony and hearings, and she was asked questions by Bradel about being promised things or, manipulated anyway. And she answers no every single time. And now she's changing that story.
So she is a lying whatever when it fits your narrative, but you also think she's telling the truth about this testimony. So which is it?
Completely.
I don't know how they think she's going to be a credible witness for them. I really.
And talking about Gatuni, by the way, for anybody that wants to hear the old Cosgrove voice, yeah.
Don't like this. We're living in Delulu land that none of this, them thinking none of this is going to be brought up or her prior testimony or statements.
Well, what's so funny is that both his witnesses have a problem now because Nan, the one he was also
Oh, yeah.
trashing on the 5150 account,
Right.
was a witness to the most recent charge.
Right.
So how do you think that's going to go?
Yeah.
Nan doesn't think it's going to go well.
No, she's made some comments. Essentially, I think at one point she pointed out
So now they're on board with Nan as well. You see how this whole thing, like Proctor good, Turtle Boy bad, Richard Allen guilty. I mean, just Karen Reed is the biggest, whatever in the universe, and
that she has a clear audio on her.
She did.
She
Yeah.
said she has the full audio and that the D&E pizza camera did not capture the full audio, but Nan has it. There are a
Right.
lot of women with weapons right now.
Right.
Yeah.
Wow.
so Nan, they're saying that Nan holds the secrets. She has audio never heard before from that night.
Pointed the same way.
The comm center said, why a text? Why didn't he send a letter?
Letter.
You would think at this point the guy would start using postcards or like post-it notes that you could just crumple up and throw away.
Oh,
Maybe a
man.
smoke signal, like
Right.
putting it into it's just like he goes through the trouble of so, and I know all he was thinking about clearly probably was Lindsay screenshotting it when he did it in third person, but
Right.
paying money to verify these stock accounts, right? So
Right.
like it is, I mean, you can't get any more clear ownership than a paper trail like that. Not just that, but I know the prevailing theory in Turtle Land right now is that Meredith must have made this account and then
Right.
framed him. But the phone number, right? You can't set up a phone number on an account without it having a code sent to the phone,
What? Really?
which
Yep.
then you enter.
Yep.
So you can't just use a phone number and set up an account with it. You have to do the verification. So in order for that phone number, his phone number, to be on that account, he would have had to get the code and enter it.
Now, should we show his live reaction to seeing the account revealed?
I haven't
on
even seen it
X
yet.
last night.
I
Do
haven't
we
even
have
seen
it?
This?
Do you have it?
I have it.
I
And
would like to see it actually because I
This
haven't had
is-
a chance.
this is shown with permission of the creator, our good little raccoon friend Bonnie,
Oh,
who is
okay.
the master.
Thank you so much, Bonnie. You're really setting the world on fire with this, evidence or something.
Of clipping all the things. She
She's
makes us all
definitely
look
my-
like amateurs.
She's my direct competition now for sure.
She is. I'm sure she'll be absorbed into the organization tonight.
Oh, I
But anyway,
haven't seen this. I'm excited.
thank you, Bonnie, for allowing us to show this video.
Thank you, Bonnie.
Thank you, Bonnie. Let's watch. Let's see here. There's no sound. All right. So he's looking up. He thinks it's ridiculous. I mean, that's what I'm getting out of it. No sound though. What the fuck is he want? I mean, can you guys hear that? I can't hear it. All right, are we done? I don't get what we're looking at.
It. I can't find it. I don't know
It's
what it is.
gatekeeper.
But Mark
Maybe
Betterow says corruption, and David Yannetti says corruption, and so it's just everywhere. It's just this big
Yes,
illusory
everywhere.
term where it's just like it's a cloud hanging over all of us. It's corruption.
Hanging over all of us. You're in Indiana, lady. You're not even in fucking Massachusetts. What are you talking about?
The McDonald's ice cream machine not working? Corruption.
Corruption.
Yeah, I would think that doing
Conspiracy.
things like,
Corruption.
like offering incentives to witnesses to lie, that would be kind of like something that I would consider to be rather
That's
corrupt.
pretty corrupt.
Nobody cares what you consider, Krusty.
Yeah,
That's correct.
manufacturing
Almost
it's kind of corrupt.
every accusation is a projection. In both of these cases, in Karen's case and in Aiden's case, every accusation is something they are actually doing. It's insane.
Okay.
And to the little one, you know what else is a good example of corruption is when your text messages come out that you were trying to get rid of the prosecutor. Little
yeah,
guy,
Mr.
little fella.
Yeah,
little buddy.
with his
Who
little
was trying to get rid of the prosecutor? I don't. What are they talking about?
his little penguin attorney and whiskey.
Yeah. He's like, when we
Whiskey
get
guy.
rid of this,
His little penguin attorney and whiskey. All right. So penguin attorney is Mark Betterow. All right. He's the penguin attorney. And whiskey, I guess they call Bradle whiskey Bradle or something to that effect because they think he's a drunk. But don't call us names because it will strike you. Well, don't even go over our stuff but meanwhile, these people have thrown so many bombs.
sleep right
Yeah.
into his text messages. That feels like corruption, right? Has anyone seen, you're his best friend, Jenny. So has anyone seen a text message from Hank Brennan where
Oh.
he was plotting?
Hank, yes,
to
Hank. Okay.
get rid-
I was wondering where you were going with that.
Oh, not that.
I thought you were
don't
saying
worry.
Aiden's best friend. I'm like,
No. But I mean, has anyone seen a text from Hank Brennan that was like those Betterow texts where he's like, we're getting rid of this?
Huh?
You would never see a text like that from Hank.
No.
or a signal message.
no.
Never.
Yeah.
So, yeah, crazy.
This is riveting stuff.
It really is. So I think tomorrow, guys, Kate, are you still here?
I'm still here.
She is.
So I think the witnesses motion is due, right? The motion.
Yep, tomorrow's the 23rd, so yes.
Yeah. Okay. So that will be really exciting to get to see that. So I can't wait for that.
It should be a motion to dismiss, I believe, was sort of what I was reading.
Yeah.
Yes.
With the motion they put in, so that'll be interesting.
Yeah, for
It'll
sure.
take a while. Usually it takes a month or sometimes several months for them to rule on something like that, so it won't be instantaneous. I would be surprised if they had a hearing. They may.
Yeah, I was going to ask that. I think I feel like the next step is, I think I asked a lawyer that I know, and I think the next step is Karen's team has to answer their motion to dismiss.
Right.
I'm pretty
Right.
sure.
Yep.
Right.
And then I think maybe a hearing, or I'm not sure.
Without seeing the motion, it's hard for me to know. I would be surprised if there was a hearing though, like especially federal court, because as I like to remind people, I was sued in federal court. They do most of the stuff on paper. You don't really have a lot of hearings. at
Yeah.
all.
Yeah. It just can take a long time.
Riveting.
It's a long road.
Thank you. Let's jump ahead a little bit.
Powerful about this. I mean, like I go all different sides of the internet.
Tuesday Gazette says it would be amazing. Whatever that is. I mean, it's just Cossy is sending stuff into like federal agencies and something like that.
Right, I cover a lot of ground. I haven't seen any.
You cover a lot of ground. You're also a 6-foot Amazonian friggin' monster who also has a good sense of humor. I'll give her that.
Quite the same as the true crime social media community. It's horrifying.
Yeah.
It really is just how dark it is, but it's something. It's something deeper and darker than that. And I think watching the way that these people interact with each other has been fascinating as it all kind of falls apart.
It's really crazy.
It is crazy. And when he said that, and I meant to say this, the void in people's lives or whatever it is, like that urge to do something, to create something that used to be filled with like knitting and gardening and
What?
why is it filled with this
Yeah.
now?
Right.
Like, I don't get it.
Kate, do
Where's
you
the
feel
knit?
Why does Nosy McGee have this huge green couch behind her in front of a storefront? You guys see that? It's quite strange. I don't get it.
thing?
Oh,
Let's make
yeah.
knitting trend again.
Yeah, we could all start a knitting club, like I said. We could have been the aunties, and we could have
Denise and I have a book club.
We're in a book club.
I'm not really a knitting. I would join a book club. I like to read.
I'm terrible at
Cossy, we know you're not into knitting. Yeah.
knitting, but I would be willing to do an auntie's knitting. Like I could tie some knots.
I would try
Maybe
it.
lose a row. That's what I like.
Try.
I make
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
tapered scarves because like I'll start out strong and then every time I knit, I lose rows in there, and by the end it's
Is that what it's supposed to be? Krusty's alleged couch behind her. Oh, and it's okay. It's Hank's store. I did see that before. So she's being very clever and very, very funny. Right? Is that what I'm getting? Because
Yeah. I'm not good at it, but it's better
Now
than
that I
being
know
mean to people
that-
on the internet.
it's
I
very,
agree.
very funny.
I like being mean to people on the internet more. I'm gonna be completely honest.
We like when you're
Wait,
mean
what?
to the internet, too.
I'm
I
only
gotta
mean
tell you,
when they're
Kate.
mean to me first. Thing to create something that used to be filled with like knitting and gardening and why is
She likes being mean to people on the internet.
I make
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
tapered scarves because like I'll start out strong and then every time I knit, I lose rows in there, and by the end it's just really
Yeah.
not-
I'm not good at it, but it's better than being mean to people on the internet.
I agree with you.
I like being mean to people on the internet more. I'm gonna be completely
That's
honest.
We
nice.
like when you're mean to
I
people on the internet, too.
I'm
I
only
gotta-
That's
thing
nice,
to create
Dusty.
something that used to be
Nice. Really,
I lose rows in there, and by the end it's just really
Yeah.
not.
I'm not good at it, but it's better than being mean to people on the internet.
I agree with you.
I like being mean to people on the internet more. I'm gonna be completely honest.
We like when you're
I
mean to
mean-
people on the internet, too.
I'm
I
only
gotta
mean
tell you,
when they're
Kate.
mean to me first.
I don't know who this Cyrix person is, and I
Ugh.
curse you for ever
Oh,
introducing
Yeah,
me
I
to
don't
this
appreciate that.
I
Kate.
cursed.
strange
I leave him
man.
alone. I can't believe that he went viral, but
I don't like
Oh
him.
yeah, it's creepy. It's
It's
creepy.
so
very
gross.
creepy.
Oh no,
So
you
gross.
Deliverance.
don't even know the half of it. Like this is that's very surface level Cyrax. I am actually Cyrax's number one, maybe not number one. I'm up there though, living arch nemesis, even though I haven't done
No.
any content on him in years.
This is
But I discovered
Krusty's talking about some other person that we have no idea about. I think that's what she's getting at. She has multiple targets that she goes after online.
he was a pedophile and alerted.
Oh,
Yeah, so that started a chain reaction that's really been unpleasant for him. And I mean, I don't know, he's a lol cow, so he kind of he lives
Yeah.
off. That's usually kind of where I hang out on the internet. I mean, you want to talk about toxic? I noticed
Yeah.
that a lot of his community was following me on Twitter.
You want to talk about toxic? Follow Krusty's pant tails, coat tails, whatever she's got.
Today. I was happy to try to introduce them to people like Aiden and Grant Smith Ellis. Like, if you think
Well, there's the
you guys
tie-in.
are bad, then like, yeah, get
There's
hold of
the
the
tie-in.
Nation. Like, let me know what happens when your fence is missing from your house.
do you feel a little bit of redemption, Kate, with these messages coming out that, yeah, they were trying to set you up? Like, Aiden's obsession with taking Kate Peter down is like
It's
What?
insane.
beyond.
I think you got that backwards. I really, really do.
Do you guys remember? Oh my goodness! I wish I would have sent it to the group. Remember that really creepy text that Lindsay had? Post on Twitter that she had where it was like, Kate Peter, you've met your match, and that
Yes.
was like, when was that? Do you remember that?
It
wasn't
was
that long
better.
ago.
It was like, do you think Kate Peter,
Well, she ain't backing down from you, bitch, and she seems to be bringing the goods. So you can poo-poo it all you want, but
regrets kicking me out of her Discord? Like, no. I mean,
Yeah.
like
No.
your behavior from the moment that I did on reaffirms every day why I kicked you out of that Discord, lady.
Absolutely.
Like, no regrets there. Jeez Louise. Yeah, I mean, clearly, things soured and she just immediately ran over there to him again, which is psychotic. But I mean, do I feel vindicated? No, it's exactly what I said that it was, right? I called this from the beginning, like, oh well, he has made a deal with
yeah, Crust Anonymous over here. Predicting the future. Crust Anonymous.
her and has induced this. And I was right, but I knew I was right the whole time. It was blatantly obvious. Like, these texts are just like, it's almost comically overkill as far as proof of what he was doing, because you figure he's already like on live stream several times announcing to his audience, like, we made a deal.
And yet you're getting no traction whatsoever, and you never have. But
And we can handle our differences privately. We're gonna sign an NDA about this deal.
Right.
And like, it's obvious what happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, he tries to make it seem like he's handling things in an adult way when he doesn't have an adult gene in his body. I mean, it's all of this stuff behind the scenes.
Yeah.
huh?
Shannon says,
Shannon just asked, how many times a day do you think Grant says Kate Peter?
A bunch.
a lot.
Like curses at the sky, Kate Peter.
Somebody counted it.
Shannon
Somebody
brings up an
counted it in one
interesting
of his
point though,
streams.
and says Grant would definitely befriend that Cyrax alien just because of Kate. Aiden actually did at one point, just so that
Yeah.
Stop it.
the world.
Stop
Yeah.
it.
Aiden actually
No.
called the police here in Massachusetts on me about how I was cyberbullying.
No.
Yeah, and so they never
Yeah,
reached out to me
yeah,
afterwards. But
yeah.
if you went into the lore, like
Yeah.
Cyrax asks for it, like I understand. I have a certain amount of sympathy, and he gets trolled hard, and like some of his trolls go like, "Wait."
Okay, I'm almost done. Yeah.
She comes back and makes that horrible accusation
All right,
about
you know what, fuck
Meredith,
this.
right? Which I
All right, I'm done. Goodbye. All right, that's it for that. I can't take it anymore. That's enough. Thank you for being here, everybody. We are going to keep going with the Maya trial, day 2, part 2. This is her uncle. I forget his name, but this is her uncle. Second witness. Oops. I didn't do that.
I respected her because she was very to the point.
She didn't hold any punches. She told you how she was feeling. But she was just a loving, sweet person. Loved to.
Sorry about that, everybody. I just had to go through some of that, but then when she started getting into like Illuminati type
How would you
shit,
describe their
I had to
relationship?
drop out.
Beautiful. We, coming from a big family, my mom raised us, and we were always taught to love each other and respect each other and respect everybody. And, that's why we got into careers like we did, firefighting and law enforcement, because we help each other and we help other people. And Beata was that same way. And my wife is a nurse, and those are the people we've always chose to surround ourselves with, are people like us. And I'm sorry, I don't even remember what your original question was.
That's right. So your wife was a nurse and Beata was a nurse.
Yes,
So you and Jack had that in common.
yes,
Were you there for their wedding, Jack and Beata?
yes, I was their best man.
And where was that?
That was in Illinois.
In Chicago?
Mhm.
Do you recall what year?
Ooh, now you're really going to tug at me here. No, I don't recall exactly what. Yeah, I think it was like 2004, 2003.
Were you there when Maya was born or around that time?
Not there when she was born, but shortly afterwards, obviously, to visit.
How'd Beata strike you as a new mom?
Just, she was holding the light of her life in her hands every time you saw her. Just as proud as any mother could be.
I don't know what he's working on
And
now.
then Kyle came, what, 2 years later?
Mm-hmm.
And you're still living in Indiana as Kyle and Maya are growing up in Chicago?
Yes.
How often would you see them on a yearly basis, if you had to estimate?
Obviously all the holidays and birthdays and things like that, we'd get together. So probably, at least a half dozen to a dozen times a year.
And how would you describe Jack and Beata together as parents when Kyle and Maya were?
Yeah, no, I'm not related to that dude.
Great couple. Jack's my best
What am I
friend.
doing here?
He found the light of his life and he was happy. And
Trial was 2 years ago,
they were great.
right around this time. It was
So
reversed.
as he was
You guys are,
approaching retirement from
we got a ways to
fire
go with
department,
this
did
thing.
he talk
but-
to you about a desire to move to Florida?
Mhm.
And he beat you back to
Wow,
Florida? Is that
we
right?
dropped
Yeah, he did.
50. Okay. We dropped 50 people since I stopped the petty stuff. People love the petty stuff, man.
So they moved to Florida in around 2014. You were still doing work in Indiana in the
Yes.
upholstery business, aircraft upholstery business at that point?
Yes.
Was there a particular job that brought you down to Florida around that time?
Yeah, I had friends in Florida in the aviation business, and a friend of mine who managed business jets for people. So if somebody has a business jet, they'll typically hire a management company to take care of all the FAA paperwork and that kind of thing and maintenance. And he called me and he says, we have this jet that we manage that needs a complete upholstery job in it. And he says, I'd like you to bid on it. And I was a little shocked at first. I said, I don't live down there. And he said, bid on it. He said, it's good money. So I bid on the job and it was worth my while to go down there and do the job. So I set up a trailer with sewing machines and everything and went down there and did the job. And that started my move to Florida.
Yeah, Nick Whitney's a great guy. I
Where
mean,
was that work?
they're both
Which
great
airport?
guys.
Lakeland,
I,
Florida.
And were you living in Lakeland? Or were you
it's
living in
sad
Cossy at
that they,
time?
you
At
know,
that time,
went
I
against
we
each
had a
other in the
motorhome, so
end.
I have another brother who lives in Lakeland, so I brought the motorhome down. And I was actually living in the motorhome while I was working at the motorhome was at his house.
Right, Jim P. You're right about that.
Kyle and Maya have opportunity to come over and see you in your aviation business in Lakeland.
Yes. especially Kyle.
What do you remember about that?
Kyle loved to fly. I flew back and forth every day. Well, at that time, I didn't have my plane in the early stages. But Kyle loved airplanes.
Yeah, you got to watch
And
trials if you want to.
I was building a new shop.
If you want to know about them
We
and
built
kind of the
tables
ins and
sewing
outs,
machines in, and we spent.
I sped them up and stuff.
Just a
It's
great
important to
guy.
listen to this stuff. You
What's he call
learn
you, by
a
the way?
lot.
What's Kyle call you?
Uncle Bob.
Uncle Bob.
Yeah.
Did Maya fly with you as well?
Yes, eventually, yeah.
She wasn't as big of a fan as Kyle.
No, I think she had a good time.
Okay. The job you mentioned that brought you down to Florida, who was the client or the customer for that job?
The owner of the jet.
By the way, they wanted the 14-year-old Kyle Kowalski out of the courtroom. They made a motion to get him out of there, but the judge ruled against it.
I remember his first name was Eduardo. They owned some banks in Mexico, but the pilot is who I dealt with, and his name was Abraham.
And I'm going to fast forward here for a moment in the timeline because you're doing this work in the upholstery business for the pilot Abraham in 2014, 2015.
Mm-hmm.
And just for a moment, just to fast forward a couple of years, in late 2015, Maya went down to Mexico for treatment. You were aware of that?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury what the connection was there with Abraham and Maya's treatment in Mexico?
Abraham and his family lived in Monterrey, Mexico, which is where the hospital was that they were going to. He immediately, when I told him the story of what was going on, he immediately said, put me in touch with them and I will take care of everything when they get to Mexico. Abraham and his family met them at the hospital, and they were there for him the whole time. Anything they needed in Mexico. Gave Maya a big stuffed animal bear.
Do you recall if Maya, Jack, Beata were able to bring that bear back to Florida with them?
No, that's kind of a funny story because it was this big, real soft, big teddy bear, and it was too big for them to bring back on the commercial flight. So Abraham had to bring the plane back to me to finish things up, and he put the bear in the nose cone of the jet in a little storage compartment and flew the bear back up to Lakeland, Florida. And Jack and Maya came out and met us at the airport there, and we wheeled Maya up to the plane and opened the nose cone, and the bear just kind of fell out for her. It was just
one of the few times this girl had smiled through the trial. Much have been grueling for her, with that condition, just sitting there every day, day by day, just defense attorneys shitting on your mother who is now dead, and your father and your brother and everything related to you, just shitting on you as you sit there as a 17-year-old girl who was violated by this hospital and the bad players of this hospital when she was 10 years old. It's disgusting, and it needs to be brought out.
a cute moment and a great thing for the guy to do.
Your Honor, I'd like to show Mr. Reina's what's been admitted as Exhibit 2530-020. We publish.
Yes, ma'am.
Yep, that's Maya getting her teddy bear, and that's Abraham.
So the gentleman there handing the teddy bear is Abraham,
Yes,
and Maya in the wheelchair.
yes,
Is that his plane right there in the background?
yes, with the hatch open on the right.
What kind of plane was it? Do you remember?
It was a Cessna Citation, or I'm sorry, a Cessna Mustang.
And this photo is January 30th, 2016. Does that sound right?
Yes,
So this was after her ketamine treatment in Mexico,
yes.
a month or two after.
Fucking pop up.
All right. That's good. Thank you. All right. So I fast forward there to show the teddy bear coming back. Let's back it up a little bit. You relocate to Florida initially for this job in 2014, 2015. Did there come a time when you moved to Venice permanently?
Yeah, I think, once I started my second job, my wife worked in a surgery center up in Indiana, and we both immediately started talking about making a move to Florida. So we actually found a house in Jack's little circle. The neighborhood he lives in, it's really a unique neighborhood because all of the neighbors in there know each other and they all hang out together. And so we wanted that neighborhood, and there was one house for sale, and we came down to look at it. And the night before we got there, it went under contract. So we were a little heartbroken, but they were starting a new subdivision right across the street, and we ended up buying a spec home right inside the gate. So we were still probably less than a quarter mile from Jack, right across the street.
So Jack didn't get away from you.
No, I found him.
And so this was, if I'm tracking, is early 2016 when you bought the house?
Yes.
And by this point, based on your observations, was Maya in pain?
After the Mexico, she was doing much better. She was greatly improving.
You had seen her before the Mexico
Yeah,
trip?
because I was coming down, doing the jobs on the airplanes. And even though I was in Lakeland, I would come over and visit. We would get together. But after Mexico, there was definite improvement. She was working hard to get better.
As 2016 went on, summer, it's almost the school year. Did her pain return?
Yeah.
What can you tell the jury about that?
I read Maya's face a lot. And you can tell when somebody's in pain. I have a lot of pain and neurological issues myself, and there was a day that stands out, and I think it was probably like September of 16, where we were at Jack's house, and the kids from the neighborhood, and there may have been a niece or nephew there, and Kyle and Maya, and everybody was in the pool and having a good time, and Maya was on a floaty, and I was just sitting there with my feet in the pool after a while, watching the kids, and I could see as time went on, she was hurting more and more, and she's a lot like her mom. She's a tough girl, and she wanted to stay in the pool with the kids, so she tried to fight through that, and tried to stay in the pool as long as she could, but it finally got to the point where she couldn't take it anymore, and she floated over to me, and she said, "Uncle Bobby, I need to get out of the pool." She says, "I hurt real bad." So I picked her up and I carried her in the house.
Was it shortly after that she went to Johns Hopkins, All Children's Hospital?
Yeah, I'm not sure of the exact date, but yes.
Did you ever accompany Maya or Jack or Beata to any of her treatments?
No, unfortunately, I wasn't allowed to.
So she goes into Johns Hopkins, All Children's Hospital. How did you first learn that she wasn't going to be coming home soon?
Jack and I talked every day, and he called me and told me, he says, "They took Maya." And I said, "What do you mean they took Maya?" And he says, "They took custody of Maya. They took her away from us." And me, like him, and everybody else, like Maya, like Beata, everybody was in shock, not understanding what just happened.
How would you describe your brother's reaction knowing that she couldn't come home?
Fear, which is something I've never seen on Jack's face before. I've seen him do stuff on the fire department that most people in this world would never try, dangling off of water towers and stuff. And I've never seen fear on his face, but it was just, he was scared. For the first time I saw my brother really, truly scared.
Same question. What about Beata? How'd she react?
Angry. Jack and Beata were a little different in that respect, where Beata was, like I said, she would tell you how she feels, and Jack was kind of the opposite of that, where he would tell you how he feels, but just a different reaction, where Beata was mad and scared, and but definitely angry.
What about your nephew Kyle?
He was just a little boy. He was devastated, you know. His sister, and they were close. They, you know, a lot of little kids don't play together. They were in that pool all the time. They did everything together. And so, you know, at 8 years old, I think he was at the time, he lost his best friend. I don't know the words. Shocked, scared, just unbelievable.
And you were aware at this point that the accusations by the hospital were that Beata had this condition and was a child abuser?
Yes.
Drawing off of your experience as a detective with child abuse investigations, had you ever seen any signs of child abuse in the Kowalski home? Jack Kowalski.
Yeah. So, yeah. All right. It's a sidebar. Call it a sidebar.
Yes, I did.
Was your background check approved?
Yes.
Were you allowed to visit?
Hey, Danny, what's up?
Did the hospital ever give you a reason why?
Objection.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Did the hospital ever give you a reason why you weren't allowed to visit?
They didn't think it was a good idea.
Yeah, here we go. I just hate them. I will always hate them. They're just, the hospital is just not going to let anything in, no matter what. They're going to fight it. That's why this case was so crazy, because, I mean, I don't want to give shit away, but you'll see. If you stick around, you'll see.
Researching a lot about the disease, just struggling, trying to figure out how to get her baby home.
How was your brother doing?
Trying to hold the family together. In such an ugly situation, he tried to be the strong one and keep Kyle going and keep Beata on track, and just he was struggling.
January 8th, 2017. Does that date have any significance to you?
Yeah, it's my 50th birthday.
Can you describe how you woke up that morning?
Jack called me, said Beata just hung herself, and you need to get over here right away.
Did you rush over?
Yes, immediately. I told my wife Beata hung herself. I'm going to Jackson. I took off across the street.
And you went into the house?
Yes,
Did you go in through the front door or the garage?
front door.
Where was Kyle?
Kyle was near the laundry room door, which is just to the right of the front door. And he was trying to get into the garage. Jack was yelling, Kyle, no, you can't go in there. He was trying to keep him back.
Can I stop you there?
Mhm.
Your Honor, we'd like to, at this point, publish 2615 and allow the jury the opportunity to listen.
Is it in evidence?
It is, Your Honor.
You may.
February 2017, 7 hours, 57 minutes, and 38 seconds down.
911, what's the location of your emergency? What's the address? What city are you in?
Venice. Closest road is Lee Road in Venice.
Is there a name to the neighborhood?
Kyle.
What's the phone number that you're calling from?
I'll give you my cell.
Tell me exactly what happened.
She hung herself in the garage. No.
Stay on the line. Are you with her now?
Well, I'm in the garage.
How old is she?
42.
Is she awake? I just have to verify.
She's stiff. She's stiff. Oh my God. No, Kyle, you can't go in there.
Okay, tell me why she looks like she's dead.
No, I'm a retired deputy fire chief. I know she is.
Do you think she's beyond any help?
Beyond, yes, rigmarole. I'm sure she's really
Okay.
stiff.
Yeah.
I'm sending I'm sending someone to assist you. Please leave everything as you found it. Is there anything?
This part's a lot for people. So, you know, do what you got to do. You know what I mean? Skip it or something, but.
Thing we can do for you.
Okay, just please get somebody here.
They're on their way.
I'm gonna bring my son to my neighbors there. Call my neighbor.
Okay. Can you tell me the address there one more time? Okay, they're on their way.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
What'd you do with Kyle when you got there?
I grabbed Kyle and I asked Jack if he could call the fire department and just told him I'm getting Kyle out of here. And I scooped up Kyle and he's just a skinny little boy, and I grabbed him and took him home, and we sat in a chair in my living room for probably 6 or 8 hours crying.
Did you see Jack the rest of that day?
I'm sure I did when I brought Kyle back, or I don't recall, honestly.
Maya was still at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital.
Yes.
How long was it after that morning that Maya came home from the hospital?
Not long at all. I don't remember how many days, but it was pretty quick.
So emotionally, we can all guess how Maya was at that point.
Yeah.
How was she physically when she came home out of the hospital?
She was horrible. She had been getting so much better, and just to see her going from, improving every day to coming home and her feet were all turned inward, her toes were pointing at each other. Again, just looking at her face, the amount of pain in that child, I think it was worse than I had ever seen at that point.
So stepping back and comparing Maya physically to where she was in late September, early October of 2016 before she went in the hospital. In January 2017, when she comes out of the hospital, was she better or worse?
She was far worse coming out of the hospital.
Would you
Far
do to
worse.
support your brother in the next days?
It was
weeks?
far
I closed
worse.
my shop down, and I stayed with him. I think I closed my shop probably for a couple months. And
Yeah, I know, guys. It's heavy, but
paperwork, cleaning the house.
it's also what
cooking
happened.
meals, whatever it took, just anything, just to be there for him.
As the Kowalskis grappled with their new life, did you have the opportunity to observe Maya physically rehabilitate herself?
Yeah, and she lost her mother, so she was obviously emotionally in a different place. But from a physical standpoint, she's a lot like a mother. She was just very determined, and she was going to work hard, and she wanted out of that wheelchair, and she wanted to walk again. And she worked out constantly through the pain. I would see her on the floor in front of her wheelchair doing exercises with tears coming out of her eyes, but she would fight right through it. And then one day, after she had finally gotten up on crutches, one day I come over and she's loading up her book bag, not to go to school, but she's putting all kinds of books in her book bag, and she put it on her back just to walk down the street to her friend's Riley's house on her crutches. And she wanted that extra weight on her back for exercise and the practice so she can go back to school. She's a tough kid. And I love you, Maya.
How about your nephew, Kyle? How'd he do in the 6 months, year after he lost his mother?
Very introverted. I mean, how does any kid do knowing that they're never going to see their mother again? He struggled. He was very quiet, stayed in his room, didn't interact much with anybody. And I think it was, he was trying to grieve internally. And then he eventually, long term, getting to the point where he is now, he fishes. That's his outlet. He likes to fish. It's his place to get away. I think Maya immersed herself in her school books when she got back to school, and Kyle immersed himself in fishing. And Jack immersed himself in helping people again. I think he just, like I said, eventually turned to fishing to have his quiet time and to deal with this.
And my last question, your brother Jack, how has he changed since losing Beata?
He's changed the most, and he hides it the most. He's not as funny as he used to be. He's a dad and a mom, and he's the best father I've ever known. He's always been the best father I've ever known. But taking on the role of being a mother as well for those children, there's nobody in this world that could have done it better. He will do anything for his children. He, again, needed some kind of an outlet, and I kind of did too with the pain issues I was going through. So I think for my last 5 years living in Florida, I saw Jack more than my wife, literally, because we would get up every morning and go get coffee at Wawa and sit down and have a sandwich and talk to a couple old vets that would sit out there every morning, and we'd kind of hang out with them. And then we would go help neighbors, whether it be painting baseboards in their house or painting their house, or we kept busy helping people because that's what we were always taught to do. But he's changed in the sense of, I keep going back to humor thinking about this. Not that you're not funny anymore. He's a very serious person because he knows the struggles he has raising two children alone. I'm glad I was there for him. I'm glad he was there for me. I think we help each other a lot, but he's different. He's just probably doesn't socialize as much. I know he doesn't socialize as much as he used to. There used to be.
Yeah, for the people that are here, thank you for being here. I didn't know the glare was going to be going on so early. Because I mean, it's kind of how I did my thing. I called into a show a bunch of times, and now I made a channel. He usually goes later, so I figured I was safe. But when these guys go on, who I'm also like friends with, you know what I mean? Like, these guys are established. I'm just starting out. But I appreciate you guys watching the trial here. This testimony gets a little heavy with the uncle, but thank you for being here.
A lot more gatherings in the neighborhood and everything that there is now, and he was always a big part of them. That neighborhood kind of became my community as well.
Your witness.
morning, sir.
Hi, how are you?
Good. I just have a couple of questions for you.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to bring you back to the trip to Mexico.
Mhm.
With regard to that photograph with the teddy bear and coming back, is it your understanding that that was from the second trip to Mexico when they went back for a booster?
I do not recall honestly what the date was on that.
Okay, you recall that they did go back to Mexico a second time.
Objection.
Legal basis?
Not facts, not evidence.
Overruled.
I don't recall.
Okay, that's fine. And then let's talk about Maya's condition leading up to going to the admission at All Children's in October.
Mhm.
Okay. You would agree, sir, that she was in a significant amount of pain, expressed pain prior to that admission, correct?
She was in pain, but it was greatly getting better. She was getting better every day.
Okay. Are you aware, sir, of all the ketamine treatments that she was getting in the week leading up to that admission?
I knew there were treatments, and I don't know at what point I learned about ketamine specifically.
Sure. Sure. So are you aware that she was going to see Dr. Hannah on 9/27, 9/28, 9/29, 9/30, October 5th, and October 6th for ketamine treatments?
No, I knew she saw Dr. Hannah. I don't know dates of her appointments.
Okay. And just briefly, sir, about not being able to see Maya while she was in the hospital. Sir, you're aware that there were various court orders that were entered, or are you aware that there were various court orders that were entered regarding visitation?
I'm aware that I was notified that
Sir, I don't want
had
to,
permission.
I'm just asking if you're aware of the court orders. Yes or no?
That there were court orders that there was no visitation
Regarding visitation.
for other people, not for me.
Okay, sir. And all of your communications with regard to whether or not you could visit Maya were with DCF personnel, correct?
The conversations about whether or not I could visit Maya.
Were with DC, so yes or no, sir? We're with all
I
DCF
recall.
personnel.
Please give me a second.
Sure.
It's a long time ago. I can't say all of them, but I know some of them were. I don't recall if there were any with anybody that I don't even know who worked for the hospital. I know I did have conversations with people that work for the state.
Yes, sir. Thank you. 1 minute. Nothing further, sir.
Any redirect?
Sir, just to confirm, during the 3.5 months that I was in hospital, you submitted your information for a background check.
Yes,
That background check was approved.
yes,
You never had the opportunity to see Maya in the hospital.
correct.
Thank you.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, do you all have any questions for this witness? If so, just raise your hand. Seeing no hands, sir, you can go ahead and be excused. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
And for your next witness, please.
This will be Kyle Kowalski.
Kyle Kowalski, come on down, sir.
Yes.
Okay. Hi. Say your name for the record.
Kyle Kowalski,
Who's your sister?
Maya Kowalski,
And who's your dad?
Jack Kowalski,
And who's your mom?
Beata Kowalski.
Where do you live?
We live in a subdivision in Venice named Stonewall.
Okay. And do you recall about how long you've been there in Stonewall?
Yeah, we've been there since 2014.
Now, were you born in Florida or were you born someplace else?
I was born in Chicago and we moved when I was around 7 years old to Florida.
How much do you remember about Chicago?
I remember some events, but nothing major.
Okay. Let me show you Judge what's been previously agreed to at 25-28-041. May we publish?
Yes.
And is that you as a baby? I know you probably don't remember that one, but
Yes, that's me.
okay, that's your mom?
Yes.
All right. Now, have you since learned that your mom had some difficulties with you when you were born?
Yes, I have found that out.
What's
Sorry, everybody. Every once in a while, I got to take a break. I don't know how these guys sit on streams for hours and hours at a time, but I'm learning.
what was up with you?
She had there was problems with her getting pregnant, and then when I was born, I also had neonatal thrombocytopenia, which is where I lacked platelets.
Okay. And did your mom help with that treatment?
Yes, she very much did.
What happened?
Well, the only platelets that I would accept would be from her, but since she just gave birth, she wasn't technically allowed to give platelets. So she checked herself out of the hospital, and she did the platelets.
Came back and
Yes.
with the blood?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. And you remember your mom growing up in Chicago?
Yes, I do.
Let me show you 2528007. Published, Your Honor.
Are these photos and evidence?
They are.
Then yes.
Okay. Is that your mom as a younger person?
Yes, it is.
These are not in evidence.
This one is not? Yes, it's on the ones that we agreed to.
I'll have the attorneys come forward, please.
Guess there's an objection, a little bit of a sidebar here.
Interacting with her brother and her brother's relationship with her, relevant material to both damages and physical.
Go ahead and play.
I'm sorry. Let me back that up a little bit, guys.
Maybe publish.
Yes.
And is that you as a baby? I know you probably don't remember that one, but
Yes, that's me.
okay, that's your mom?
Yes.
All right. Now, have you since learned that your mom had some difficulties with you when you were born?
Yes, I have found that out.
What was up with you?
She had there was problems with her getting pregnant, and then when I was born, I also had neonatal thrombocytopenia, which is where I lacked platelets.
Okay. And did your mom help with that treatment?
Yes, she very much did.
What happened?
Well, the only platelets that I would accept would be from her, but since she just gave birth, she wasn't technically allowed to give platelets. So she checked herself out of the hospital, and she did the platelets.
Came back and
Yes.
with the blood?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. And you remember your mom growing up in Chicago?
Yes, I do.
Let me show you 2528007. Published, Your Honor.
Are these photos and evidence?
They are.
Then yes.
Okay. Is that your mom as a younger person?
Yes, it is.
These are not in evidence.
This one is not? Yes, it's on the ones that we agreed to.
I'll have the attorneys come forward, please.
What does it matter? I mean, it's just old pictures. I mean, the plaintiffs can put on a case where they show things, and you're just going to see objection after objection after objection. I mean, every little picture, every image that the plaintiffs want to show that the hospital has a problem with.
Zero 06, 027, 041, and 050.
We have one video.
It's either out of the presence of the jury at this point, it's a sidebar, but it's not really a sidebar because everybody in the gallery, everybody can hear what they're doing, but it's out of the presence of the jury. And this happens a million times during the case.
Let's deal with those 10 photos first.
No objection.
Okay, so the court's going to receive 2528041, 077, 106, 081, 117. Madam Clerk, get that? Also, the court will receive 2530-003, 006, 027, 041, and 050. What's next?
There is one video.
Yeah,
it
they're-
is
they're just
26,
fighting over
28, it's a video
pictures.
of Kyle and Maya playing
Pictures.
pool, August 11th, 2016.
Defense objects, Your Honor, cumulative and relevance.
Relevant material to Maya's physical capabilities. They're paddling around. You can see her legs, her arms, and you can see her also interacting with her brother and her brother's relationship with her. Relevant material to both damages and physical.
Go ahead and play.
Go ahead and play it.
With the sound of Virginia.
They're just pictures that, they show like a happy family, and, because what the hospital is doing, they're trying to make these people out to be monsters. That's their defense. Sorry about the sound. There's nothing I can do with it. I don't know if that's loud for you guys or not. I'm not apologizing. I just want to explain.
I think this is about it. Oh, the date of it?
August 11th, 2016.
A little less than 2 months before the admission at Johns Hopkins.
Defense, what was the objection?
It was cumulative and relevance. For the clip of this to show function.
Well, with respect to the relevance, the court finds that it is relevant and that it does show Maya's capabilities approximately 2 months prior to her admission. And so I don't think we're at the cumulative point at this point. I think we're not as cumulative. I'll admit the entire clip. If they want to play only a portion, that's them, but I'm going to admit the entire. The court will receive the entirety of 2698. Did I get that number right? Yes. So I'll receive 2698. Anything else before we bring jury back in?
No, Your Honor. And the error before was that there was a miscommunication. I thought I said 07. I said it was 077. So 07 was the one that came up with Beata as a young woman. I apologize. I just went with it. But 077 is actually John Deere Toy with Maya and Kyle. So my apology, just a miscommunication between me and the.
Let's bring in the jury.
Bring in the jury.
It is no longer up. Is that right? Okay, please be seated. Members of the jury, I want to confirm while you were away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation. You received no information. Is that all correct? Correct. Now let me make
Get out of here, pop up.
You're seeing a lot of exhibits. I will tell you when you deliberate, you will have all exhibits available to you. So don't think that this is the only time that you'll ever get to see an exhibit. And there's going to be times that we do not publish exhibits, but you will have all exhibits available to you during your deliberations. Mr. Anderson, you may continue.
Like Kyle, before we were talking a little bit about your memories of you and your sister. Have you been close since you can remember?
Yes, Maya and I have always been close. She was my best friend. She was there since I was born. So we did pretty much everything together.
Let me show what's previously been marked into evidence as 2528077, permission to publish.
You may.
Now, what I want to find out, was this your place back up in Chicago?
Yes, that's correct.
And you and your sister are entering a mudding race, or you, this is one of the toys, it's just you two playing?
Yeah, so this used to be our favorite thing to do.
Yeah, US Lily 80, this was a point of I want to say contention, but a lot of people thought that, and there was a lot of opinions on that. And they called it the tuft of justice. That little island of hair is the tuft of justice. Yeah, he should get rid of that. And I think he did eventually.
Back in Illinois, we would ride this thing all day until the battery would die, and then we would just watch the battery charge up and just count down the time until we could ride it again.
All right. Now, did there come a time when your mom, and were you close to your mom?
Yes,
the
very
entire
much so.
time?
Yes.
I mean, sometimes kids get along well with their mom, sometimes not so well, usually the former, but.
The judge comes around, believe me, he does. You just gotta stick with
easy
it.
to talk to.
Yeah, she was.
Did you find her to be more on the hard side or more on the kind of compassionate side? How would you describe her?
In like what way?
Well, was she disciplinarian? She made sure you did the right thing, brushed your teeth, all that.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And was she soft with you as well?
Yes.
In terms of being affectionate and so forth.
Yes, very much so.
Did she teach you about your heritage? Being Polish.
She did mention stuff about her heritage, and her dream was to take Maya and I and the family to Poland to see where she grew up, and that was one of her like lifelong dreams, was to do that.
Court permission published 2528-106. It's in evidence.
You may.
Now, what's this?
So that would be her childhood home where she grew up when she was a child.
Mm-hmm. And that's you there with your sister?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have relatives still?
These poor kids in this family, man, I can't tell you enough. It's fucking crazy what these people did.
Over in Poland, do you know?
Not direct family, but I think possibly cousins.
Okay. And did your mom tell you anything about her life over there or coming over before she came over here?
Yes, she told me how bad it was and how like the government had like a major say and like restricted on everything she pretty much did.
Did she explain to you about communism?
Yes, she did.
Was she happy to come over here?
She was extremely happy to come over here.
Okay. And tell us a little bit more about this trip. Did you, how long did you spend over there?
We spent a month over there, and we basically visited throughout the whole entire country. Like we wouldn't stay in one area long. We would do all the cool touristy stuff, and then we move on to another location.
Is your family fairly religious?
Yes, we are.
Were you fan?
Yeah, I know,
religious
but
back?
kids are weird these days. You know, they like
Roman Catholic?
Correct.
they like stuff like
Yes,
that.
we did.
How often?
We would go to mass.
When I was his age,
and
I
we
had
would go to Sunday school.
a
Is that in
buzz cut,
Chicago as well as down
and
here?
Correct.
as you can see, it
What
didn't
was
do
your,
me any good.
Church here. Good. Catholic church. Well, what was your church here in Venice?
Was it Catholic? Is that what you're asking? Yes, it was Catholic.
Okay, but what's the name of it?
It's called Epiphany Cathedral.
Okay. All right.
They're,
And
they're
then-
nice kids, though. Nice
Do you recall
family.
moving to Venice?
I do recall moving to Venice. Yes.
At that age, I know you're really young. Let's, with the court's permission, publish 2528-081.
May.
Is this so soon after you moved to Venice or around the time?
This is actually before we moved to Venice. We took a vacation to Venice as a family to just check it out. So yes, this was actually before we moved there.
Do you have early memories of Venice?
I do.
And at least up until your mom passed, you happy in Venice?
Yes.
He's not from a different country. He is from Florida.
So now, you were going to school here. Where'd you go to school? Elementary?
In elementary, I went to Taylor Ranch.
All right. And where are you going now?
I'm currently doing online school.
Okay. Before online, did you go to junior high or high school here?
Yes, I did junior high and high school in person before.
Okay. All right. So up until, let's say, the July 4th, 2015, we've talked about here, you've been in the courtroom before. Can you tell the jury whether your sister, from your perspective, was healthy and active?
Yes, Maya was extremely healthy and active. We did stuff on the daily together. And from that point, she never complained about any pain or anything.
Okay. Was she pretty
See, they coach the kid up, of course, because you're supposed to. And if you guys remember Jen McCabe in an evil way looking at the jury, he's also talking to the jury when he talks. You'll see him look at the jury. But they're two totally different people. Same thing, two totally different people.
Like if she fell down, was she the type of kid that cried a lot, or was she the type of kid who held it in?
Maya was like the type of kid to hold it in. She didn't want to really just bother people about it, so she would hold it in.
Was that true of her throughout the whole time you knew her?
Yes.
Known her?
Yes.
All right. And so you said you did a lot together. Let me show you, court's permission, 2528-117.
Yes, ma'am.
And this is you two before she got sick?
Correct.
On the back?
Yes.
Okay. Is that something that you two like to do a lot?
Yeah, that was something that Dad, Maya, and I would do a lot.
Fish out back there? Got it. And this is right out back your house, the little lake?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right. So do you recall your sister getting sick? Do you remember that day that she got sick, or were you there?
I remember the day, but not, it's like a little bit of a blur for me, but I do remember certain stuff from that day.
Let's figure out now if Maya was about 9 when this happened? You would have been 7?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any memories of it?
I do have some memories of it, yes.
What do you recall that day?
I remember her cough that she had. It wasn't like a normal cough like that any other person would have. It was like a very deep, and it wasn't just a cough. It was her like crying and moaning and coughing all at the same time.
We have that clip previously marked to Devon's. What is it? It's 2616. Just can you tell the order?
It's 2616, beginning of.
Lisa, thank you for the Cash App. I really appreciate it. Like I was trying to explain the other day, like I'm monetized in a way, like, but I'm not, because like things come in and like she did it through Cash App, so I get that. But like if you do like super chats or memberships, that's awesome. But I also don't get it. I think you have to get into like a certain point, like $100 or something like that. And then you can like put your bank information in and stuff like that. So I'm like half monetized, but thank you, Lisa. I really appreciate that.
106 ending at 120.
The one we previously played for the court.
Yes. You may play that portion.
Thank you. And what are we going to hear now? This is the cough?
Correct.
All right, go ahead. Now, Kyle, tell us about that. Do you recall that episode?
I don't recall that particular one, but I do remember certain episodes that were very similar to that one.
Is that the cough?
Yes, that's the cough.
She doesn't sound like a faker to me.
When did that cough start? Was this after the 15th, the 2015 4th of July time period?
Yes, that's the first time I heard it, and then it progressed.
Okay. All right. And she had that for a long period of time?
Correct.
Now, after that point, then we're talking about the 4th of July when you first heard your sister get sick. Did she start having to go away a lot for treatments?
Yeah, she was always going away. I just assumed that they were just normal doctor appointments. I didn't really have a understanding on where she was going, but yeah, she was starting to go away a lot more.
And from your perspective, I know you were 7 or so, but was she continuing to not do well and or getting worse over this period?
Yeah, this whole like timeline of events, like starting from the 4th of July, it was all a decline from there in her progress, like her health.
Okay. And did there come a time when you recall her going off to Mexico?
I do recall that time frame, yes.
Now, did you go on that trip?
No, I did not.
So let me show you now. Well, strike that. So she was in Mexico for a period of time?
Yes.
And was that before Christmas of 2015, you recall?
I do not recall exactly.
Okay. But around that time in the winter of 2015?
I believe it was around that time frame, yes.
Well, let me show you trial exhibit 2530-003 in evidence. Move to publish. Okay. Oh, and who's all that? Is that Christmas?
Yes, that is Christmas, and that's my family.
All right. Now, she had just come back from Mexico by this time?
Yes, now I remember that, yes.
Okay. Now, tell us about then after this period. She was in Mexico towards the very end of November, beginning of December. The evidence will show. And she went to Mexico. Why don't you tell the jury about how she did after that, compared with what she was like before she went to Mexico?
Yeah, so after Maya got back from Mexico, she regained a lot of her strength and also along with that her happiness. And she was able to do stuff she was never able to do before. For example, Maya, like just even like unscrewing a water bottle cap would be very difficult for her. And after a trip from Mexico, she regained strength back from all over her body and she was able to do stuff that she hasn't been able to do since she was sick.
Okay. Well, let me show you then maybe an example of this. This is okay. 12. This is trial exhibit 2530-006 in evidence. Move to publish. Okay. Now, this is just about 6 weeks after Mexico. What's significant there about Maya's feet?
They are a lot more straight than they were.
What were her feet like before she left?
They were turned in.
Like how? Like
they were turned in quite a amount, yes.
Right. And did she have any choice in that? Is that something that she had any control over, or were they always like that?
No, she had no control over it. They were always like that.
And so now in this photo here, where are you? You're in your pool or someplace else?
Yes, we are in our backyard pool.
Okay. And so how's she doing here? Is she doing better from what you recall her being before she had the long-term ketamine treatment?
Yes, Maya is most definitely doing better. She was never able to have that much motion with her hands up in the air like that, and she was never able to have her feet that straight.
Yeah, let's talk about that a little bit. Now, before she went off for the ketamine treatments in Mexico, did you know from watching her what parts of her body hurt her?
Yes.
Tell the jury the different areas that you physically saw or learned in some way that she was hurting in.
Yeah, what I experienced is a lot of the pain was in her lower extremities, but there was also pain in her upper extremities, especially with her arms.
Okay. And did you see different things other than the bottle cap where she would have difficulty holding herself up or getting herself around?
Yeah, she had like a belt for her wheelchair because she couldn't sit upright. And if there wasn't the belt there to hold her in her wheelchair, it would cause her to fall.
Okay. All right. And then if we look at moving on to exhibit 2530-027. Now, this is about 3 months later in March of 2016. Move to publish. Now, what's that?
That is Maya again in her backyard pool.
Okay. And again, her feet, are they looking better?
Yes, they are looking a lot better.
Okay. And before, could she move them into that position like that?
She would need help before for her feet to be in that position.
Okay.
Sorry, I was muted. I was saying Gen X was crazy.
All right.
We were wild kids.
Let's move on then and see how she's doing then.
But
in
my mother was awesome.
May 21st, 2016, and at trial exhibit 2530-041 in evidence. Move to publish. All right. So tell us about Maya's ability to tuck her leg under like that before.
Yeah, Maya was unable to really have like any control over her legs. If she wanted to move them, she would have to ask for assistance to move them.
Mm-hmm.
And at this point, she was able to move them on her own.
Okay. So was she getting stronger?
Yeah, she most definitely was.
And continuing on, let's take a look at put these in order. Yeah. All right. So let's look at trial exhibit 2530-050 in evidence. Move to publish. All right. What's happening here?
So that is Maya. She is trying to build upper body strength, doing some exercises on the walker.
Mm-hmm.
And I am there to help her, to assist her, because it's still not exactly possible, but she's very determined.
Okay. So by this point in July of 2016, was she were you looking forward to your sister getting out of that wheelchair and able to move around?
Yes, we all were, yes.
And so were there times, if there were allegations here that somehow that she was faking it or making any of this up, did you ever see her in a situation where the other kids were playing outside and you saw any emotion on her regarding her ability to join in?
Yes, I have seen stuff like that where I would be with my friends doing something outside, and then I could see her watching from the window. Yes.
And how did she look?
She looked very sad, and I felt extremely bad.
Did she want to get out of that wheelchair?
She was extremely determined to.
So then all the way through here, July, and then did there come a time, within a couple months of this, 6 weeks or so, that she had a setback?
Yes, that's correct.
What happened there?
Her condition just went the complete opposite way.
Did you ever learn why? What set it off?
I believe it was something to do with schooling.
So it was more on like the psychological side than an injury or something?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And so what was your reaction? Did you think this was going to hopefully pass pretty quick?
Well, I was extremely sad because I thought that Maya was going to get better like any time because she was doing the best she has been doing since she was 6. So when this whole thing went the opposite way, our whole family was absolutely devastated.
Oh, 2016?
Yes.
Excuse me. Okay, and so let me show you then, around the same time, a video previously marked into evidence as 2698. I'd like to publish it to show, I want you to tell us about what's going on here. It's pretty self-evident. Move to publish.
You may.
Now, is that, her legs are straight there?
Yes.
And how's her upper body strength?
Her upper body strength at this point was very good. Swimming is something that both Maya and I love doing, so we will always do it together.
So she was even able to move herself around pretty well in the water?
Yes.
And how'd that make you feel that your sister could like do that, pull herself out of the water and pull herself over?
Well, yeah, she used to not be able to do that. So at that point, when she was able to do that, it was showing that she was progressing, and I thought it was a very good thing.
But still not quite ready to walk?
Correct.
Okay, so she pushed herself around on her legs and like that, and obviously master a dolphin. Well, maybe not master a dolphin, but master a dolphin for a little while. And is this something that you all enjoyed?
Yes.
Did you know that your mom was filming this?
No.
We just like a predicate late for the date videos.
Let's finish the publishing.
The hospital just absolutely hates this stuff because it shows after she had the ketamine treatment, she was thriving. And that's just the fact that they have to eat. I mean, it just, this trial, for a lot of different reasons, is kind of the prosecution of ketamine, basically, in this capacity where people have this debilitating disorder and nothing helps except the ketamine. And they're trying to make this 10-year-old girl out to be a ketamine freak and, a drug seeker and a malingerer. You know what I mean? A malingerer is just someone who fakes injury. Fakes that they're disabled or, they're not competent to stand trial. They accuse her of all this stuff and her family. It's just when you really get down to like what's going on here, it's really disgusting. And it gets more disgusting it gets better, and then it gets way more disgusting as we go along. So.
All right. Is that your wheelchair?
Yes.
And y'all kept it right in that spot?
It moved a little bit, but mainly in that area, yes.
All right. And then when she wanted to get out of the pool, how'd you get her out of the pool and into the wheelchair?
At this point, she had enough upper body strength to pull herself out and then grab the wheelchair and push herself up.
Uh-huh.
But before that, we would need to pick her up out of the pool and put her into the wheelchair.
Now, did you know your mom was filming this? Or
No,
was
we
your mom
don't.
filming this?
I believe it was my mom or dad, but we had no clue filming it.
Okay. All right. I think that's enough of this one. It's okay. All right. And let the record reflect that, again, that was in August 11th of 2016. Now, did there come a time then when your sister, after she had been, as you said before, got sick again and you were upset and worried? Do you remember the day that she went off to Johns Hopkins?
I remember it briefly. I remember that she was going somewhere, but I wasn't exactly sure where.
Okay. And did you know anything about the hurricane coming then, or was that?
Yes, I did. I was under the understanding I did not hurricane coming, yes.
Okay. And so your dad left to take her up there to where?
I believe it was Johns Hopkins.
And was that the last time you had your sister home until into January of 2017?
Yes.
And was that the last time home with your entire family, your mom and your sister and you and your dad?
Yes.
So if the record reflects that she went into Johns Hopkins on October 7th, 2016, and October 6th, 2016 would be your last day with the whole family at your home?
Yes, that's correct.
During this period of time, she was up staying at Johns Hopkins, is that right? And do you know were your parents trying to get her out of there?
Out of Johns Hopkins while she was taken for the 3.5 months. Yes, my mom and dad were researching every night and trying to find a way to get her out of there.
Okay. And was it hard on them?
Extremely hard.
What did you notice from, I know you were just a kind of little kid, but what did you notice about it?
The stress that was added on my parents, that like it was unmanageable. They were trying every way to get Maya out of there, and they were determined to won't stop until she got out of there.
What about their relationship as time went on? From I know you were just a little boy, but did you notice any stress?
Yes, the stress in the family caused more arguments than normal between them.
Did they argue much normally, or was it a pretty stable marriage from what you saw? I know you were just kids.
Stable, yes.
Okay, but now what was the change?
With me.
Between them, were they disagreeing? Were they?
Yeah, they were disagreeing on certain things. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Was it about how to get Maya out?
Yes, I believe there is a specific time of that. There was a disagreement on that.
Okay. All right. Now, before Maya left for Johns Hopkins, I want to ask you about some things and whether you noticed any of them on her. Did you ever see what are known as lesions? You know what lesions are?
Yes.
Round, angry, or streaky, almost a scrape looking with a lesion at the end of it on
Yes.
her. Did she have those before she went to Mexico? Did you have a lot of those?
Yes.
And did they hurt her?
Yes, they very much did hurt her.
Did you or your mom, your dad have to put cream or things on them?
Yes, there was a certain ointment cream that.
Okay. And then when she, during this period of time before she went for the ketamine treatments in Mexico, then did you notice that she would be super sensitive to touch at different points?
Yes, there would be times, especially in her legs and arms, where if like even just the sensation from water touching her would be too much.
And then other days it would be fine?
Some days, yes.
Okay. Did she have good days and bad days?
Yes.
Tell us about Maya's pain at night. Did that cause the family, and I'm talking about before she went off to Mexico, did that cause everybody some problems about sleeping?
Yeah, most certainly. Maya would be up crying and moaning all night, and I'm only like about 10, 12 feet away from her room, is my room, and I would be up all night hearing her.
Did y'all ever do anything so that Maya could communicate while y'all were on the other side of the house?
Yeah, we tried walkie-talkies because my parents' room and Maya's room were on complete opposite sides of the house.
Okay. And was this hard on you, hearing your sister in pain like that?
Yes.
And so.
Yeah, and the defense tried to keep this kid from testifying. They said it wasn't relevant.
Then how about, and if you notice them or didn't notice them, her movements then in her lower body, were she limited in her feet movements all the time? Talking about before she left for Mexico?
Yes, she would need help moving her legs.
Okay. And what else did you notice that was strange? Anything about colors of her skin from time to time?
Yes, around her knees would be extremely red.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And then what about, and I don't know if you saw this or not at your age, but any heat sensations or cold sensations where she'd get super hot or super cold for no apparent reason?
Yeah, there would be times where she would ask for a blanket.
Uh-huh. And this is Florida, so how did that strike you in the circumstances?
Very confused.
And I know you were small. All right, so after the ketamine treatments over the course of that spring and summer of 2016, before she went into Johns Hopkins, did any of those, we talked about and seen the dystonia, but did any of the other symptoms get better?
After the ketamine?
Yeah.
After treatment, yes, the symptoms definitely do get better.
Okay, so tell us about the lesions. Were they better?
Yeah, the lesions, they started to cure. They got better.
And her movement, of course.
Yeah, the movement definitely got better.
Mm-hmm. And was she more comfortable?
Yeah.
So these lesions that he's talking about, you're going to hear that the defense thinks she scratched herself to make these skin marks, these raised red skin marks. The defense thinks that she did that to herself.
And she was also a lot happier.
A lot happier?
Yes.
Okay. And she was still getting, after Mexico, did you know she was still going off for some treatments here and there?
I was briefly aware, not.
Yeah, you weren't part of that?
Yeah,
a lot?
I wasn't exactly.
Okay. All right. But for whatever reason, your sister was happier.
Yes.
So is she still having pain here and there?
Yeah, there's definitely still be pain.
Okay. Now, while she was, let's jump ahead and talk about at Johns Hopkins. At first, were you anybody allowed to see your sister, or was this strike that? When was the first time you remember being able to go see your sister?
I do not remember the exact date, but I do kind of remember the day.
Okay. And tell me about that.
Yes, so I was extremely excited to see Maya because it's the first time I've seen her since she was taken.
Right. And then how was she in the hospital? Besides being excited to see you, but how did she look physically?
She was not doing good.
No?
No.
All right. And did you notice, or did she appear happy or sad about being in there?
She was extremely sad and wanted to come home.
Was she lonely?
Extremely.
And from what you saw, were you able to spend some time here and there with her? When I say time, I mean an hour.
I mean, the lawyer is leading like crazy, but they're not gonna, they're not gonna object. It's just,
So, too?
Yeah, we were only limited to our time, how long we could be there.
And how long was that?
I do not remember exactly.
Short, long, half a day?
It was short.
Was it less than half a day?
Most certainly.
How did the nurses and people around treat y'all?
I do not really have an understanding how they treated us, but I remember Maya talking about how like some of them did not treat her well, and they were talking about her back.
Okay. From what you saw, was your sister enjoying her interaction with the nurses or not enjoying it?
Not enjoying it.
All right. And so how often would you get to come up and see her?
As often as I was able to.
And what was it? Was it once a week, once a month?
I do not remember exactly, but I do know it was as often as I could.
But when we're talking about this period, October, November, December, and into January, then can you give the jury idea? Was this just like once a week or so?
Yeah, I was probably limited to around that time.
And how did that make you feel?
It was extremely sad, especially with the holidays coming up. We extremely missed her and wanted her to be home by the holidays.
Mm-hmm. Was she home then for Halloween?
No.
Was she home for Thanksgiving?
No.
Christmas?
No.
Her birthday is sometime in December, isn't it?
Yes.
Was she home for her birthday?
No.
It's kind of sad, right? She missed all that stuff. Yeah, and it's just the courts put her into the hospital system, and the hospital system did all kinds of awful shit to her. And then during the trial, the hospital is trying to blame the court and like DCF, and like they're using this rule, I think it's 34 or something like that, where they use it like a shield and a sword. So there's going to be a bunch of that.
Okay. And so then you obviously recall and just sat through the 911 tape, but you know when your mom passed away, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We're going to bring you back and talk about that a little later.
Okay.
But I want to skip ahead from there and talk about Maya's journey after she got out finally. Did she get out immediately after your mom died, or did it take a while to get her out?
It was not immediately after. It took a little time.
Do you remember how that affected you and your dad not being able to get her out?
Yes, on top of the death of my mom, it was extremely hard.
Mm.
Okay. And do you remember how she was when she came home?
She was like the worst I've seen her. She was, all her symptoms that she had were extremely intensified.
Okay. Did she have the lesions back?
Yes.
Were her feet back in the stomach? Was she weak?
Very.
Describe how weak.
She would have trouble opening like a water bottle cap off a water bottle.
Again, right? Anything else? Was she able to get herself back up?
You guys, I got to run down real quick and grab some food, okay?
Were there ever times when you thought you might lose your
It's
sister?
still kind of snowed in. Give me 2 minutes.
So, knowing your sister, did she try to get herself better?
She was extremely determined to get better.
All right. What did you see from your perspective? So let's see, you would have been what, like 8 or 9 by then?
Yes.
So, from your perspective as a brother, how'd she do it?
She was working as much as she could to get better, doing all sorts of things to try to get better.
And what time would you get up in the morning to do it?
I remember that she would get up extremely early in the morning.
Like before 6?
Yes.
To work out?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know during this period of time if it was painful for her to do this?
Yes, it was.
Did you notice that? What did you see?
There's times where she would just break down crying because the pain was too much.
And did there come a time then when she was able to try to switch off of the wheelchair and into crutches?
Yes, eventually she gained the strength to be able to do that.
Now, was this a just all at once thing, or did she have to spend some time in the wheelchair and then crutches and back to the wheelchair and then crutches? In other words, did she have to work into it?
I do not exactly remember, but I remember the process from her being in the wheelchair to doing crutches was a long process.
Okay. And then from there on to being able to walk, did that take quite a while as
Yes,
well?
that did.
And we'll hear testimony about how long. All right. And so, but eventually she was able to walk, right?
Yes.
Obviously. Okay. Let's talk about her today, as she is today now. Actually, I'll take that back. Do you remember her having a relapse after this?
Yes,
A couple
I do.
years later?
Yes.
Tell the jury what you recall about it.
I recall that she had a relapse and had like bad symptoms again, and that both Dad and I were extremely worried again for her health.
Okay. Then she go to the hospital again?
Yes, she did.
Did you? And how long was she in there? Do you recall?
I do not recall.
Was it a week? More than a
I
week?
think it was
Less
a
than
little more than a week.
Okay. All right. And you went to visit her there?
Yes.
No problem getting in and out of that.
No problem. No.
And the once she got out of that, after that relapse, did she have to work again to rebuild herself?
Yes, she did.
And again, was that hard?
Yes, very hard.
So after she got out of Johns Hopkins, within a couple of years, she had yet another relapse.
Yes.
And so, how's she doing now?
She's doing good. I mean, that's today though. Like tomorrow could be completely different. Her pain varies on a day-to-day basis.
Okay. Are there days when she doesn't want to do anything?
Yes.
Okay. Have you noticed that she has any physical reactions, any tics, any issues with her legs, anything like that?
Yes, there is still times where I do notice that.
Okay. Anything new that you've noticed?
Not recently, no.
Okay. And so she's able to get around real well now.
Correct. Yes.
Are there days when she'll just lay in bed all day and not want to do anything?
Yes.
Another day she wants to go to the beach, you go out and
Yes.
have fun, right? Does she ever know from day to day what it's going to be?
It's completely unpredictable.
And since your mom passed, tell me what it's been like. Well, hang on. You know what? I'm going to bring you back to that. We're going to save that right now, okay? Here with us.
Let me ask you this. Is it short or long?
Very short, Your Honor.
Okay, so we'll finish this witness before lunch.
In 10 minutes or less, Your Honor. May it please the court?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Kyle. Thank you for coming. The audio of the cough, you don't hear that anymore, do you?
Not anymore.
Okay. That cough that the jury heard about, you haven't heard that since your sister got out of all children's. True.
Correct. I haven't heard since.
Okay. You were asked, and I know you were young, so I don't want to push you too much on details if you don't remember, but I think you told the jury there was a time period after that July 3rd, 2015 incident when your sister had to be belted into a wheelchair.
I don't remember exactly the time frame, but I do remember there being a time where when she was in a wheelchair that there had to be a belt.
Okay. And I won't push any further, but do you know whether that was 2015, 2016?
Unfortunately, I'm sorry.
Okay. A little bit about the visitation. Were you in school while Maya was in the hospital?
I do not exactly remember.
Okay. When you say to the jury that you weren't able to see your sister as much as you wanted to, was that because you were in school during that period from October to December, or do you know if that was DCF limitations?
I visited her as much as I possibly could, so that was nothing to do with school.
Okay. When you did visit your sister at All Children's, some of the things you like to do were board games, Uno, things of that nature?
Correct.
Okay. Maya, during the period, if you remember it, if you don't, that's okay. Maya, during the period of time from July of 2015 until she went to All Children's, was doing school from home. Is that right?
I do not exactly remember when she was doing school from home, but at some point she was.
Okay. I won't push on it anymore than Kyle. You're back in school now?
I do online school, yes.
Okay. Let me just ask you briefly about a couple of things about it. When you were able to visit your sister in the hospital, you went with your dad?
Correct.
Okay. Your sister now, I think the jury's heard some stuff about how she used to ice skate before. Once she got back out of All Children's during her recovery, she was able to get back out on the ice. Right.
Yeah, she was able to, but with she did have some pain, so which forced her having to quit.
Okay. But you were able to go to some of her ice skating competitions?
Correct, yes.
She was able to jump again and do twists and those types of things?
Yeah, but eventually it was too much.
I appreciate you coming, Kyle. I'm sorry for your loss.
But she quit ice skating pretty quickly, didn't she? No, nothing further on it.
Members of the jury, do any of you have questions? You go ahead and write it down, sir.
have the attorneys come forward, please. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and ask the jury's questions. What hospital did Maya go to this last time?
On her last remission? On her last remission, she did not. I do not remember her exact name, but I do know for a fact that it was not John Hopkins.
Mr. Anderson, do you have any further questions based on the jury's questions?
I do not, Your Honor.
Thanks. Jury, are there any other questions? Okay, Mr. Kowalski, you can go have a seat back at the table. Okay, members of the jury, what I'm going to do is I'm going to excuse you in a moment for lunch. I'm going to ask that you be back at the rallying point at, let's say, 1:20, and then hopefully we'll be able to get you in soon after 1:30. So be back to the rallying point at 1:20. As always, do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation and receive no information. Okay. Have a good lunch.
All right.
Everyone, please be seated. Are there any issues that we need to address before we take our lunch?
Just from the defense side, for agreement that the court, we were told the witnesses by lunchtime.
When we come back from lunch.
When we come back from lunch, or Tuesday.
I thought it was the day prior by lunch, not, what are we, 4 days prior this morning?
We don't know who you've got coming up.
We don't know what we got coming up for Tuesday yet, but we'll let them know by, we can let them know by what, noon tomorrow.
How about lunchtime tomorrow?
That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else?
Judge, I only suggest this, I don't know if they have exhibits for the next witness, but perhaps we could know that before 1:20, what exhibits they can use.
All right, guys. DoorDash is killing me. The guy looks like he's lost on the map.
That you can read from. That's
It's like 2 minutes away.
Right now, you all can talk, but instead of spending a lot of time.
Oh
trying
my
to go through the
God,
numbers of these exhibits, just have it
crazy
already written
idea.
down.
In their defense, they did give us a list last night, and I know that we're objecting to some of them, so that's, I guess I'm alerting the court, there's some objections to some of their exhibits that they may want to be using this witness, I'm not sure if they are or not.
All right,
Come
let me,
back at 1:15 and hopefully
now that we have lawyers speaking, let me slow it down a little bit.
we'll be in recess.
Okay, that works. Recess, in real time, it goes through the recess, so. Here we go. Whew. Be coming up any second now.
So I'm sorry, Mr. 2501 or 2510?
2510-001.
One moment, Your Honor.
I thought there was just one page, I'm sorry. Do you have it handy?
Oh, yeah, that's fine. No objection.
Okay, the court receives 2510-001 through 004.
Second, Your Honor, trial exhibit 2408-1675. No objection.
Court receives 2408-1675.
Okay. Just for reference, over here, standing up, you have Mr. Altenburn. Mr. Altenburn runs the show, basically. He's the appellate guy. He's the guy that got it reversed, I think. Next to him is David Hughes. This guy sitting down looking into his bag is David Hughes. He's like second in command. Then you have Nathan Shapiro up here. And next to him is crotchety old Pat Crowells, or Crowells, however you want to say her name. And then over here out of sight is Mr. Hunter. So, and here you have Greg Anderson, and you have obviously Maya Kowalski. And this guy back here, he's just a tech guy. He's like the, Mr. Woke, or, the other guy for the Karen Reed trial. He takes care of the digital stuff, if you will. So I just wanted to let you guys know that.
We will use joint exhibit 1001-2019, but that's a joint exhibit. It's just notice.
Well, let me ask you this. I don't think I have actually admitted all the joint exhibits. Is there a list I can just go ahead and admit them all right now?
Admit all joint exhibits?
Isn't that what we need to do?
Yeah. Admit all joint exhibits at this point?
Not at this point, Judge. No, I still want arguing on that, but no.
So on the joint exhibits that were agreed to, you don't want to admit them at this time?
Once they're admitted, I waive all other ability to object or bring anything else to the court's attention about them. So not quite yet.
Okay.
And then we will move to admit joint exhibit 1073-65 to 69.
Okay, so what did we do with 1001?
We would move to admit that as well.
Okay, so 1001 is
Yeah, DoorDash knows where I am. It's not hard to find. And he's actually almost here. So
we were admitting 1001-2000.
give me a couple of minutes. Bear with me, people.
1001 is several thousand pages, so we just want to admit this one page.
Do you mind if I just
Well, can we be fair to the clerk here? So we've got an exhibit. How many thousands of pages is the exhibit?
1001. That's the JH record.
Nearly all children's entire medical record.
And we're admitting one page?
Yeah, we don't want that.
At this point,
Your Honor, the concern.
I don't understand. You all agree, they're joint exhibits. They're hence the name joint exhibit.
We agreed on the condition that we not waive hearsay within hearsay exceptions.
and additionally, this was a process. It was supposed to be a give and take. We went first, unfortunately, and stipulated as many things as we thought, in all probability, this court was going to let into evidence. At the point we were supposed to then start in on our stuff that we wanted in, we tried on 3 occasions to try to get stipulations. Each time it was narrow it. Not a single document, even those that we identified, did we ever get a stipulation on. So theirs, through our goodwill, were stipulated in, and they never reciprocated on any of ours, causing us to now have to put in by hand I don't know how many exhibits and waste everyone's time. That's our position. So if they're going to do that, I think it's a tactic. I believe firmly it was a tactic, and I'm not willing to allow that to go on.
Well, again, we've talked about this multiple times. Ms. Crowell, I'll let you say what you've said before on this issue. And then
I don't want to repeat myself, Judge.
But can we just and I know your assistants have done an incredible job at creating these 90, there's only 2 of the 5 carts of exhibits. And if we're going to have an exhibit that's many thousands of pages and then introduce 1 page, do you understand how difficult that is for the folks over in the clerk's office to have to try to keep up? So I understand that you all need to do what you need to do for your case, but let's also please be fair to the clerk's office who's trying to keep up with this ever shifting. Is it in? Is it not in? Can we agree? But it's only a couple pages out of something that's already been agreed to, but maybe it's not agreed to. It's just unclear and unfair.
Would it be possible, Judge, to mark this, use it, display it, and then give us the opportunity so the witness can comment on it, and then we will meet again. If we don't get it done before Tuesday morning, I will revisit all of the stipulations. So that way, the clerk would simply mark this 1 page for identification, and then we will give it a little while, and hopefully we won't bother the clerk too much.
Mr. Whitney and I have an agreement that for this witness, for both direct and cross-examination, that joint exhibits can be displayed and publicized. So if that's what they're looking to, I don't have an objection to this point. It doesn't solve the court's
I
problem.
thought joint exhibits were agreed to and can come in, but
Right.
apparently that's not the case.
But we agree joint exhibits can come in. So anyhow,
So I want this resolved. I don't want to spend every single trial day having these conferences on things that you all should have resolved a month before trial. So we will admit only page 2019 in exhibit 1001, but we're not going to do that on a going forward basis. If you're going to admit an exhibit, the exhibit's coming in. If not, it's not coming in. Okay. Now, I've only dealt with 1001-2019. What else do we agree on at this point?
I think we're down to one hearsay objection for this one. Mr.
Well, I'm asking what's coming in right now before we deal with what you don't agree to.
All right. Additionally, 2408-1675.
I think I already admitted that one.
All right. And I think you already admitted this as well. 2510 pages 001 to 004.
1000, yes, 2501-001 through 004.
Yes, Your Honor. And joint exhibit 1073 pages 65 to 69.
No objection. Again, it's a larger exhibit that we're putting in as an excerpt from.
We're fine with that entire exhibit 1073.
Okay, I'm going to receive the entirety of 1073 at that point, at this point.
And then the last from our side, there is an objection to this exhibit, which is 2408-0082.
2408-0082.
It's an email, Your Honor, from our next witness.
You should be able to put it up at this point.
We made a little configuration change.
Someone was messing with this panel up here, I can tell.
Essentially, in order for the live stream to be able to display the exhibits, we wired into there. So if you leave his on, he's gonna hit his switch to turn mine on, and the stream is gonna pick up the exhibits, not just the audio and video.
Okay, so who is driving, who is putting up the exhibits?
In my live room.
Okay. So I'm not going to.
Correct. I'm just disconnected from counsel's cable, and I'm connected there. And this is my published document. That.
Okay, so we're still using you or driving it, but it's going to come off of a feed.
Correct. I have a line here, and he's just going to switch to a different channel, and I'm still going to run everything for us.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'm looking at 2408- something.
0082, Your Honor.
0082.
Your Honor, we understand. Do you want a moment to review before I?
Okay, so this is from somebody from the school board to Ms. Kowalski.
To Ms. Kowalski, yes, Your Honor. We understand the objection to be hearsay. We point out first that
Sorry, guys. DoorDash had a little bit of a problem getting here for some reason, and we're just going to keep going here. They're arguing about stupid stuff, which you'll see throughout the whole trial. But yeah, we'll keep going, and give me a minute or two to scarf down some food.
also from this
I didn't think I'd be this hungry. I really didn't. But we're already 3 hours and 48 minutes in. I can't believe that.
Ms. Denner,
It's like
is the custodian
an
of the
hour or
records
something.
and will testify as such.
It's hearsay.
Well, it's clearly hearsay. It's just whether there's an exception for it.
Yeah, this would, I don't believe that every single email sent by a public employee is automatic business record. That's, I think the only exception they try to admit for is as a business record exception, just an email from a teacher and a parent.
Well, at this point, there's, if you're trying to demonstrate that it's a business record, the Israel test, I don't know if you're going to survive that test. So, I mean, you can try, but unless and until you're able to do that, it's hearsay without an exception.
Understood.
If you can prove it up, the Israel test, then you can get it in, but if not, it won't come in.
There's one other issue, or that will tie into something.
Before you get there, the clerk wants to know on exhibit 2696, 2696. What one was that? This is the 2696, the one that we watched in front of the jury, or is that a different video?
There was a 2698 video.
This is what I want. On Tuesday, you all are going to come with a sheet of paper. Any exhibit that is agreed to, I want it in a section. Any exhibit number that is not agreed to, that you want to use, is going to be in a separate section. The clerk's going to get a copy, and I'm going to get a copy, so that I can follow along and we don't have all of these issues. So 2696, what specifically is that? So someone needs to tell me what 2696 is.
I can tell you it's the video of that like.
Is that the one that we played earlier in the day?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Because we thought that was 2698. So someone put up 2696.
This is 2696, Your Honor.
This was not.
This is a different.
2696 was not shown to.
That's correct. 2698 is the one that was shown to the jury.
So 2696 is not in at this time.
That's correct.
Correct.
Any, Madam Clerk, anything else? Okay, Mr. Altenberg.
I'll be very brief, Your Honor. At least twice this morning, we've had witnesses already talking about the hospital taking custody or taking Maya. And as you know, I've told you I will be requesting special instructions on this. I don't want to resolve this now. I'm going to give you a 3-paragraph suggested special instruction that I've given to the other side as well. Realistically, I think the first 2 paragraphs are the most important to explain who took her into custody. My preference would be to try to resolve this and give this before the jury is released today, but we need to get going, so we shouldn't talk about it now.
So the plaintiff has seen this?
Yes.
Is this going to be a Mr. Elegant issue, or is this a Mr.
Yes, Your
Whitney?
Honor. We were only presented it 3 minutes before you, Your Honor.
And of course, we strenuously object to this. Witness states the law, the evidence. There's no place in the middle of the trial. And certainly there'll be a discussion at the end, but for now.
Well, I'm going to be inclined to give something relatively soon, whether it's today. It's probably not going to be today. It might be on Tuesday, but we need to understand what is being tried. The jury needs to understand what's being tried and what is not being tried.
Yes, Judge. We have arguments, so.
You can have an argument, but what I'm saying is most likely I'm going to be giving something. So perhaps you could ask Mr. Elegant to work with Mr. Altenburn over the weekend on that particular issue, so that on Tuesday morning we can either have an agreement knowing that I'm going to give something, or I'll have to make a ruling and each side can give me their version and I can read the one I go with.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I do have one last issue before the witness testifies, just so we don't have to excuse the jury. The one medical record that was attempted to be admitted in is a social work note involving this next witness, Jackie
They
Peter.
say the one page of the thousands of pages that is in.
Correct, Your Honor. I'm happy to put on the screen.
Yeah, someone put it on the screen so I can.
It's 2019, it's 1001, 2019. And if you'll zoom in, and this is my concern, and it goes with what Mr. Altenberg just said. If you note in this note, it says social worker escorted up to Jackie Dieter from Sarasota, homebound teacher is well known to Maya. She and Diane and another teacher will be working with the patient until she's placed. Nurse asked that laptop not be left with the patient for fear of outside contacts. Teacher wants patient to Skype with her classmates. The concern we have, especially when it went on this morning, is that the plaintiff is going to try to elicit testimony from this witness that the hospital made the decision that Maya couldn't have a laptop. The problem with this is there's an email of the same day from DCF to the hospital saying, quote, Maya is not allowed to have her laptop and phone kept there right now, as there's been info being shared from the mother who has been court-ordered no contact. So again, we have a legitimate fear that the plaintiff is going to try to get testimony from the teacher. You try to leave Maya with a laptop, the hospital said no. We have no way to rebut that without getting in extraneous emails going on the same day. These are court orders that the hospital is following with regard to laptop use. So we would just ask that, that there not be an implication if they're going to talk to her about this, that this was a hospital including the laptop. It's all by order of DCF. And I have the documents to show you if you want me to publish the emails.
Why is it that why can't the hospital in its case call a witness on that particular issue?
We could, right? I mean, I guess the cross-examination, as long as I have room to do it, is you're not aware whether the refusal for the laptop was pursuant to a DCF order. It again, it's bleeding the issues that we saw all morning with asking witnesses, visitations and things. All of this is being controlled by the court. And we are afraid, which is why Mr. Altenberg approached you about an instruction, that the plaintiff is trying to implicate denials of visitation, denials of laptops, of personal items to hospital decisions. And like I said, we have emails of the same day. It's DCF saying she can't have a laptop.
Well, Mr. Anderson?
Well, Your Honor, the fact is that the court order itself was relatively limited. And so what we have here is the hospital writing over to DCF and asking them to send an email back to them, telling them what they asked them to do. But the order itself says nothing about depriving this child of a laptop to learn. And in fact, the testimony will be that the state, there's a separate order, and DCF allowed this teacher in, and she will so testify, to teach Maya there, and that part of this learning was a special program on that laptop. So before we get into which order, I think first we need the testimony, and then the court can determine, once you hear all of the.
I'm sorry, everybody. Yes, I did get my food. And in Cossy fashion, just devoured an entire large sub in about 3 seconds. So that's how I roll. I'm sorry. I just got real hungry.
The evidence, the steps to take. And that has been our position throughout this, is that for every one of these actions that we are talking about, you will see, and we will prove, that Johns Hopkins makes a decision. They call over to DCF and say, we think this is going on. DCF, you need to write them back. DCF, like robots, writes right back to the hospital and says, don't do this. And so if you compare those and then go back to the actual order issued by the court, it has nothing to do with it. In fact, it's diametrically opposed to their own internal rules and procedures at
The reason I'm going over this case is not only because a huge injustice was done on this girl and her family, but you also learn a ton about like the inner workings of a trial, because every once in a while they'll go to sidebar for something really serious, but they argue everything out in the open here. And you really, it's a good educational trial as well. And you're seeing two sides that are, I think he just said it, diametrically opposed. There's no love loss here, and this is a legal rock fight, as I call it.
hospital. So they're violating their own rules and procedures, and to get around that, they're going up to DCF. But none of this is pursuant to a court order.
At the end of the day, the court order says what the court order says. And obviously, I'm going to be instructing the jury that the parties were obligated to follow the court order. If it is something beyond the court order, then that's going to be fair game.
Okay.
Anything else?
Not for claims.
Let's bring in the jury.
Bring in the jury.
Was that right?
Things got quiet here, and I think we're gonna keep
Welcome,
going.
everybody. Please be seated. Did y'all have a good lunch?
Yeah, I did. Thank you. I just ate a huge
I want to
sub.
confirm, while you were away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation, and you received no information. Is that all correct? Plaintiffs, your next witness, please.
Linda, I got a steak and cheese from D'Angelo's. Those are my absolute favorite. I don't have them often, but when I do, And when I had a live going, I scarfed that thing down. It must have been a minute and a half. I mean, gone. But nothing left of it. I'm a pig. What can you say?
Good afternoon.
No.
Would you please state your name for the record?
Jackie Dietert?
And have you been called to testify today as Maya's gifted teacher?
Yes.
What grades did you instruct Maya in?
I taught Maya in 4th grade and in 5th.
Would you just give us the benefit of your background?
Yeah, they closed on a bunch in Falmouth. And I'm thankful for it because I love D'Angelo's, man.
And education.
Okay, so I graduated from the University of South Florida. I have my bachelor's in education, and I have my master's in gifted. I teach the advanced work class at Taylor Ranch, right down the road.
Papa Gino's owns D'Angelo's, so they're together. I got Papa Gino's last night. I got pizza last night.
I know, I don't look like I've been teaching it.
I'm a piglet.
I was doing the math, but I won't do that.
I started teaching at 12.
We've been kind of snowed in here. There's literally 3 feet out there. I mean, it's all shoveled now, but like it's just like going out and stuff is a real chore. So I DoorDash Papa Gino's last night, and then I got D'Angelo's tonight. And I loved every minute of it, man. There was nothing left of that thing.
Is that the first and only school you've taught at in the Venice area?
Yes. Why leave the most awesome place in the world?
And how long have you been instructing gifted students at Taylor Ranch?
So I got my master's, I think the year 2011, maybe 12. I was trying to get it done before my son went to college. So almost right after that. I actually had taught them before that. I just had been certified gifted, and I wanted to know more about that kind of gifted brain. So I decided to go get my master's. I think I've been about 15, 16 years now working with just gifted kids.
And what was your master's in?
Gifted. Kids with bright intelligence.
All right. So Maya was entering the 4th grade in the...
So this woman was Maya's teacher, very skilled educator, as she just said. Very kind of, like you would think a teacher is, just very bubbly and positive.
fall of 2015, is that right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And how is it that students are accepted into the gifted program at Taylor Ranch?
So we're not a magnet school in the county. Pineview in Sarasota is the magnet school for kids qualified gifted. But if you don't want to go to that school, I would say about 1/3 of my class is gifted, and the other 2/3 are high achieving. Their data, their scores from previous years get them qualified in the class.
So did Maya test into your class?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And the first time you would have met Maya...
You never had a steak and cheese before, Linda?
Correct.
You haven't
What was
lived,
your impression
man.
of Maya when you first met her?
So when I
Go
first met
find
her,
me
she was diagnosed with
D'Angelo's and
wheelchair.
get a steak and cheese.
Her parents brought her.
Thank me later.
And she was really excited to see the kids.
That's
although
ridiculous. You need to go
I
get one.
wouldn't think she was in a wheelchair. She just acted and looked like a regular kid. And they just brought her in to introduce her to all the students. And she was real excited to be there.
And what about Jack? How did Jack strike you as a father?
Yeah, same thing. They were real excited that she could go to school, that they would just have a student pushing around or the teacher. Yeah, no, they were both very excited that she got in our program. Kids like to get in that program.
And same question for Beata. How did she strike you?
Mm-hmm. I kind of remember Beata kind of like looking at where would a wheelchair go? Where would she sit? I think if I recall, Jack was pushing her in, and Beata was kind of doing the, we split rooms, right? The 4th grade teacher and I share the kids. And so they were kind of looking around to where would Maya be? So when she gets pushed in, she'll be comfortable. Yeah.
You mentioned the other teacher. Did you co-teach this?
Right. So I do the math and science for 4th grade. So I only see them for about an hour and a half. And then the 5th grade is my home room. And then my 5th graders go to the 4th grade gifted teacher for reading, language arts.
And so Maya comes to your class for the first time in a wheelchair.
People are saying hi to J7. I don't see her.
Not really at the
Appreciate
time,
it.
not from administration.
All right.
I don't remember if Jack or Beata even said anything. We just thought she was a girl in a wheelchair.
Mary, what's up? Thank
Maya
you for
resemble
coming.
mother?
Yes.
What about any commonalities you had with Beata? Were there any commonalities?
Well, I didn't realize it at the time, but a month or two later when we did Homebound, because I eventually ended up going into her home. I had a lot in common with Beata. She's Polish, and my grandparents immigrated from Poland. My grandmother lived with us. She reminded me a lot of Beata. They're from Chicago, and we're from Chicago. I went to Catholic school when I was in Chicago, so I really related well with the Kowalski family.
And
Cackle.
there come a time that fall, you've mentioned it a couple times already, but this homebound program, can you explain a little bit about that?
So initially, she wasn't homebound. She was probably in our class for maybe a month, and then the county had it wasn't Zoom back then. This was pre-COVID, some type of a Skype program, and we had to get authorization for a video camera to be in our room. And so for a month we tried that. Then it was hard because sometimes she would have physical therapy and stuff, or when we were teaching math or science or reading, she'd have something else going on, or she didn't feel good. So after a month of that, then the county decided to do homebound, where we'd go to her house and tutor her 3 to 4 hours a week, 2 hours in reading, language arts, 2 hours in math and science. And Mrs. Shepler and I split that, going to her home once a week after school and teaching her there.
So how often in the fall of 2015 were you in the Kowalski home?
Oh, a lot, at least once a week.
And explain, if you could, Maya's mobility around the house at that time.
So questioning this witness, who is Maya's teacher, is direct examination from Nick Whitney, who is co-counsel for the plaintiffs. It's him and Greg Anderson against an absolute, I don't know, mountain of lawyers and paralegals on the other side. There's at least 5 lawyers on the other side and 4 paralegals. There's like 10 people over there against 2 guys. And the 2 guys won, but it got overturned. But we're going to learn all about it if you're here.
So yeah, initially she'd get around with her wheelchair. And she would get, I would pick her up and put her onto like the bar stool. And sometimes she would like to do studies there. Sometimes it would be the kitchen table. Sometimes she'd like to be on the ground. I think just to stretch out her legs. But then after a while, she was always in her room. So I don't know how long I'd been there. I'm trying to think of like what the time frame was, maybe October, November. And then most of the time when I went there, went down the hall and turned to the left, she was in her room, laying in her bed, and I would tutor her in her bed.
In this October, November 2015 period, was she in pain? Did you observe her to be in pain?
Progressively, yes. Initially, I don't think so. But very quickly, progressively, a lot of pain. It got to a point where I was only seeing her in her bedroom, and sometimes she would like moan, like kind of hum. So I would kind of know when to take a break. And when I would say, do you want to get your drink? Do you want to get you something to eat? And sometimes we would take a break, and at some point we would just end the tutoring session.
And physically, I understand the moaning. How did she appear physically at this time?
At the end?
Yeah, early November
So in the
2015.
beginning, it feels so crazy to describe this, but like waist up, just great. And she's a real bubbly girl, a real girly girl.
Yeah, those
And,
paralegals did some
always had to brush her
pretty
hair.
shady stuff as the trial goes along.
Real girly girl.
And you'll see about that
And then
too.
as she was getting sicker, especially when she was
Really
in bed, like her eyes looked sunken in. It looked really
stupid
gray.
stuff.
She kind of looked a little gray. Her legs were going in. She looked like a kid that wasn't going to make it.
This is again fall 2015, before the trip to Mexico. How was Jack when you were in the home tutoring Maya?
So Jack was the at-home dad, and he was just kind of like that person that hid any nervousness behind it. You'd never know. Jack was always positive. Yeah, he was always making sure Kyle was taken care of and doing something, fishing or something. But yeah, he was just the epitome of the at-home dad, and he always had a super positive focus on what was going on or the kids. If he was worried, he would never talk to me about it until I walked off to my car. And when he would follow me is when I would know he would have something to maybe tell me. But up front and in front of the kids, it was always super positive. He loved being an at-home dad.
Was he welcoming? Was he offering you food?
Oh, 100% all the time. Yes. Yeah.
What about Beata? Was she present during this time?
So some of the time she wasn't. I would typically try to get there at 4, sometimes a little later. It was dependent on Maya's schedule and what was going on. And sometimes Beata would get home. I don't really remember her schedule. So sometimes I'd catch her at the end. If I recall her norm, she'd come in with a few groceries or a little bit of stuff to put in the fridge. And she would basically initially talk about how things were going with the kids. Kyle, do you have your homework done? Maya, how are you doing? She would try to not interrupt us, tutoring, but you never really hear her talk about work. I never really knew how her job was. She never came home in a negative attitude about her job. And it was usually, how are the kids doing? I think because I was there, she would touch in with Kyle. Kyle, how you doing? Do you have any homework? What are you doing? and then come over and see how Maya's doing, try to touch base with me because I talked to Jack a lot about how she was doing academically, just because I was there with him the most. And she'd always try to get the, how's she doing compared to the other kids? What's going on? You know, she would always do a touch base. Very, she's a Polish girl, so she was a little bit more matter of fact, just that demeanor she always had.
And over the course of the fall, did you, as you saw Maya with her eyes sunken in, did you become aware that they were going to take her to Mexico for this ketamine treatment?
At sometime around that path, Maya and Beata had told us about this blog from a girl called Jessica's Journey. And so I shared it with the parents in my classroom. And
All right, I'll just focus you back.
Okay.
You're fine. I'll just focus you back to whether or not you became aware that she was going to travel to Mexico to receive some ketamine treatment.
yes,
And I imagine there was an interruption in your tutoring of Maya while she was out of the country.
oh yeah. Mhm.
And then at some point, either in December or January, your tutoring with Maya resumed.
Yes, as soon as she got back and was feeling ready.
And again, back in her home.
Yes. Mhm.
How did she look after the ketamine treatment in Mexico?
She looked tired, but she didn't look so, she looked like she had a little more strength. She wasn't bedridden. She was in the wheelchair. And progressively within a month, seemed like she was in October. That's
So-
so she had strength back, but still in a wheelchair.
And so if you compare her physical condition before she left for Mexico and when she got back from Mexico, would you make that comparison for the jury, please?
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, she just seemed strong again. I wasn't going back and tutoring in her bedroom, but she still was in a wheelchair, but she just kind of, she was glowing. Maya glowed. She was that little girl that glowed. She was glowing.
Would you have to lift her out of her wheelchair at times?
Still then a little bit because her legs were kind of inverted, but she was, her legs, her arms, she could move the wheelchair. Where previous to that, I would sometimes have to push her, but at that point she had the strength in her upper body.
And you tutored her throughout the spring of 2016?
Yes.
That was the end of her fourth grade year.
Correct.
And did she maintain status quo? Did she progressively get better during that spring, or did she get worse during that spring?
No, she got better. She was never out of the wheelchair, but there were times where she could kind of scoot herself around places. No, it seemed to be she was getting better. They just had to figure out how to get her legs working again.
What about her academic performance during the second half of her fourth grade year?
Yeah, Maya was a brilliant kid. If she hadn't been home health bound and going through what she was, I definitely would have recommended her for gifted to be identified and tested, so she could have had the option of going to a magnet school like Pineview if she wanted to. But there was just so much going on at home.
All right, so people, I've been going for 4 hours and 11 minutes, which is, I mean, it's no big deal, but we still have like an hour and 20 minutes to the testimony for this day. Suggestions in the chat. What do you think? I would be here all night if you were streaming. Okay, that's good. Well, well, 152 likes. That's pretty good. I can't complain about that. I can't complain about that, guys. That's really good. But if you haven't hit it, can you hit it, please? Even though 151 is a good number. All right, we'll keep going. The chat has spoken.
I know that wasn't the concern of the parents, but oh yeah, she was very brilliant. She was one of my top students in a gifted classroom.
I'm okay for a bit.
Did the homebound program provide schooling over the summer of 2016?
You know, I didn't always just follow what the homebound program did. If Maya had the need and she needed me to be there as a teacher, I was there. So Jack got a hold of
I know, but I want to do what you
Okay.
guys want to do. You know what I mean? You guys kind of.
Dates of the homebound program. It would just be what do you
I
need?
know,
What do you need?
there's not many
What school
people
do you
here.
want me to come? So I know the next school
Freaking
year.
Blair
we
is
started up
taking all
again before the school year
my
started,
viewers,
and,
but
you know, we didn't have a homebound contract at the
you
time
guys
because
run the show. I
we
want
took
to
it
do
time,
what you
and
guys
knew
want to
Maya's
do,
needs were,
not
so
what I want
we
to do,
started
really.
seeing her before school started, and Maya loved school, so she loved for me to come.
So outside of whatever the county was
Oh, yeah.
paying
Hey,
for,
yeah,
you
keep
did this
going.
voluntarily.
Many times.
And saw her over the summer of 2016.
Yes, especially that August before the school year started, making sure she was.
Is this speed too fast for her? I kind of
And if I could ask
sped
you about
her
the
up.
comparison again between how she's doing in August of 2016, and she's now getting ready to start fifth grade.
Right.
How was she doing getting ready to start fifth grade compared to spring of fourth grade?
Right, strong, still in the wheelchair, looked good, really bubbly, just couldn't, walk. But her demeanor, her arms, her body strength, everything was still.
I mean, it is 8:15 though. I knew Will was going to go live.
Bubbly, excited.
Probably
You
around
always try to give them
7.
hope, so you're thinking maybe you'll be able to Skype, maybe you'll be able to come to school again, like in fourth grade.
And I
You
tried
don't
to
know what-
gauge it, but you
And
can't
over this
predict
time
these
period,
things. You just got to
January
keep
2016 to
keep
September
going.
2016, you were aware that she was getting periodic ketamine treatments.
Right.
And you tutored her almost every week.
Oh yeah. Mhm.
Did you ever notice any negative effects from the ketamine treatments that affected her academic performance or ability to do her schoolwork?
No, a few times she seemed tired, but it never affected
Okay, we will
her
keep
ability. She was
keeping
sweet.
on. Cossy live.
To,
Cossy 106.
for admission to Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital.
Classic
in October
rock.
2016. By that point, you've already started the regular school year.
Yeah.
And so you were again going to her home. Did you see a kind of a rapid decline just before she went into the hospital there?
Yeah, I think that last week before she went, we didn't even go see her. I think Jack or Beata might have texted us or myself and said Maya's having a really tough day. So once or twice, and then all of a sudden we got the text directly from
Oh,
Jack
he-
that they take her to the hospital.
Well,
And do you recall?
he's got Grant on there
some confusion
ranting.
or some back and forth over whether she'd be allowed to have the homebound program in that fifth grade year. Can I show you an email?
Last I checked,
Your Honor, if we could
Grant was.
publish,
I checked for like a minute. Grant was on fire.
Which is admitted.
And fuego.
Take a moment if you wouldn't mind, just read it to yourself.
Right. Yeah, so that's September.
So this is you
Wait,
writing to Beata and Jack.
wait, hold on.
And if you could just, I'm sure the jury's had a chance to read it as well, but if you could just summarize.
I've done a ton of research into the JFK assassination. I mean, a lot. I've gone deep on that. I might do a stream about that soon. I just got to get my act together and get everything together to do it.
What was going on in the background here with the home healthbound program for Maya?
So just, the school year started, maybe we would have been in about 3 weeks according to that date. And the official.
Oh, you're joking? I'm for real. I love
They
that.
would allow Maya to be home healthbound. But I'd already seen her previous to that. So this was just kind of making it official of would Monday and Thursday's work. And Mrs. Shepherd and I would be rotating back and forth. But I do remember, I'm just recalling this, that at one point Jack said, even if the school system doesn't approve it, I'll just pay you. And
Sorry.
He didn't need to do that.
So Jack offered to pay you.
Yeah.
All right, we can take that down. Did you have any contact with any of Maya's physicians during this 2016 period before Johns Hopkins?
No, I'd only known that her primary care physician was Dr. Wassner, a really well-known pediatrician in Venice. Being a teacher since 1990, you know of a lot of pediatricians. I have 4 children myself, so I was keenly aware of great pediatricians in town. And parents will talk to you about them, so I knew that she was in good care. I knew that he had sent her or they had found a specialist, and so I knew that they were seeing a specialist, but I hadn't had contact with either of those, primary care or specialist.
But you knew of her pediatrician.
Oh yeah, everybody knew Dr. Wassner.
And so you mentioned a few minutes ago that Mr. Kowalski texted you and said that she'd been admitted to Johns Hopkins.
Right.
And then at some point after that, did you learn that she wasn't coming home in the near future?
No, I think it took me a while to figure that out. When I first started going up there, I didn't know that she wouldn't be coming home for a while. I felt like I was going up there a few weeks, and I just thought she'd be released any day. I think it probably took a month before any word had gotten to me, if I recall, that the hospital kind of taken over her care. I was just going up there as like her teacher and continuing to do home healthbound.
Did you come to learn what the allegations were against Beata?
Yes.
Well, Deanne, I would never block you unless you said something crazy.
I don't understand what you're saying.
Like free John Hopkins Hospital or something like
The volume is
that.
at the highest level it can get.
I'm sorry. I have a very soft voice. I'll get closer. Sorry.
I have not, Linda. I read a bunch
I'd like
of
to
other
show
stuff.
witness Joint Exhibit 1073-65.
God, I can't even think of their names right now, man. I'm starting to get senile over
Yeah, so
here.
that's an IEP. It's an individual education plan. I do a lot of these every year for gifted kids. Hers was unique. It was really the start of Sarasota County allowing a camera to be put in the schools. Of course, this was pre-COVID, so there was a lot of scare about allowing that to be happening in a classroom, a camera to be in the classroom videotaping, and a student to be Skyping with us. So it took a long time for our IT person to get this allowed.
And if we look at the bottom of that first page, I see your name and your signature, and then above that, I think I see Ms. Kowalski's name. You see that?
Yes. Mhm.
So she was involved in this process.
Oh, yes. Mhm.
Yeah, that'd be cool, Lily.
Was
unless-
she supportive or unsupportive of her
Yeah.
daughter receiving some schooling?
Unless you're
Oh,
kidding
yeah,
again.
the more she could get, the better.
I don't know when
think they
you're
were a little sad
kidding.
that they only got allocated 3 hours a week.
She wanted more.
Yeah.
And if you'll take us to page 69, please. And the bottom there, the meeting minutes, it says Taylor Ranch will allow supplemental instruction such as Skyping into the classroom for reading and math instruction.
Correct.
What was the plan there for Skyping?
So this was the beginning of her 5th grade year.
Yes.
And so we were going to try to do it. So we were like allocated 4 hours a week, but we really needed like 4 hours a day because I teach math and science 2 hours every day. And Mrs. Shepler teaches reading language arts an hour and a half. So she would start in the morning and she would start with Maya.
Send him an email,
in my
Deanne.
classroom. And then my students would move into Mrs. Shepler's
You have
at
his
9:30.
email?
We have the same schedule now. And they would do reading language arts for an hour. But I do recall most of the time Maya couldn't make it back in the afternoon for my science instruction because she was tired or she had doctor's appointments.
Or maybe you don't
She
care.
would basically be online with us from like 8:30 to 11:30 every morning. And then our kids would go to lunch. And then by the afternoon, most of the time she wouldn't make it back. So I am reading that it says 4 hours weekly, but we try to do it every day.
But the school district was willing to support remote education.
Yeah,
for
it was the
Maya.
first time ever. It was groundbreaking.
And you were more than willing to do
Oh,
it.
yeah, it was exciting. The kids would love to see her computer scroll in and they could see her face.
And so after she was at Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital in October, you mentioned you started being allowed to see her.
Right.
How was she doing the first couple of weeks?
Shitty.
Yeah, she was
wait.
she was happy to see me, that's for sure. Just because it was a familiar face. I didn't think she would be there long because it didn't seem like she had been as bad as I'd seen her at her house. But then she got progressively sad because then Dad wasn't coming. It was just
Yeah,
me.
it happens.
And then
I got
when she
blocked
was able to come,
on
she
Melanie
really missed her
before.
mom.
Me and Melanie are like,
But academically, she was doing fantastic. She loved school.
me and Melanie are buddies.
But pretty quickly, she
Um,
wasn't as comfortable getting out of her bed.
not buddies
going
in
to
real
the
life,
hospital,
but like,
or going to the craft room, or some of the things that we had done previously when I first started seeing her. Because
I've been with her since the beginning, and somehow I got blocked in her channel one day.
And there was a
And had
piano
to
in there,
send her
she
an
played the piano.
email, and she straightened it out
But
right away.
I guess I might have seen her for about, what was that, maybe 10 weeks, about 3 months maybe? And about halfway through, she really didn't go to the craft room much anymore after that.
Is that because she was in more pain or doing worse? Or what was the
Yes.
reason?
Yeah, it happens by mistake.
She was in more pain.
Lori Ballou,
She
I
stayed up in bed
mean,
a lot at that time. Instead of even
I
sitting up or,
remember a week or
just her
two ago, I
disposition, getting
timed
there,
you
her
out
position of her body.
on the glare or something,
towards
and
the
I
end, she was just
totally
laying down in
didn't
bed.
mean to. Like my phone was in my
Let's talk
pocket.
about the process of
And
getting into the
I
hospital.
was in there, and
getting access to
I'm
Maya's
a
room,
moderator, and I
how you
picked
went
it
about
up,
doing it each time.
and like
Was
you
it
were
social workers or
blocked, and I
nurses
had
who
to
were you at
send him a message
It was
to
different every
unblock
time. There
you.
didn't seem to
So
be a pattern to it. I always
kind of
felt she had the
ironic
best.
that you're saying
In the
that
very beginning,
here.
there I was called like a
Because you
social
were the
worker,
one.
and they would come down
I
and meet me
remember.
and guide me up. After a while, I believe the
I got a
place I
good
signed was very
memory.
odd too.
I-
One
you
time I
know,
signed like the clergy. There wasn't really a designated place maybe
I don't
for
claim
me
to
sign,
have
so
a
that changed a
great
lot.
memory where I
So I
remember
didn't always
every
log in at the same
second of
place.
my life.
And
That's
then after a while, I
crazy.
think they would call up. I always had to wear my teacher badge, and then they would say you could let her in. But her rooms changed quite a bit. So sometimes the social worker would come and guide me up to where her new room was.
Was the reception that you got warm or cold or indifferent?
It was a little indifferent, like, who are you and why are you here to see her? So I just introduced myself right away. I'm Jackie Dieter. I'm her teacher. I kind of wanted to reiterate that I wasn't related to her because I was assuming that there was something
Yeah,
in the file.
I think he
that they were not
fixed
able
it
to
so
see her.
fast, like you didn't even
and
know.
so that I think helped. And then they led me to her room. But no, there was never a, oh, hey, Jackie, so glad you're here to, teach Maya today. She really needs, somebody to see her. Never that reception. Very cold.
And what about the interactions you observed between Maya and the nurses that went in and out as you were tutoring? Cold, warm, indifferent?
Indifferent, sometimes cold, very disconnected, very impersonal.
Did they seem like pediatric nurses and social workers who cared about this little girl or didn't care?
Objection. The legal basis is respect for asking a teacher to comment on care and treatment provided by nurses.
I object. I object. I object.
So the legal, outside the scope of this witness's.
That objection I'll overrule.
So as a teacher,
You're gonna really
I love
learn to hate
teachers.
this hospital
You know,
and
people went to
the band
college
of
to be
lawyers.
teachers, and they know
You
how to
are.
teach.
Just watch.
And then there's teachers that go to school to be a teacher and they're really good at it, like it was their gift and they're natural. And then there's teachers that care about their kids. And it's not just about teaching, it's also about teaching and caring. And so I guess if I was a teacher and had to relate to nursing, I would think there are nurses and they go to school to be nurses and they're good at their job.
Objection. It is an area that's not responsible for questions.
I will stay in the narrative portion. Let's ask your next question.
Yes, Your Honor. Are there any particular interactions with a nurse or a nutritionist or a social worker that you recall?
So a few times I had interaction with a nutritionist who came in at the time that Maya was having to order her meal for the next time. And it was obvious at this point they were getting very frustrated in Maya because she kept ordering the same type of food. And even at one time, I looked at the menu and kind of went through the menu options with Maya to try to choose some other things. She liked the spaghetti noodles, but she didn't like sauce on it. She liked the Jell-O or the pudding. She always had to have some type of dessert. And sometimes I don't remember the third thing or the vegetable, but it was one thing, and it was like she ordered that same meal a lot. One time, a nutritionist was very abrupt and quite not kind and said, "Maya, you need to eat healthier. You need to eat, a more well-rounded dinner." And that, I believe, was the time that then I went through the menu with Maya and was trying to tell her, let's try to make some things. I really initially thought, well, she's eating a lot of carbs. She needs some weight. So it's probably good she's loading up on pasta. Not that I'm a nutritionist. And then she turned to me, got a little teary-eyed and said, "I really miss my mom's cooking." Nurses came in all the time, took vitals, didn't say hello, didn't introduce themselves to me, didn't want to know who I was, took the vitals and left.
Again, it's not responsive to the question.
Sustained. Let's try to just answer the question
Well,
that's asked.
he just asked what they might interact.
Right,
Okay.
You mentioned a few minutes ago, early on in her stay, her room was filled with crafts.
Mhm.
What about her doorway outside her door?
No, I don't ever remember her doorway. A few times I don't think there was a name on her door because we would go into, I recall 3 different rooms. I could be wrong. And I remember one time I went into one, I think it was the last room I remember, and there wasn't a name on it, and I thought we were going into the wrong room. So no, there was nothing that said, "Oh, this is Maya's room."
Other than you, who else do you know that was allowed to visit during this first 4 or 5 weeks at the hospital?
Objection, Your Honor. Cause for speculation.
She can answer if she knows.
So my teammate, my teammate, Diane Sheckler.
Maybe answer the question.
Do you know?
Oh, yes.
Why don't you try to lay a foundation?
Okay.
Do you know who else was allowed to see Maya during the first 4 or 5 weeks of her stay at Johns Hopkins Hospital?
Diane Sheckler was only able to go like maybe the first week.
What about her father? Do you know if he was allowed to go?
No, he couldn't go.
So you were the only point of contact?
Yes.
Okay. What kind of tension did that create for you as the point of contact for Maya with Beata and Jack as the parents?
I think at first they were super thrilled that somebody could go. And I would go by the house and pick up cards and teddy bears and nail polish. So I think they were just excited Maya would get to see somebody. And Maya was super excited when I'd walk in initially. And then later, I think it got harder when Jack also couldn't go. And I think when Maya was figuring this out, I knew she was so excited to see me, but I'm sure she wanted to see her mom and dad.
Were Jack and Beata hungry for information about their daughter?
Yes, very hungry. So basically when I would leave, because it was about an hour and 20-minute drive, I would call and I would just kind of give an update. And I was always trying to be super positive just because this is what parents need to hear. And I thought Maya would be home any day now. So almost every day I left, when on my drive home, I would call and just give them an update of fingernail polish, teddy bears. Once or twice Maya liked to do selfies, so she took selfies of us in the hospital room. And yeah, they were super hungry to hear how she was doing.
How did Beata react to this information?
She was relieved that I could tell her about Maya, and that Maya seemed really happy, or I painted her nails. It just felt like relief, like she had kind of been connected to Maya. Just by me being there and me talking about Maya and what her day was like that time, it really seemed like relief. And I'm sure with Jack, the same. I don't know if
Yeah, LTL blocked me long ago. They've all blocked me long ago, but whatever. That just means that they don't. It just means they don't want any smoke. I don't block people. I mean, whatever. Say what you want.
I think they had me on the speakerphone a few times, and a few times I think I was just talking to Beata. And then I don't recall how much longer than Jack could finally go. So then the phone calls were almost just with Beata because she could hear from Jack how Maya was doing.
And over the 3 months that Maya was there, did you continue to provide updates to Beata, or did that become difficult?
Yeah, it became too difficult.
Can you explain a little bit to the jury?
Maya was just really desperate to see her. And I just think when I would talk about school and what we did, or if I took her to the craft room, or there was a fall festival one Saturday when I went up there. And I think I kind of knew Jack was seeing her. So Jack was able to give her the head because she was really sad. She cried. She was desperate when I would then call and talk about me taking Maya to the fall festival. it was too much, and she so desperately wanted to be the one to see Maya that I bet I probably called her for the first 6.
All right, you guys want to take a peek at something for like 2 seconds? Let me do this. Yeah, for 2 seconds, we'll see what kind of madness is going on in here.
Told me Sean in the Gulf told me at the hearing last Friday, Aiden was going to be set up to be arrested on the New Jersey thing. Why would Sean know that or say that?
Because he fucking just spews out bullshit out of his face all the time.
Or maybe
you
he's
know what I
talking
mean?
to the people. Maybe Nan and him are talking.
See, that's the thing is, I like.
What if they're talking to that woman? What if this is all?
I just feel like Sean on the Gulf just talks out of his ass on a constant basis.
He doesn't. He doesn't. He plays you all. Like, that's a game, Will. Like, I'm trying to help when I tell you, like, I study some of the files about this. Like, that's intel, pure and simple. Like, it's cover. It's active camo. It's a war. He's just not using guns.
Active camo, people.
Yeah, I mean, I know he's got a personal beef with Aiden, and I just figured that was just because he fucking had a meltdown, and I mean, it happened in front of all of us. He had a meltdown on his channel, and then Aiden was just like, "Look at this fucking guy! All he's done is fucking talk out of his ass, saying this is gonna happen and this is gonna happen, and nothing happens." And then when Proctor gets fired, he gets to say because he threw enough fucking mud at the wall. That stuck, and then he gets to take credit for it because everyone knew Proctor was going to get fired. Everyone knew that. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, no, but that's not even it. It goes back further than that. Sean doesn't like Karen. Sean was the
because
first
she didn't
person-
send him a fucking emoji.
The
because, you know,
the emoji
Yes, that's
problem.
unreasonable. Or he was
No,
always
it doesn't.
around- Yes. So what's a way more likely explanation? He was never pro Karen. He wanted to get her. That's why he just pretended to cause all this chaos. It's great camo. It's the best camo.
I think he just wanted to fucking get on YouTube and make a name for himself, and then
no,
fucking talk
he's
out of
got
his
money.
ass. And then when he was exposed as somebody just looking for clout,
Yeah, I don't want Will to get mad at me. I'm like streaming his live show. I don't want him like to get pissed at me, but people just said in the chats, you should get Cossy to come up and talk. God, I don't know what I could add, but we'll watch it for a minute. You know what I mean? I don't want to stream his live thing. I mean, that's why he's doing a live. So
he fell on his face. That's what I think
he's
happened.
got money. He's got money. Okay. And so the most likely explanation is, did you read Robert Cosgrove's filing from the fall of 2025 in Aiden's case? Where Mr. Betterow was saying,
I'm sure I did.
Not Cossy.
So it was about the search
Bring me
warrant
into it,
for
dude.
Karen's phone. Remember Tully, that video of Tully like seizing her phones but never searching them? Like they went in,
Yeah.
were acting all
Yeah.
creepy. Yeah, everybody knows that. But they haven't actually searched them. They only seized them.
Right.
No, I'm just saying, streaming his live.
So
I don't believe that for a second.
No, they're different because Judge
trying
Krupp's
to be
original
courteous.
seizure warrant specifically said in writing, no search.
Right.
It was
But
limited
I'm
to-
saying, do you believe that they never actually
Yes.
went through her phone?
Yes, because they're in front of Judge Krupp right now on the search warrant docket. Cosgrove is trying to get permission to search Karen's phone.
Leave me alone.
Now, why is he doing that? Well, if you read Mr. Betterow,
But I'm saying
and-
that the cops have the phone, right?
right, but they haven't searched it. So Judge Krupp has to
Well,
sign
but
off.
what
and
I'm
they're-
saying is, I just don't believe that they haven't searched it. There's on
They have-
paper they haven't searched it, but
no, they have to gray key it first. So this is what I'm trying to tell you. When they got Karen's phone, when they got Karen's phone the first time, they did have a search and seizure warrant. Do you know how long it took to brute force with gray key? Brute force means you
She
just try
did
a bunch of
a
passwords. Do
factory
you know how long it took
reset.
to
She
brute
wiped that
force
phone.
her first phone?
yeah, I didn't think about that. You're right. They have to break into the phone, and you can track that. You can.
It's in the Tully IA documents. Do you know how long it took them? 7 months.
Yeah, I wouldn't give him the fucking code either.
Okay, so second time around,
They haven't even gray
If
keyed
they
it
wanted
yet.
the code from me, I would be like, it's your mother's last four fucking social security. That's the code. And they'd be like, oh, well, I know that.
Hello, Dopey Unleashed. We will play chess very soon. They haven't gray keyed her.
I can hear you. Keep talking. I can hear you. I just gotta step away for a second.
All right, so they haven't gray keyed her second phone. Okay, and the reason why they haven't gray keyed her second phone is that they need permission from Judge Krupp. Judge Krupp's ability to grant that search was discussed by the judge in Turtle Boy's case in December of 2025 at a hearing. Judge Belzeos said that he had talked to Judge Krupp and that Judge Krupp was expecting a ruling on that search warrant, the permission to search, by the end of 2025. We don't have a ruling yet, as far as I know, because I called the clerk last week. They told me they didn't know about any ruling from Judge Krupp. But it's difficult because it's not a regular docket. You can't go to Aiden's docket to get it. You can't go to Karen's docket to get it. It's a search warrant docket, SW13, a bunch of 3s and 1s and 0s. Okay. In that context, I'll tell you right now that the search warrant docket ruling was mentioned by Mr. Cosgrove and Mr. Betterow. Mr. Betterow was the first one to bring it up. And he was like, Mr. Cosgrove is being outrageous about this like search of Karen's phone.
Outrageous.
And we don't know what he's doing. And Mr. Cosgrove keeps talking about some pending investigation of Aiden and Karen, et cetera, et cetera. Well, Mr. Cosgrove writes back and says,
he definitely reset the phone.
It's like, Mr. Betterow's worried about
100%.
like if Judge Krupp approves.
I mean, I don't know, but she was in there that entire time. And when she was done, she was just like, here. And then Tully and Fanning were like, it's not connecting because she wiped it. And there's no phone numbers in there. And there's nothing like to connect. She wiped it clean. That is my opinion. I say she's right for doing it.
Warrant to search Karen's phone. And then if the Commonwealth impanels a grand jury, and then if the Commonwealth decides to indict Karen and Turtle Boy, like Cosgrove tipped his hand as to what they're trying to do, which makes me think this operation isn't over. It's running right now. They want to indict Karen again, but they're up against a ticking clock, and it's why Adam Deutsch is such a problem. How much do you want to bet that the DA candidate Crawford is pushing his action?
Wait. Adam Deitch is not a problem until he wins Morrissey's seat. He's nothing right now. He's a retired or resigned FBI agent who's kind of twisting in the wind until which I think he will do. He will win Morrissey's seat, and then he's a problem. It's not a problem right now.
Actually close to Morrissey. She was the plant. She never got off the ground. So the actual issue here is that this state police unit has 7 months max with Morrissey before Deutsch is going to run in the primary in September. That is about enough time to brute force the phone, but the clock is ticking every day. They're not going to be able to get Karen through her phone, so they're trying to get these people around her.
Well, the clock is definitely
around
ticking,
Karen right now.
but
She's
not
cutting
for-
them all off.
for Deutsch.
How much do you want to bet they're all around her to get information as a backup plan to indict her? And Sean's in the middle of it, but Sean can't be too in the middle of it because he pissed Karen off early on. And he pissed her off because he ran a stupid op where he said he was mad at her over a winky face and released her text. She knew that was from him.
All right. Having said all that, one can't deny the very obvious fact that nobody gives a fuck about Sean on the golf anymore. Dude. Nobody pays
agree.
attention to him. So
that makes him
he's not
so much
even
more
effective.
That makes him so
How
much
does
more
that make him?
effective.
How?
Because the easiest way when I was doing, and I still get bills passed when I want.
Sean on the golf is the mole. The guy that you think he's stupid, but he's actually pulling the strings. I mean, that's what I'm getting from this.
To get a bill passed, I would let someone else take credit. That's why Koala, Lily, a few others, Broyles, just let other people take credit. Kate, it's easier to do it that way. You can get anything done if somebody else gets the credit. I'm not kidding.
Man. All right.
So he's very good. Don't underestimate that man. He is good. He was trained by the DEA.
I don't know, man.
It's an act. No, the think about Christy Citrone.
No, dude.
You ever look into Vinny the Chin?
Vinny the Chin?
No. Vinny the Chin Gigante. He was the boss of the commission in the 80s in New York.
What about Benny the Hump?
Love it.
I've heard the name. Vinny,
You know what?
Vinny Gigante.
What about Izzy
I've
the
heard
Nose?
the name.
You know why they call him the Chin?
Because he had a chin, a big one.
That's a great cover, but you weren't allowed to say his name because it taps. So, you know.
What about Frankie Eyelashes?
You want to refer to the big guy?
Okay, you got to do
chin.
that.
The Chin. You never were allowed to say
like the Paul O'Keefe.
You never were allowed to say the Chin's name if you were in the family. You had to rub your chin. Now, do you know what the Chin was famous for? He would
Rubbing
walk
his
down
chin.
No, he would.
All right, this is where we drop out, people. Thank you so much. Benny the Chin. I don't know.
And if we could focus in, this looks like a October 23rd, 2016 social work note. And if we could focus in there on visit information, maybe just highlight that for the witness. You were, during this time, first of all, how far was the drive for you from your home or Taylor Ranch up to the hospital to see Maya?
It was about an hour and 20 minutes.
And so how often were you allowed or able to make that trip up to the hospital?
So when Mrs. Scheffler couldn't go, she went maybe 2 or 3 times. And then for some reason, they weren't allowing her in there. I filled both of our positions. I would try to go twice a week.
Twice a week.
Mhm.
And were you aware as to whether or not Maya was receiving any other instruction, 5th grade teacher or anything like that?
So I don't know how long she'd been here at the time. She'd been there a month.
She'd been here 2 weeks or so at this point.
At this point. So it was at the beginning of October. So the few times that I'd gone up to that point, and at that point, I think Mrs. Scheffler had gone once or twice. We couldn't figure out if she had any kind of teacher allocated to her from the hospital or that county.
And this is set up, people, 1.50.
So the social worker that would escort me couldn't provide me any information on whether Maya was getting additional work to do. And so I had talked to the IT guy, Dave Chamberlain, Calamari, and he had worked out me bringing a computer up there and that we would Skype just like we had at school. And then when I got there with that computer, they said I couldn't leave it with her. So it was a laptop for her to be able to possibly Skype and do schoolwork with us. And then I had to take it home. I would bring my computer for us to do work with, but I couldn't leave her a laptop to Skype. And nobody ever, all that time they were there, nobody could ever tell me if there was ever anybody helping her.
And why did that cause you so much concern and heartache?
Well, I knew I was the only person to see her. I don't know if at that point Jack could even see her. She was a bright girl. She really needed academics. No matter what was going on with her medically, she loved school. This is a kid that could have done 8 hours of school a day. So I thought if this is what she's really good at and she likes, why wouldn't there be some program at the hospital or in the district that would give her somebody that maybe didn't have to drive an hour and a half and could only do it twice a week for 2 hours. So I just was really desperate for her to try to get some education and for her to not fall behind.
And this laptop, this was an effort to ensure that she had more than an hour and a half, 3 hours a week of education.
Yes.
And who at the hospital told you that the laptop could not be left with Maya?
I don't recall if it was a social worker that led me in or a nurse there. I don't recall what person, but I literally had to put it outside the door of her room.
What were there any specific programs that were on that computer that would have helped Maya?
So the program that I brought the first time on my computer when I first went to see her is a program called Success Maker. The kids in the county use it. Right now there's a new program that's replaced it. It levels kids where they're at academically. So for kids that are really bright, it's a really great program because if they're in a 5th grade class, they could be doing 6th and 7th grade work. So it's what they call an individualized instruction program. They're really popular throughout the country. And so it's a program that would have allowed her to work on math or reading at her level based on literally her responses to the problems. Those are very well-known computer programs. The first time I went with my computer, they actually didn't let me go in with it because they said she couldn't have access to email. And I just said, well, find out for me who I can talk to, social worker, DCF, who I could talk to that would help me bring it in so that under the time I'm here with her, I will be able to have her just do this program with me and ensure that she's not on email.
Did they ever get an answer back to you?
No, just the next time I went, I brought my computer.
Did they seem, as the nurses and social workers, concerned that this little girl was only getting 3 hours of education a week?
Objection on the speculation.
Sustain the questions.
what was their attitude about Maya getting more instruction other than an hour and a half or 3 hours you were able to get up there?
Same objection.
So my take on it as her teacher was, I didn't understand why, as the person that came to see her twice a week, there wasn't contact or communication with me answering any of that. Even to tell me, no, there's nothing here at this hospital that we do for her, or no, there's nobody in the county that can come and see her who's closer. So over that whole time, nobody ever contacted me about any kind of academic program for Maya.
In the times that you were there at the hospital, did you ever see them doing anything therapeutic for Maya? Occupational therapy, physical therapy, psychological therapy?
No, I didn't see any of that.
When you're seeing her very limited time, what was Maya's attitude towards schoolwork versus anything else?
She loved schoolwork, loved it. She might have loved crafts a little bit more than that, but she did love schoolwork. So when I would be there, she would be very excited to do school. She also would want to talk for a few minutes because her first, seeing me, I always knew we weren't going to do schoolwork right away. It would be, what did she do? What was her day like? Or did she meet any kids at the craft room? So she was social. She really liked to tell me about how things were going because she didn't really have anybody to tell that to every day. But she liked getting into school. She liked knowing, where are the kids at? Are they doing? How did they do on this? How did I do? So she liked to learn.
What was your observation about Maya's interaction with the nurses and social workers? How did Maya react when they entered the room?
What's this objection again? Same with speculation. It's also been asked Mr.
You answer.
She was frustrated when the nutritionist came in because I think she knew that she wouldn't be happy. The nurses that came in and took her vitals, there was no connection to very much at all. It was very disassociated and impersonal. And every once in a while when I would go there, she would say, whatever we were talking about, because the nurses kind of came in. Whenever,
I'll have to ask the question.
oh, okay.
Would Maya ever express to you any suspicions about the hospital?
Objection to hearsay.
Do you recall any spontaneous statements that Maya made to you about hospital's treatment of her?
Same objection. Sustained.
I'm going to move on. I probably got you in trouble, so
Okay.
I'm going to move on.
I don't feel in trouble.
Okay, good. What about, did Maya appear to you to be in pain as it progressed from November to December?
She would verbalize that she was in pain. She would tell me. She would initially say it, and then we'd get to our business talking, or sometimes she had me paint her fingernails or braid her hair. And then we would do school, and she would kind of just be quiet the whole time, and randomly a nurse would come in and she'd tell them, I'm in pain. Where sometimes when she would tell me that, I would say, when the nurse comes in, tell them that, because I can't do anything about it. Or I would just try to comfort her verbally.
And when she told you, observed her telling the nurses, was there a reaction of concern or one of indifference? What was the reaction?
Mostly indifference.
How was she doing, other than the pain she was expressing, how was she doing physically as the time went on in the hospital?
So as the time went on in the hospital, she looked like she did when I had seen her the year before.
Oops. Oh, shit. Sorry, guys. I didn't mean to abruptly do that, but we are at 4 hours and 47 minutes and 30 some odd seconds and counting. And we are at 10 of 9. So you know who's going to be on at 9 o'clock, and then everybody's going over to the Turtle Dove show. Turtle Dove is doing his thing at 9 o'clock. So, does anybody have any closing thoughts or anything like that? You guys got any questions? Pretty straightforward. Will's over with Grant trying to figure out the Illuminati. Well, Grant is anyways. Yeah, what do you guys think? There's like 20 minutes left in this lady's testimony, which we can do tomorrow. And I'm thinking I need to go earlier than I did today because you run into the monsters of media like the glare and others. So I was thinking I would go more daytime tomorrow and see if we can't bring some recognition to this trial, because it's important in a bunch of different ways. Not only for the legal aspects of it, but also like you learn a lot by watching these lawyers argue every single little thing back and forth. So we checked out the forensic group earlier. I mean, I hope they don't try to strike me. But hey, I mean, I think that was a fair use thing, but whatever. I'm glad that you can listen while you work. Lori Ballou and US Lily, and has some hardcore people here. Jen P and Linda. And yeah, you guys have not wavered. You've been here the whole time. I really appreciate you all being here. Sorry, had to run out midstream to grab food because I was starving. But hey, it's 8 minutes to 9 o'clock, and I'm almost at 5 hours, so I will put a thing out tomorrow. I'm definitely going to go earlier, probably I should go a lot earlier. I should probably go like 2 o'clock tomorrow. So I think I'll do that. And I just appreciate everybody being here. And man, last time I checked, I mean, I did not expect 100 and it doesn't tell me right here, but almost like 160 likes. So that's awesome. You guys are hitting the like button, and supposedly YouTube looks at that stuff. And again, I am not monetized through YouTube until they send me this PIN number that I've been waiting for like 2 weeks. So, I mean, the Venmo is up in the corner and the other stuff is down the bottom. I hate even mentioning the grifter kind of part of this, but, I mean, it is what it is, right? Anyways, I appreciate you all being here. We'll see you earlier tomorrow, probably 2 or 3 o'clock. And yes, we'll see you over at Turtle Dove's house. I know you US Lily, I have, I'm an apologist. You know what I mean? I want to do what the people want me to do. You know what I mean? And so you guys basically, I mean, I'm just here. I'm just I run the flight simulator, but you guys are the pilots. So, I really appreciate you being here. And I've said that a million times, but anyways, have a good night. And we'll see you all tomorrow on Cossy Live. Good night.
Yeah. Chess and the Timmons. Yo. I'm the man in charge, triple dip justice. My reach is large, indicting T-Rex arms. Yeah, they on display. Short reach, big mess on a public way. Yo, adjust your antennas, tune in tight. Cossy rules the bench, I'm the law tonight. Be so high, they touch the sky. The joke ain't over, just watch me fly. Yeah, adjust your antennas, tune in tight. Cossy rules the bench, I'm the law tonight. Be so high, they touch the sky. The joke ain't over, just watch me fly, yeah. Advanced years, wisdom stacked. Try me once, no turning back. James Jackson ordered, case dismissed. Cossy cheek strikes, you won't resist. Yo, yo. Order in the court, the rhythm pounds. Justice echoes, breaking bounds. Prosecutor by day, mic in hand by night. Adjust your antennas, I'm the signal, alright. Antennas, tune in tight. Cossy rules the bench, I'm the law tonight. Be so high, they touch the sky.